Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all. I'm Samriti Grover, and on behalf of Voice and Data, a 28-year-old brand of cyber media, would like to welcome your participation at the 21st edition of Voice and Data Telecom Leadership Forum. As you all know, Cyber Media is India's oldest and largest IT media company. It has lived up its traditions in creating quality media brands for the ICT industry, the enterprise community, and society at large. Cyber Media launched Voice and Data in 1994 and is India's leading telecom media brand connecting the digital world for all these 28 years. Since inception, Voice and Data has been voicing the major challenges faced by the telecom sector, highlighting the need for policy changes, spectrum, technology, business, and environmental aspects, and many more. Today, the theme for 21st edition of Voice and Data Telecom Leadership Forum is Era of Convergence from 5G to Gen Z, wherein visionaries, industry leaders, policy makers, and influencers will deliberate on the current telecom challenges, telecom infrastructure, 4G and 5G, policy hurdles, spectrum sale, investment challenges, ARPU, wire to wireless, fiberization policy, rural penetrations, edge computing, data security, India's dream of becoming a global powerhouse. You name it, we have it. I would like to take a minute to express my gratitude towards our partners and industry associations whose constant support helped us to bring you the 21st edition of Telecom Leadership Forum. Our presenting partner, HPE AMD, co-presenting partner, Cisco, gold partner, Comviva and Sienna, digital transformation partner, Accenture, connectivity partner, AT&T, telecom partner, Vodafone Idea Limited, internet partner, One Broadband, academia partner, APJ Education, supported by CMAI, COAI, TIMA, SIA India, ITU APT, IESA, ICEA, and India Space Association. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group, to start the Voice and Data 21st edition of Telecom Leadership Forum with the welcome note. Pradeep Gupta is the Chairman of Cyber Media Group, the specialty media house with brands like DataQuest, PC Quest, Voice and Data, Dare, CIOL, Global Services, etc. Pradeep was conferred the National Entrepreneurship Award as the best mentor by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Pradeep is the chief mentor of Electropreneur Park, Delhi and Bhubaneswar. He's an angel investor and has mentored over 250 startups. He is the co-founder of Indian Angel Network, Asia's largest angel network. Pradeep was a global trustee of TIE, the world's largest entrepreneurial ecosystem. He was on the board of UTI AMC, has been the past president of Pan IIT India and Association of Indian Magazines. He has been on the boards of IIT Mandi, Indian Newspaper Society, IIT Delhi Incubator, IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, and Lemon Tree Hotels, and many more. He is the recipient of the Distinguished Alumni Award of the IIT Delhi and IIM Calcutta and the Helen Keller Award for working in the disability sector. An engineer from IIT Delhi and an MBA from IIM Calcutta. Let's welcome Pradeep. Over to you, PT.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Cyber Media, I welcome you to the 21st Telecom Leadership Forum conference that we are having today. TLF is the oldest event that happens in the entire field of telecom. And, when we started in 96, soon enough we realized that we needed to create some kind of a space where senior leaders of the industry could congregate, could share their ideas together, and based upon that could chart out the future of the entire industry. We did a number of TLF internationally also, but of course, for the last 2 years, because of the pandemic, we had to do them virtually. And this year, once again, we are doing this in a virtual manner. The last 2 years have been defining moment for the industry. the pandemic has taught us several lessons. The first year was how we saw the entire industry along with the government coming together and tackling the entire issue, the huge growth that happened in terms of the traffic, the work from home and the various kind of things which were required to ensure that. And last year, the government went a step forward and said that what are the best solutions that we can find to the ongoing problems that are facing the entire industry, which resulted into restructuring, and we'll be talking more about that restructuring as we go along in the Telecom Leadership Forum. You will find that you have a great program today where we will be discussing different aspects. We'll be talking about the policy, we'll be talking about strategies, we'll be talking about the markets, we'll be talking about technology, and we will be also focusing on the future of the entire telecom industry. So sit back, enjoy the entire session. We will of course end with the prestigious awards that we are going to have right towards the end of today's session. So once again, on behalf of Cyber Media and Voice and Data, I welcome you to the 21st edition of the Telecom Leadership Forum and look forward to a very interesting day of deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, PG. Now, I would like to draw your attention towards the session on telecom reforms and new paradigms. India is on the cusp of becoming a global powerhouse, and the government is taking all the necessary steps in this direction. To share their thoughts today, we have with us Shri Anshu Prakashji, former chairman DCC and former secretary Telecom, in conversation with Pradeep Gupta, chairman Cyber Media Group. Mr. Anshu Prakash served as the secretary in the Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. In addition to that, he was also the chairman of the Digital Communications Commission. In his role of Secretary Telecom, he worked in facilitating digital mobility, which is now emerging as an enabler of multiple other kinds of mobility, social, economic, and informational. He worked continuously to promote digital inclusion. Under his leadership, India has witnessed phenomenal growth, the adoption of new technologies, and the penetration and proliferation of mobile services. Digital mobility is now emerging as the enabler of multiple other kinds of mobility. He worked in revamping the FDI policy in telecom sector and was instrumental in policy reforms in spectrum sharing. Over to you, PG, for this session.
For the first session today, we have Mr. Anshu Prakash with us. He, as you all know, was the former secretary of telecom industry and really speaking the person behind the reforms that we have seen in the last year. Welcome, Mr. Prakash. Thank you for giving time for the Telecom Leadership Forum.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you very much. But I must at the outset say that it's kind of you and generous of you to say, as the person behind Telecom Reforms, DOT is a team. So it's a teamwork, and all of us did it together. And of course, the political leadership also has a great role in it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's a good point to start our conversation. The first sort of political reforms, which really, the serious political reforms that happened were almost about 20 years back, when we moved away from let's say a regime which was license based to a revenue sharing based regime. But then after that, somewhere the government sort of started looking at this entire industry as the golden goose, the cash cow, and therefore, the subsequent auctions that happened of the spectrum and so on, and that resulted into the industry becoming very, very financially weak. And the reforms address that. And so therefore, my first question to you would be that what really was the philosophy behind taking up these reforms? What were the challenges, and therefore what was the philosophy?
The philosophy behind the telecom reforms which we witnessed in the year 2021, sometime in September, essentially was making things simple, promoting ease of doing business, addressing certain legacy issues, ensuring that industry has sufficient liquidity, and to promote investment and foreign direct investment in the industry with the overall objective to equip telecom to deal with the challenges of the coming decades. Because as you are well aware, this is one sector which is seeing rapid technology changes. And for all new initiatives, we do require a very robust, state-of-the-art telecom infrastructure. So reforms were in keeping with the requirement of the times. And the time was ripe. The political leadership was keen, willing. Bureaucracy was also ready to go. And we saw the reforms.
But why last year? The industry has been going through a very, very tough and very torrid time for the last decade, more than a decade, I would say. So why was it that the reforms happened last year? Was it the political new thinking? Was it the bureaucracy? I mean, as you said, it was the team. But it would be great for you to share what really went about creating these reforms last year.
See, I think the reform process going on, it is not as if the reforms had stopped. So many initiatives have been taken since 2014, for example, from spectrum sharing to easing of licensing conditions. Many things have happened. Even if you look at the last 2 years, for example, we did major reforms for the other service providers. The concept of work from anywhere, this got introduced during COVID times. Yeah. And even before that, I recall end 2019, the calendar year, we gave financial relief to the industry because for the mobile operators, liquidity had become an issue and we gave a moratorium. So the reform process was going on, it was gradual. But what distinguishes the current reform from the previous efforts which have been happening is the scale and the depth of the reform process. Because in the current reform package, we have addressed the issue of structural reforms. We have addressed the issue of, actually I should not say we, because I am no longer in the government. What I should say, the government has. The government has addressed the issue of structural reforms, financial reforms, and for ease of doing business. In fact, when a presentation was made to the Prime Minister, he was so keen. He said, "Aap kariye, reforms laiye. We want to make things simple." So the general atmosphere, the environment was of enthusiasm. And another issue which I think we must keep in mind, AGR, the adjusted gross revenue, had become the elephant in the room.
Absolutely.
And this issue had been going on from 2002-03 onwards, going up and down, traversing various courts, TDSAT, Supreme Court, back to TDSAT, back to Supreme Court. Finally, the AGR issue went behind us. There was a final judgment, and the government knew exactly where we stand. The industry knew where they stood. So AGR was a closed chapter. And any issues which would emanate from the adjusted gross revenue definition, which is the very edifice on which the revenue is calculated, was decided. So now was the time when we could think for the future without any complications of getting involved in court cases. And here was a time for future. It was decided, let's rationalize definition of AGR and take away non-telecom revenue from telecom revenue.
But it would still require, very strong political thinking behind the entire thing to go ahead and do it, because governments don't want to be seen as doing favors to the industry. So was that not something on the table?
Political will is sine qua non for any reform process. It has to be. What we have done is not really favoring any particular industry or one group. No. This is a general reform. Right. Because if you look at the demand of the entire telecom industry, it has been to rationalize the definition of adjusted gross revenue. TRAI way back, many years ago, has already given a recommendation. And what the government has now done is to adopt and accept that definition, which could not be accepted earlier because of the ongoing litigation. Right. So the litigation ended. It took a little time for turbulence to settle. And then we have the reform in AGR. So that was one part. Then FDI, foreign direct investment, now 100% is available on the automatic route. Right. Now this is a big jump. Yeah. Because 49% to 100%. And this should encourage foreign players to invest in the growing telecom sector in India, and it's one of the fastest growing sectors. If you look at the telecom sector globally, India's growth is remarkable.
Absolutely.
Perhaps China and India are the only two countries which are growing that fast. Because for other parts of the globe, there's an issue of demand in terms of population. It is the issue of penetration which is already there. But the base which is available in India is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Yeah. And along with the structural reforms of AGR, of FDI, then on the issue of spectrum.
Yeah. So just before the spectrum, one part of the reform was also taking equity into multinational. I think this was probably the first time that kind of a thing happened. And perhaps would be great to have your views on that, Mr. Prakash.
The equity part, I think what you are referring to is the moratorium and the interest being converted into equity. Is that what you are referring to?
The Vodafone.
Okay, that I put in the bucket of the financial reforms. But
yeah,
be that as it may, that is one part of infusing liquidity. And this offer was for all. It was not only for Vodafone. Okay. Airtel could also opt for it. Mm-hmm. In fact, Airtel, I believe, has opted for the moratorium, and they have perhaps not opted for the equity part. Right. Whereas I understand the Vodafone has also opted for interest being converted into equity. I mean, I can be corrected because the options came after I had left, demitted the office. So I will not do the latest position on that, but that is what my understanding is as per the newspaper reports. Now, I think this was a bold decision. There's no doubt about that. But let's look at it from a larger perspective. Government had extensive consultations with the industry and with the banking sector. Look at the exposure of the banks for funding acquisition of spectrum, and after all, it's all public money. So if any company falls, what happens to that public money?
Right.
It goes. Yeah. So what the government decided was to have a criteria where we allow sufficient time for any one of the players to pay not only for the AGR dues, but also for the spectrum auction dues, which are, and they're huge amounts, and give a 4-year period. We protect the net present value. So your persons who are viewers or who are participating in this seminar session know very well what a net present value is. Yeah. So 100 rupee today at a 10% discount value after 1 year is equal to 110 rupees. So 110 rupees tomorrow is equal to 100 rupees today if the discount factor is 10%. So we have the discount factor for the spectrum dues as also for the AGR dues. And using that, the various companies will be charged interest. It is not that we are saying you pay us 100 rupees, pay us in 4 installments, or pay us after 4 years. No, pay us with interest. And then the government considered that in case the interest component became so intractable, then let's convert it into equity.
Right.
And for government, it may not be a non-profitable proposition. Because if there is a company whose equity today is trading at 6 rupees and the conversion takes place at 10 rupees, and in the process, during the process, the equity values become 15, so government will actually be a net gainer. So it appears to me that this reform was a win-win situation for everybody. And then we have to look at the consumer interest. We have to ensure that there is sufficient competition in the sector.
Absolutely.
So nobody wants monopoly.
Yeah. And even duopoly, so that is why you need.
Yeah, it's an oligopolistic sector, but there should be sufficient number of players, and we would like even BSNL to come up with indigenous technology to do better, so that there is robust competition in the sector.
Absolutely. So now let me come to the spectrum issue that you referred to earlier. Now 5G implementation is there. So, what is the, first of all, the reforms that were done in spectrum, perhaps, a short view on that, and then what do you see as the future, the next paradigm as far as spectrum is concerned?
See, for spectrum, what has been followed since 2012 is that spectrum is auctioned for 20-year period.
Right.
And it's kind of a lock-in. Once you buy a spectrum for 20-year period, whether you like it or not, you have to have it for 20-year period. You can't surrender it in between. You're stuck with it. So one major reform was that instead of 20 years, the spectrum will be auctioned for 30 years. Now this longer time frame gives more certainty to any potential bidder to know, yes, I have this band for 30 years. And it's a fairly long time. Investment plans can be made, capex can happen. And even the investors who are investing in these companies will be happy with this certainty. At the same time, because we did not want and did not think appropriate that the potential bidder gets stuck for 30 years, the government decided that after 10 years, they could surrender the spectrum, provided they give 1 year prior notice. Because spectrum is also a resource which must be used efficiently. It's a scarce resource.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you can't use it, then I should use it. If I can't use it, then somebody else should use it. And whoever will buy it again will buy it in auction. So government will also get revenue in the process. Now, when the spectrum is auctioned, there is a certain upfront payment. Normally, 50% of the payment, depending on the band, is taken upfront. It can also be a little less. 33% also it can be like that. And then there is a moratorium of 2 years. And thereafter, annual payments start. Now, this is to be considered by TRAI. What will be the upfront payment? What will be the moratorium period? And then how the annual installments have to be given. But 10 years is a sufficient time for a serious player, because that much money this player will block or commit. And we don't see in a mature kind of a telecom sector with serious players any problem coming on this count. Another reform, which I think is a bold reform, is that every annual spectrum payment, which was the next annual spectrum payment, was to be secured by a bank guarantee.
Right.
Now, government has decided that the auctions which take place, this requirement has been done away with it. So for future auctions, bank guarantee will not be required. The fourth, spectrum usage charge, that will be done away, that has been done away with for future auctions. Because the thinking was that the telecom company not only pays the bid amount, but then also pays the SUC.
Yeah, that was a
Now,
double kind of a...
the SUC will get loaded into the bid. If there is no SUC, the bid should be slightly higher.
Yeah.
And government should also get more money upfront. So I think these are major spectrum reforms which have happened. And if we juxtapose them with the amount of spectrum which will now be available for 5G, because last 1 year, government has taken a lot of initiative in earmarking spectrum for 5G.
Right.
Because as per the National Frequency Allocation Plan, spectrum is used by different end users. The military will use some, civil aviation will use some, INB ministry will use some, telecom will use some spectrum. So now for 5G, where we require spectrum both for capacity and for coverage, we have enough spectrum available in the sub-gigahertz bands, less than 1000 megahertz band, for coverage purpose. And in the mid-band, which is the most valuable band, and normally for a layperson, that is the 5G band, because that is what everybody talks about. There, earlier we had from 3.3 to 3.6 gigahertz. This has been now increased to 3.67 gigahertz. So 3.3 to 6.7 gigahertz is a fairly big chunk, which will be available for all telcos, all telecom players in the government has done its bit and has made sufficient spectrum available. And this is compatible with what is being done internationally, globally.
Right.
So now the ball is in the court of the industry. Now they must ensure that in the auctions, which will happen sooner or later, I believe the TRI recommendations are due sometime end of this month. And then the auctions can take place. The auctioneer is already selected as for the past auction. And the term was for 2-3 years. So there will be no time spent on getting a fresh company to auction.
Right.
And software, etc., I'm sure is being developed in parallel. So that auction can take place fast. And sometime in this financial year, year 22-23, I sincerely hope we have the rollout of 5G. It may not be pan-India because that may not be economical immediately.
Right.
And 5G requires so much infrastructure, not just spectrum, which I would talk with you a little later if we will have time. But for 5G, the right of way, the fiberization of towers, the number of towers, and using the street furniture itself to have towers for telecommunications will be critical because the cell size is very small.
Absolutely. You need very large numbers.
So the numbers will be very, very large.
Yeah.
And then 5G is not just enhanced mobile broadband. I mean, you and I won't even notice if our download speed becomes a little more. 4G also gives us quite a good speed. But so many uses for the industry are there.
Absolutely.
And in machine-to-machine communications are there. The density of connections, the connectivity becomes so high. I think that is where the real benefit of 5G will come.
So I'm glad that you feel that there will be adequate spectrum which will be available. But the latest controversy which is there is to do with satellite communication and whether we will be bypassing the telcos in the entire process. I know you are not in a policy making situation today, and therefore would love to have your views on this entire issue.
Mr. Gupta, it's very exciting that satellite broadband of India is coming in such a big way, and big players are interested. But we must keep it in mind that satellite-based broadband will never really be a competition for the GSM-based networks which are already there. Satellite-based broadband is likely to be very expensive, and it's going to be focused in areas which are very, very expensive to reach by the normal cellular towers. Now, what should be the spectrum band? And there's some debate on how it should be given. I think it will not be appropriate for me to comment because TRAI is in the advanced stages of considering all these issues and the recommendations are expected by end of this month. So I hope you will appreciate that I will not like to really reveal my mind on what my views are on this particular issue. However, the fact that India, because of its vast expanse, it's a huge country, and we have island territories, we have deserts, where sometimes taking fiber would be difficult, or even having telecom towers will be difficult. So, satellite-based broadband services is an exciting opportunity, and I'm very happy that India is going towards it.
That there are players coming.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
It will be a small percentage
Absolutely.
of the entire thing. One more big thing that happened last year was to do with the entire new semiconductor policy. And I know that the semiconductor policy goes beyond telecom, it also goes into electronics and that entire area. But looking at the future, what do you think is going to be the transformational impact of this new semiconductor policy?
Phenomenal. See, one area where India is behind and we are lacking is that we do not have the entire value chain manufacturing in India. Telecom equipment manufacturing is required, but such equipment also requires chips, semiconductors, and along the entire value chain. And surprisingly, Indians everywhere in the world are the ones who are involved in doing this, but they're doing it for others. So I think it is high time that we start this manufacturing, we cover the entire value chain from the first initial product to the final product to the consumer in India itself. And the incentives which are now being given by the government and the new policy which has come, it's of METI, it is not of DOT. I think it's very far-reaching in its impact, and I'm really happy that we are doing this. And it is not that over time our capacities will increase. It will take time. But still we have to start someday, sometime. So it's very vital. And even if you look at the mobile phones, for example, now India is exporting so many mobile phones.
Yeah. So, on mobile phones, I'm glad that you bring this subject up. There was a time when we were manufacturing in India, and then we went through almost a decade of disinvestment. And it was in your time period that once again mobile manufacturing started growing in India. But what do you see, in terms of the future? Because I think there is an issue of value add.
Mobile manufacturing increased during my time is a coincidence. It happened during that time. But see, we have now a number of Indian companies making mobile phones and they're making good phones. But the value addition in India is very less. We need to encourage these mobile companies to add value in India. That means the entire chain of what goes into the mobile should get manufactured in India. I think this is also one of the production linked incentive schemes which is happening, and this is a step very much in the right direction, and here the results will be much faster. And we should also encourage, which we are encouraging, the foreign companies to manufacture in India. Right. Manufacturing in India does not only mean manufacturing by companies owned by Indians. Yeah. Foreign companies should use India as their site, preferred site, to do manufacturing from here, create employment here, value addition should be here. And we would like patents should be in India, with India. Right. Or Indians. So this is a step in the right direction.
So therefore, looking at the future, once you talk about the entire ecosystem starting from the chip and manufacturing and so on, Do you see India emerging as a, what's the next step of Atmanirbhar Bharat? Do you see India emerging as a place where, which will become a global manufacturing hub?
I think this is what will happen. Because if you look at the investments which are taking place now, the rate of growth which is happening in India, India as an investment destination is becoming increasingly popular. In fact, if you look at telecom, the investments which have happened in the years 2002 to 14 and 2014 to 2021, there's a huge difference. You'll be surprised. In the time period 2014 to 21, there have been massive investments. And with the new policy now of the government of production linked incentive schemes, FDI being permitted 100%, and focus on semiconductor chip manufacturing in India, value addition in India, I think India is bound and destined to become a major global player in telecom. And it's a big market, and it's a growing market. And currently what we have is a minuscule amount of global market share. So we have to go. The base is so small for India that there is no way but to go up and to do better. We are bound to do it.
But somewhere 5G, we missed the entire bus of the standards and so on, because India could have very well, being such a huge market for mobility, could very well be setting up these standards. But do you see that happening with the future technologies, with 6G and so on?
Standards, setting of standards and testing capacities.
Right.
These are major challenges. And I am glad you have flagged this issue. We have a society, TSDSI, which is making standards for equipment in India. And we also have in the Department of Telecom our own organization, which is making these standards, and finally it approves those standards. And testing capacities we have set up in Bangalore, but we need to magnify, increase them substantially. We have not missed the 5G bus. I think one of the fallout of COVID was that for 5G technology, this 2-year period was kind of a moratorium period. America, Europe, everywhere, the nations were struggling with COVID, and India did very well. We did a good job. So our rollout I don't think it's been delayed. If you look at globally, yes, some countries may have more 5G rollout, but that is more in EMBB, Enhanced Mobile Broadband. If we actually are able to roll out 5G in major cities by mid-August 2022, I think we are fine. And the BSNL, MTNL, indigenous technology for 4G, which is being promoted by government, and I believe it's now nearly final. With that rollout, because 4G transits to 5G, it is just software changes. And there are also Indian players who are now making 5G technology. Right. So I think we are very much in the race. Huge investments are required. CapEx are huge. Yeah, absolutely. So that we will have to keep in mind, and government policy would certainly need to be supportive to that extent. And we are taking steps in the right direction. For example, even for spectrum pricing, the thinking now is it should be affordable. Right. And it is not that spectrum is to be used only to maximize government revenue. We have to see the attendant benefits of spectrum. Absolutely. For the entire industry. Right. And when the industry grows, how much employment grows, how much the GST revenue accrues to the government, etc. So it is a larger picture which we must keep in mind, and I have no doubt that the government has a larger picture in its mind. I have no doubt in my mind on that.
So my last question to you, indeed the picture today looks very, very rosy. What do you think would be A, the social impact of this, and B, what are going to be the challenges that we will face in this journey going ahead that we should be addressing as an ecosystem?
No, this is a very tricky question because it pervades in areas which are not really telecom. It's a very, very large canvas you're asking me to now traverse, which is not a problem. I will do it. See, globally, addiction to mobile phones or mobile phones becoming, or digital technology, why mobile phones, digital technology becoming a more and more integral part of our life in everything which we do, has great benefits, but also has grave challenges. There's no doubt about that. Social media has become so powerful, and there are issues which are related to regulation of social media. There are also issues of mobile addiction. There can be cases, there are cases that if we take away a mobile phone from somebody, that person has withdrawal symptoms. So there are addictions which are happening.
Absolutely.
So I think a healthy society, a balanced society would certainly keep in mind all the aspects, the negative and positives, and then take a balanced view on how we have to proceed. Clearly, advancing in digital technology, going for 5G, 6G, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
We have to do it because the entire industry 4.0 and whatever happens after that, it's based on these new technologies. So if India has to progress, India has to have any meaning in a global canvas, we have to have these technologies, which we are having, we're working towards it.
Yeah.
Now, anything which is new, which is good, can have negative fallout? Yes. But then we should be prepared for it. And we should take steps in time so that those negative fallouts are eliminated and balanced. So we must work towards it. And our standards for safety of equipment, our standards for EMF, electromagnetic frequency radiation, have to be as per the global norms, WHO norms, so that we do not have negative impacts of technology on any of us. Nobody would want that. But I think government is acutely aware of this, and we are working on our standards for radiation are even more stringent than what is prescribed by WHO.
That's right.
So we are doing okay there.
So thank you very much for suggesting that as far as the future is concerned, technology needs to be welcomed with open arms, but with a very balanced approach. Thank you very much, Mr. Prakash.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, PG and Anshudi, for that great session and those even greater insights. We now move on to our next keynote session on another important topic of high performance and adaptive computing leadership. To share his thoughts on the topic, we have with us Manik Kapoor, Enterprise Sales Leader, Telecom, AMD. Manik leads the Telecom Center of Excellence at AMD for India and APJ, a professional with close to 20 years of experience in technology in both the hardware and services.
With expertise in product management and hands-on experience in exploring and developing new markets, Manik comes in with a rich knowledge on what drives enterprises in the telecom sector and help them in developing and adopting to the latest technology. Now AMD's hypergrowth in this key sector. Over to you, Manik.
Hi, and good morning, everyone. My name is Manik Kapoor, and I lead the Telco CUE for AMD for India and Asia Pacific Japan region. Today, what we're going to talk about is the high performance and adaptive computer leadership that we bring into the market, to the industry, with the strongest portfolio from the data center to the edge. First of all, I just wanted to, for the people who are not really aware of what AMD brings to the market, the products, I just want to take everyone through the offerings, the product line, the portfolio that AMD brings into the market. So with the leadership desktops, ultra-thin and gaming notebook processors, AMD are the only company to offer up to 16 cores on a mainstream desktop solution. When AMD Ryzen hit the market back in 2017, the DIY DT desktop market was locked into 10 years of quad core. AMD brought the competition into the space, and now the consumer has a choice to select up to 16 cores solution in a non-HDD space. Similarly, from top to bottom, graphic cards and the game consoles based on the RDNA architecture, our latest release on RDNA 2 architecture, can be found in the next generation of performance gaming consoles inside the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and this is actually the second generation, consecutive generation for Sony, and the third for Microsoft, choosing AMD graphics in the heart of the consoles. Our 7nm RX 5000 series gaming CPUs and GPUs have the price to performance leadership in the mainstream gaming segment. We can even find AMD Radeon powering the cloud gaming with Google Stadia, AWS instance, and much more. AMD EPYC and AMD Ryzen Instinct are leading the exascale era today. The fully programmable heterogeneous compute platforms are class-leading EPYC server CPUs with up to 64 cores can be found in the data centers of multinational companies like Google, Twitter, Azure, IBM, Oracle, Amazon Web Services, Tencent, Alibaba, Dropbox, and the list goes on and on. The FP with the recent acquisition of Xilinx, the FPGAs and adaptive SoCs such as SmartNICs, high performance, low latency, Ethernet cards for systems optimization are also part of the scalable processor integration family today. Okay, so with the latest on the EPYC, which is the data center portfolio, the industry leading product and feature sets that offer are the best performance, the high performance, options that can be used everywhere in the modern data centers and modern workloads today. Be it the cloud, be it 5G on the telecom side, be it the AI and analytics, be it on AI and analytics with the training, inference, any of those workloads, and much more to go for. Right? With 2017, when we re-entered the data center market, AMD changed the CPU market space with the launch of EPYC 7001 series, which is the Zen 1 architecture for using the Zen core chiplet architecture on a 14 nanometer die. So with the system on the chip architecture, AMD was able to integrate a separate security processor and begin implementing our advanced on-die integrated security features like secure memory encryption, secure encrypted virtualization, as well as enabling the generation over generation architecture innovation and engineering advances AMD is known for delivering. The architecture advantage delivered by first generation EPYC set the stage for the second generation EPYC to really accelerate the server performance. With the launch of EPYC 7003, which is the Zen 3 architecture Milan code name, we are increasingly, increasing our already impressive industry leadership, counting our quest to help provide better data security. We have added SEBs, which is the nested paging, secure nested paging, increasing the protection and the security of virtual machine data. With the implementation of additional design and features, we have been able to improve our already outstanding performance leadership by an average of 15% in one, and with some cases much more than that. An important aspect of 5G is the architecture change and also the shift the way the silicon is being deployed to scale forwarding. The control plane and the user plane are separated to allow the user plane to scale separately. The planes could be custom to ASIC silicon, a container, a virtual machine on an x86 or a bare metal appliance. What ISPs are finding is with a large quantity of the high performance cores and ability to establish packet forwarding through each SoC, each core on their SoC, can be effectively parallelized. Right. So 5G user plane and the CDN take the advantages of the huge 128 PCI Gen 4 lanes and the DPTK support in the third generation of EPIC. 5G actually is the software scales with the cores, and so the core count does matter. 64 cores on AMD top OPN versus 44 per socket on Intel. Everyone knows the answer. EPIC provides more I/O, over 2x more I/O. With 128 PCI generation 4 lanes, the 5G will drive 100 times or 10 times at least the traffic of 4G, so this is critical and important to have a fast I/O interface so that your network doesn't becomes a bottleneck. So encryption also is a very key feature for all the 5G software implementations. Encryption is not bolted on. So our friends in the market use a secured enclave technology, which requires awareness of the application software. However, with AMD, it's a software agnostic. It's a separate hardware on which the encryption sits on. So you can have a secured encryption virtualization. Each VM that you create can be encrypted separately, using the hardware, irrespective of the software underlying. So the market leading 7 nanometer silicon provides greater efficiency per watt, which is the most critical part for the 5G era, because with more and more traffic getting generated, it's obvious that we need to have more and more compute to the core or to the edge. With the given power, capping at the edge, especially at the edge, we need to ensure with the given power, we need to process that data more efficiently at the edge itself. And hence, more number of cores, I/O does matter. And with 7 nanometer, compared to today, our friends for 10 nanometer, 7 nanometer gives at least 1.6x logical density, which is 20% speed improvement and 40% power reduction. So it becomes an aggregated choice for all the operators, all the software vendors to choose, the greener options available in the industry today. We at AMD also understand the complete 5G era. The disintegration of the software, the hardware with the network virtualization, the shift to cloud native or DevOps. Most 5G software scales with cores, as I said. So it becomes more important for you to have more number of cores or more cores on the same socket to process more data, on the chip. The adoption of hybrid clouds, is another. Adoption of hybrid cloud is another native encryption of the memory and virtualization that helps 5G slicing. It's an urgent need of richer margin services, network-based insight, MLDL, SaaS, security. What to also understand is the video with new experiences. With the new experiences, video data will represent 90% of all internet traffic by 2028. The telcos are trying to manage their ever-increasing expectation of the consumers and the business while currently seeing a very little incremental average revenue per user, despite picking up the cost of the upgradation of the infrastructure. Telco CTOs view video and gaming as critical to their success, as it is the point of control where they can provide a differentiated user experience while the network allowing them to secure customs loyalty. Technically, 5G is the first opportunity to deliver the fully impressive technology such as VR, gaming, due to the enhanced latency and the radio throughput characteristics. The richer experience services like telcos are seeking for more contextual and insightful usage of the network source data to move into deeper, richer margin business as their traditional packet core transport business becomes a commodity. Telcos view the new wave of the industry changes such as smart cities, retail, e-health, automated industry 4.0, e-agriculture as a rich new areas for business engagement as they then need public radio coverage models and the unique network characteristics best served by the large network providers. Our software partners across all telco domains from 5G core through Oss Bss, RAN, and many others are demonstrating predictable scaling of extra code on the third generation EPIC processors. So the modern SoC chiplet architecture is optimized for low cache latency and cloud native microservices and the containerized workload. So 5G software scales with the cores, and cores count does matter. 64 cores for AMD top end, is the choice to go forward for the 5G. We are making great traction among the various enterprise verticals due to the strength of our product and future roadmap. There is no reason why we should be built together. The VM density, the raw compute throughput of 2P platform, and the compute efficiency of our 1P platforms are all benefits that are turning enterprise customers on AMD. So leadership in the workload that run the enterprise, superior virtualization performance in the cost, record virtualization performance up to 50% lower TCO versus competition, 82% Java-based application performance benefit, 2x performance on Microsoft SQL Server, 76% faster SAP SD benchmark performance, record-breaking server efficiency, energy efficiency. And that's not only on the enterprise, the cloud, which is driving performance in the TCO across the world's most dense cloud network, developed customized EPIC CPUs for the most important cloud workloads, which delivers 1.6x more virtual machines in the same rack capacity or the same power capacity. It enhanced the Docker performance by 83%. More memory footprint, more memory bandwidth by about 45% helps the cloud service providers to expand and to offer high memory instances to their customers at the right economics. For cloud sizing, many IT decision makers look at the venerable spec 2017 integer or spec throughput matrix. I know the T size does for the compute does not fit for all, but for both second generation and the third generation, EPIC outperforms the latest competition from Intel with their top performing dual socket Xeon Platinum 8368Q by at least 50%. So cloud providers are taking advantages of that additional performance to significantly increase their compute density and provide more performance per socket per rack than previously available. Across the core count option, this third generation EPIC series outperforms the latest Intel competition and still have more options for dense cloud compute needs. The third generation Intel Ice Lake tops out at 40 cores and is comparable to a performance of 32-core EPIC 75F3 at 40% less CPU cost. Okay. So that's the power of the EPIC processor in the data center. With 64 physical cores in a single socket, 128 PCI Gen 4 lanes, 8 memory channels per socket, and up to which can scale up to 4 terabytes of memory per socket. That's a real powerhouse in the system. And that's not only the system that we're talking about. What we're trying to change here is how the landscape of the IT or data center has evolved over the years. We are also bringing these single socket disruptions in the market with the same core count, with the same feature sets available in a single core or a single socket configurations. So the L3, we at AMD supports the most or maximum L3 that can be supported on the industry level, support up to 256 MB of L3 cache, right? And the benefits of large L3 is the direct accessible per core. So the one thing of this, the chiplet design has helped us to bring L3 closer to the core. So rather than keeping a pool, it is now more closer to the pool. So 32 MB L3 cache can be allocated to a single active core. So reduction in effective memory latency, application performance improves where data sets fits more naturally in the larger cache, better performance for large virtual machines. We also support synchronous clock speeds, which helps reduce latency, which helps improve memory performance, peak stream triad benefits, and bandwidth can improve by about 3 to 5% over EPIC 2 to EPIC 3. So critical for all workloads that are memory bandwidth sensitive like HPC. So I just want to leave this slide with the three key takeaways that I want you guys to remember. So the current generation 2 competes well with the third generation Intel Xeon scalable series. Even the most recent 32 core model is performing within 5% range of EPIC 7532, which is the second generation, at a 40% lower CPU list price. But now with third generation EPIC, there are several models in 34 core, 32 core space that competes on a per core performance. As I said, 75F3 is the high performance queues, which can be compared here. So the new 28 core EPIC Milan, which is generation 3 option 7453, has similar performance compared to a 28 core second generation Xeon Gold 6258R. And the 24 core third generation EPIC third generation Xeon Gold 6342, but delivering a much better value with an up to 2x performance or per system dollar advantage. Over the low end core counts, EPIC Rome will continue with 7252, 7262, and 12 core options in the terrific value starting at $348 price point. The 16 core EPIC model is still one of the best values in the market with 30% price performance advantage over 20 core for EPIC generation for Intel generation 3 Xeon Silver CPUs. And as we're speaking on the performance, when we launched the second generation AMD EPIC processor, we were proudly to show over 80 world records across a wide range of applications and workloads. And now the best just gets getting better. And that's a testament to the performance that the third generation EPIC family brings, the performance that delivers a real work results for our customers. An example of how AMD helps reduce the total cost of ownership, whether it's time to consider refreshing, refreshing servers, where early adoption of EPIC solutions or planning a new deployment. The third generation EPIC 7003 series can have TCO benefits by deploying fewer servers to meet the same performance threshold of the existing or the current shipping servers. This is shown as a comparing 10K units of spec integer performance on Intel 8380 base servers versus EPIC 7763, the top end to top end. I would like you to note that we have multiple tools on AMD that helps you to calculate potential benefits, including the EPIC processor selector tools, which are available on AMD.com, server virtualization TCO estimation tools, bare metal and the greenhouse gas estimation TCO estimation tools, the AMD Cloud Cost Advisor tools can all help you to compute, your advantages in your infrastructure, in your environment. So at the end, I would just want to, say thank you. And with EPIC Instinct, we have the right portfolio. We have the complete portfolio that sits from data center to the edge, that suits from data center to the edge. Thank you so much for your attention.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Harjeet Singh, CEO, Tata Teleservices Limited, for the leadership keynote on surviving in rapid technological change. Harjeet is the CEO of Tata Teleservices Limited and is responsible for the growth and expansion of the enterprise telecoms business. TTL is a growing market leader in the enterprise space and offers a comprehensive portfolio of voice, data, and managed services to enterprises and carriers in the country under the brand name Tata Tele Business Services. Harjeet is an officer of the 96 batch of the Tata Administrative Services and has been associated with several companies in the group such as Tata Housing, Tata Auto Comp Systems, Tata Communications, and Neotel before joining TTL in 2012. Over to you, Harjeet.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, honorable government dignitaries, my fellow panelists, esteemed journalists and industry colleagues. I'm truly honored and delighted to be a part of this prestigious Voice and Data Telecom Leadership Forum, and really would like to sincerely thank Cyber Media for inviting me to share my views on the subject, surviving in the times of rapid technological change. By way of introduction, my name is Harjeet Singh. I represent a company called Tata Tele Services. We bring a wide range of connectivity, cloud, and value-added services to small and medium enterprises. And it's this experience that I will try to bring to the table. So I would confess that I'm not a technology seer, but over the years, having interacted with such a vast number of enterprises, it's important that I am in a position to share this experience with you all. The last 2 years have been anything but normal. All of us have seen the tragedy that has unfolded in front of our eyes. The human dimension of that tragedy is really well known to us. I would dare say that there would be hardly anyone in the room who's not carrying the scars of what COVID-19 has created in the last 2 years that we've seen. It's important to know that the tragedy has been equally profound for enterprises, right? And I say this because, we deal with small and medium enterprises for whom mortality is a factor in any case. These are enterprises who don't have the benefit, some of the benefits that large enterprises have of financing, funding, ability to draw resources, whether human or otherwise. So mortality for them is already a big factor. In the last 2 years, we've seen that a number of these companies have ceased to exist. It would not be fair on my part to conjecture on what these companies could have done or should have done, because the circumstances have been different for each of these companies. But it's important to drive or draw lessons from companies who have actually survived or even thrived in these difficult times. While COVID-19 and the disruption caused by it is extremely apparent, there has been a disruption which has been underway over the last 4 or 5 years, which has been more latent. Now, what is this disruption? This is a disruption that has been caused or created by all of us as consumers of products and services. You would really agree with me that as we conduct our daily lives, the customer experience that we encounter, as we, for instance, let's say buy grocery, buy luxury items in many cases, how we commute, how we consume content, whether it is audio or video, how we consume financial services, we've seen a sea change in the customer experience that we experience. The experience has really become fluid, frictionless, and you can sense that the customer is at the forefront of this experience. So when we, having experienced this kind of journey with the products and services that we consume on a daily basis, go to our offices, we often wonder, why can't this experience be replicated by, let's say, rest of the vendors who provide services to our products and services? And even more important, as we sit in our companies, the important question that we need to ask is, are we providing our customers of our products and services, the same experience that we ourselves have become habituated to in our daily lives? I think that's the important question that one needs to answer. It's also clear that the companies who are looking with customer at the forefront, with customer at the core of their existence, and are simplifying the customer journey are the ones who are thriving, not just surviving, but thriving in today's world. So my talk, a brief talk, is going to be about these companies who we believe are bucking the trend of they have taken disruption in their stride and in fact have grown, in the last 2-3 years, and to bring about some of the patterns that we see as we look at these companies. As I said, the benefit of at least my sort of role and the role that my company plays, we interact with hundreds and thousands of these small and medium enterprises, and therefore some of the patterns that we see, they are quite apparent, and those are the ones that I would like to share with you. The first pattern that we see, again, this is not rocket science, and you would know it already, is the element of digitization of workflows. Now, you'll all agree with me that digitization is a fairly common theme, and if you go back to even say 5 years from now, you will find that digitization was a buzzword even then, and every forum, every industry forum, and every event would have some focus on digitization and how it is shaping industries and our lives, right? The early adopters of digitization digitized workflows which were more of the nature of support processes, so their focus was more on productivity and efficiency gains, where, let's say, supply chain management or any of the other support processes were digitized to make the organization a little bit more productive, a little bit more efficient, right? But what we see now, and this is a theme which has been actually accelerated by COVID, is a number of companies are now focusing on the front end, where value is actually created. So this is the end where we interface with the customer. So the digitization agenda of successful companies, as we see now, has customer at the core of the effort, not back end, but the front end, where the engagement with the customer is not transactional. It is not on a transactional sort of a basis, but more of in the nature of relationship, where the engagement is continual, where structured and unstructured data through these interactions is converted into actionable insights using a mix of tools such as AI, machine learning, IoT, data analytics, data science, and the rest of it. So where the contrast can be seen now is that digitization is not just about incremental efficiency gains, it is about value creation itself, right? And the companies which are putting digitization effort initiative with customer as the key and customer journey as the key are the ones who are therefore sort of ahead of the lot, and who are the ones who are thriving in this new paradigms, right? Now, clearly, I gave you examples of how we consume content, how we sort of commute and all. Many of these companies are digitally native, right? So their model is all digital. That's the only model that they have. And of course, there are examples now. Education is one element where we've seen that companies which have been, sort of 100% digital have also moved to the physical part of it, realizing or sort of demonstrating that it's not just about being digital, it's about offering multiple channels to our customers to interface with us, to know about our products and services, to interact with the intelligence in our company, to be able to, sort of gauge the real needs and problems of the customer, and then therefore shape products and services and the delivery of the same. So omni-channel is what is the buzzword now, where element of digital or disproportionately digital, but also a physical element, right? So for companies which are digitally native, digitization is a part of the DNA. And so what all that the themes that I focused on come natural to them. What about companies which are traditional in nature, right? And how should they embark on this sort of digital bandwagon is the key. Again, in our experience, what we see is that for companies which have been essentially traditional, and I would say that telecom companies have been sort of physical in nature as well, this is a bigger challenge of how do I digitize my work processes? What should I do? Should I take legacy as a starting point and then I innovate around it? Or should I take a totally, grounds up, a fresh sort of an approach where I disregard what legacy is, I disregard how the customer experience journey is today, and really focus on it from ground zero. Again, there are different solutions to different problems. There is no one size fit all sort of a solution here. But in our experience, the companies which have really, have been successful are the ones who have reimagined the customer journey rather than, starting with the legacy journey of what they have and then sort of innovate around it. In fact, I would give you the example of our company. We've been a traditionally connectivity-focused company. Now we are layering it with connectivity solutions, adjacent services, cloud services, and all the rest of it. And in the past, we've toyed with the idea of creating this additional overlay on the basic services that we provide, to an extent where we've realized now that perhaps that's not the best way to extend these customer services to these products and services to our customers. We've created an absolutely new sort of an organization, with all its bells and whistles, product, IT, and all of that, to really reimagine the customer journey and not be influenced by what we already do. So I would, dare say that the approach that we see working out there is a grounds up, a fresh approach, rather than an incremental approach, which allows us to, sort of extract the gains that digitization can possibly get. Scale being the, the primary sort of gain that you get out there. In a world where workflows move to digital, or disproportionate workflows move to digital, cybersecurity becomes an important element. And that's another theme that we see in successful companies, that who are not waiting for an event to happen. COVID-19 may be a physical event, tomorrow's event may be digital. These are companies who are already embracing new frameworks when it comes to cybersecurity to be prepared ahead of time. So I think the operative word is the companies who are reimagining workflows, the companies who are working on digitization at the customer end, certainly at the back end as well, but predominantly at the customer end, who are therefore able to transform the customer interaction from just a transaction to an engagement, where actionable insights, data, structured, unstructured, is pulled through a variety of technological tools, be it AI, ML, IoT, and then the entire process of value creation, process creation begins from there, are the ones which are successful. That being one of the key themes that we see. The second trend that at least we see in our interaction with successful companies is that these companies are embracing a asset-light model. Now again, this is easier said than done. A lot of our industries are capital intensive, where assets play a sort of a huge role, and so again, one solution will not fit everywhere. But I would argue that even in companies which are capital intensive, asset intensive, there is a possibility of moving workflows to the digital side, and therefore in doing so, lightening the asset model. What are these companies, asset-light companies, are able to do? They're able to react to market exigencies in a faster manner. So whether it is pivoting on the customer axis to be going after a newer set of customers, or pivoting on a product axis to creating new products for the same or new customer, or creating new channels to reach the customer, our experience shows that companies which have an asset-light model are the ones who are able to react to the opportunity in the market better. So flexibility is what is the key here. Ability to respond is the key element that I talk about here. And how are these companies asset-light? These are the companies which are adopting cloud platforms, and not just across parts of the value chain, but across the entire value chain, starting from the sort of the customer awareness journey, to products and services, to the entire sort of ecosystem which brings these products and services together and delivers that. So again, just to summarize, asset-light companies adopting cloud platforms are the ones, in our experience, especially over the last 2-3 years, who've managed to respond to emerging demand in the industry or in the market, emerging trends or even disruption better than the other companies. So digitization and asset light being the common thread, which is the other trend that we see of companies which are able to survive and thrive in this sort of new normal. Clearly, if for a company, simplification of a customer journey is the primary goal, obviously, yes, this goal is serving a end objective of profitability, a return on investment, shareholder wealth, and all the rest of it. But the key theme is, how do we enhance and simplify the customer journey? Then the human resource element of organizations also become key, right? If on the one hand, we are transforming the customer journey, can it happen if the skill sets within an organization at an individual and collective level are static? Certainly not, right? So whether it is induction of new skills or upgradation of skills, or employee-friendly policies which makes it possible to extract or lean on, skills across the country, irrespective of language, location. These become really, really key. And I would say that this third element is perhaps the one which is often ignored, not very well understood, right? So skilling of the organization at an individual and collective level becomes, I would say, the single most important agenda of CEOs out there in the new normal. If we have to digitize, if we have to create an asset-light model that responds to demand in the market in the fastest manner possible, if we have to simplify the customer journey, that cannot happen if the resident skill set within the company at an individual and a collective level is static. And therefore, this really sort of becomes the third pillar of that we see as a trend in companies which are successful out there. So if I were to summarize, companies which are looking at digital as an important element to simplify the customer journey and participate in the value creation process, companies that are embarking on models which are more contemporary, not legacy, asset light, and therefore are leaning on sort of cloud platforms, companies which are focusing on employee skill upgradation at all levels. And this is not just the team which interacts with the customer, it is the entire ecosystem, starting from the CEO downwards, are the ones who we believe are surviving or thriving, and who really are creating the technology agenda, right? So the technology is evolving because the customer is evolving, because we as service providers are understanding what the customer needs, and therefore creating technology to make sure that the need is fulfilled in the fastest, simplest form sort of possible. Last but not the least, I'll close my brief talk by saying, and this is our experience certainly from COVID, that when the lights go down and sometimes and occasionally when even technology fails us, it is the innate ability of us humans to adapt, improvise, and the human values, I would say, of empathy, hope, kinship, and collaboration that are as valuable a building block to success as is technology. Thank you very much. I wish you a good day and may you enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arjit, for those wonderful thoughts. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Executive Director, CDOT, to share his valuable thoughts on Atmanirbhar India manufacturing locally. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, an officer of the Indian Telecommunication Services of Government of India, is the Executive Director and Chairman Board, CDOT. He has earlier served in various leadership roles in Prasar Bharati, DOT, BSNL, DRDO, and TRI. He holds a PhD in Corporate Strategy and Policy, an MBA from IIM Bangalore, MTech from IIT Roorkee, and a certification in International Public Policy from Syracuse University, USA. He is a winner of several awards, including J.C. Bose Award in 1987 by Ministry of Defense, National E-Governance Award 2007 by Government of India, Deepak C. Jain Award in 2009 by IIM Bangalore. Over to you, Dr. Upadhyay.
Former Chairman DCC and Secretary Telecom, Shri Anshu Prakashji, Chairman Cyber Media Group, Shri Pradeep Gupta ji, distinguished speakers in this session, dignitaries and guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar to all of you. I feel privileged to be part of this prestigious forum amid a galaxy of field experts and veterans in this session. Thank you, Cyber Media, for giving me this opportunity to share my views and deliberate upon the theme, today's theme, Atmanirbhar India, manufacturing locally. I think this is the theme of this session. Yeah. Our country has been witnessing unprecedented enthusiasm and unparalleled energy from the ecosystem to make India self-reliant, as envisioned in our Honorable Prime Minister's clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Undoubtedly, the road to Atmanirbhar Bharat is very long and arduous, that calls for high degree of concerted effort from all of us, perseverance, determination from all of us. So the question is, why is that we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat? What are the reasons? Definitely, There are economic reasons as well as strategic reasons. If I talk about economic reasons, if you look at the demand of the telecom equipment and electronics in this country, that is massively increasing over the years. And as per the government estimates, this will grow to USD 300 billion by 2024-25. So demand is not going to reduce, demand is continuing to increase. So this basically, because of this high demand, the imports are also increasing because we are not manufacturing well. I mean, we are not doing much in the manufacturing sector. So primarily this demand is being currently met by the imports. Yes, exports are growing, but not to that extent. But imports are growing rapidly in this country. And today, if I look at the trade deficit for the country, for this electronic segment alone, in which telecom equipment comes, it is around $50 billion. So this is a big, so if we can manufacture locally, some of these trade deficits can be reduced. What does it mean, trade deficit reduction? If we manufacture in this country, so economically we will benefit, jobs will be created, economic multiplier effect will take place, and a lot of other industries will also benefit. There is another reason, security reason. All of us know that security is becoming paramount importance, and with the complexity, the networks are gaining day by day. Very complex networks are being deployed. The security is also very, very important that we need to take care. And we have been reading in the newspapers and the articles that not many hacking is happening. And if we can build our own equipment, I think we can be very sure that we deploy secured equipment. So therefore, Atmanirbhar Bharat is not only economic consideration, it is a strategic consideration as well. Definitely, Government of India has been taking various initiatives to boost indigenous manufacturing. Several initiatives have been taken by the government for R&D, for supporting the industry, for supporting MSMEs, for supporting startups. If I look at the one of the simplest program what MIT started, manufacturing program PMP, that was notified to promote domestic value addition in mobile phones, and there's some assemblies and part manufacturing some time back. And results are there for all of us to see that there has been considerable growth in indigenous manufacturing of electronic equipment and mobile phones. We are able to export well. Our exports have increased from 0.2 billion in 17-18 to 1.7 billion in 2021. At the same time, the imports have decreased from USD 3.5 billion in 17-18 to USD 0.5 billion. So now we have become export surplus. What I meant was that there are more export happening and less of import happening in this particular segment. But overall, the trade deficit still continues to be very high, about $50 billion. Government came with a very specific scheme, PLI. It came in various sectors. It was also applied in telecom sector, and this was a very tailor-made scheme to promote manufacturing in this country. Government has put around 12,195 crore for incentivizing the manufacturing in this country. With an investment of 3,345 crore investment, it is expected that this scheme will create a job of 40,000 employment it will create, as well as it will lead to production of around 1.82 lakh crore. So PLI, we from the CDOT, we had a webinar here where we invited all the PLI recipients and told them that whatever technology we have, we'll provide you, and we will help you in terms of design and other things also. Why design is important? If you are doing plain manufacturing, today 50% of the global manufacturing happens in China. But there are other firms like Qualcomm, Broadcom, those are fabulous kind of companies, even though they are not manufacturing, but a lot of money from the value chain is going to them. So we also need to invest into the design part. Therefore, this DLI scheme was announced. Government came up with the semiconductor policy, wherein government allocated 76,000 crore to help semiconductor ecosystem, because today all the chips are coming from outside. We don't have either fabrication facility or fabless companies in this country who can take it up. Government has really taken up this very ambitious program under DLI, where government is saying that we will invest into making the infrastructure for semiconductor in this country, and will promote both semiconductor design as well as the display ecosystem in this country. I'm sure that this is going to usher a new era in electronic manufacturing by providing this kind of package by the government. Definitely, it is going to pave the way for India's technological leadership in these areas of strategic importance and economic self-reliance. I'm sure this DLI scheme will help various stages of development of semiconductor design, integrated circuit, chips, SoCs, IP cores, semiconductor link design, so many things. And once the semiconductor design is also possible in India, I think a lot of value will be derived from the manufacturing for the India itself. Government has also taken a very bold step that to promote R&D. So R&D is also very, very important. So for manufacturing, we need design, we need R&D. So government is giving a lot of push to R&D. Government has come up with 5% of US of funding for R&D. Government has already announced in this budget what it translates to around 500 crore per annum to be available to be distributed for to the industry. I mean, it's not going to government alone. It will go to the industry so that many industry partners, startup ecosystem can come up and design technology for this country, which this country needs. As far as the CDOT is concerned, CDOT is available in various technological domain. We manufacture switching technology, optical technology, wireless technology, security, network management, M2M, IoT, or GPON, XGS-PON, DW, all kind of equipment we do. And recently, you may have read in the newspaper that we have recently completed proof of concept in BSNL, and our 4G technologies will soon be deployed in BSNL network. We are also working on 5G, or 5G will be ready. NSA mode will be ready by August 2022, or 5G SA will be ready next year, sometime in third quarter. So we are also working in quantum communication. So we would invite through this forum the industry partners to come and collaborate with us, take our technology out, customize it, and reach out to not only Indian market, but to the global market also. We have formed a 5G alliance. Under 5G alliance, we have made various consortiums. One consortium is RAN consortium, 5G RAN consortium, 5G core consortium, 5G security consortium, 5G transport consortium, 5G application consortium. So any of the partners, any of the startup, any of the industry partners can come and join this consortium. We are ready to fund, so it will be a joint collaboration. Here the purpose will be to move to a product, delivery. So together as a consortium, we have learned this lesson very well. We partnered with Tata, TCS, Tejas, and we were able to deliver the 4G POC to BSNL. We want to extend that concept to all of our technologies, and we want to give all our technologies, including source code, to the industry so that the industry benefits. They don't have to reinvent the wheel, and because R&D is expensive, and CDOT will actually undertake these R&D. So much focus is on 5G. So we have set up a 5G alliance, and we request the partners from the industry to come and join hands with us. We are also changing our TOT policy, transfer technology policy. Earlier, we used to give only hardware design. We were not sharing the software in source code. We were only giving binaries. Now we are ready to give our source code also, so that various variants can be developed by the industry and taken to the market. So we are looking for collaborative research in various areas of the in order to develop various products. So I must thank Cyber Media for giving me this opportunity, and I also look forward that many industry partners will come forward and collaborate with us in order to give the technology to this country, so that we can not only develop for India, we can also develop for the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. I would now like to invite P. Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone Idea Limited, at this leadership keynote session on 5G for a better tomorrow. P. Balaji is the Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer at Vodafone Idea Limited, India's largest telecom service provider from 31st August 2018. A member of the national leadership team, Balaji leads the company's regulatory, public policy, and government relations activities along with industry advocacy, corporate communications, reputation management, and CSR. Prior to his present role, Balaji was the Director, Regulatory External Affairs and CSR at Vodafone India. Over to you, Mr. Balaji, for your valuable keynote.
Good morning, friends. It is a pleasure for me to be speaking at the annual edition of the Voice and Data Telecom Leadership Summit. We are at the cusp of 5G rollouts in the country. Therefore, it is important that we deliberate on this very important technology evolution to make it a success in India. Frankly, 5G is more than a technology evolution. It is a catalyst for collaboration and innovation across sectors and players that will change the lives of citizens and enterprises. India is already experimenting and testing 5G. I believe this is necessary to build a strong foundation for 5G and to drive digital India. We are ready for 5G at the right time when the market and the ecosystem is maturing. For 5G to be a success, there is a need for facilitation in several areas, including the development of India-specific use cases for enterprises and consumers, enabling government policies around spectrum to drive network investments, backhaul, and devices. Industry players, supported by the government, have taken some concrete steps towards the path of 5G rollout in the last 1 year. The allocation of 5G spectrum for trials was a welcome first step. The fact that it was extended further suggests that all stakeholders want to get into 5G in a definitive and meaningful way so that its benefits for the consumers and society is achieved fastest, that it catalyzes economic growth and also brings some return to the industry. Vodafone Idea's 5G strategy has been centered around collaboration and partnership because we believe 5G will be a success only if all ecosystem players come together to bring use cases of relevance to consumers and enterprises. During our 5G trials in Pune and Gandhinagar, we brought together technology leaders, domain experts, startups to curate a wide range of use cases in areas such as public safety, connected health services, connected schools, smart cities, smart construction and connected workers, drone-based surveillance, sports in terms of smart sports training, and immersive cloud gaming. And further, at over 4 Gbps, Vodafone Idea recorded the fastest 5G speeds in the country during the trials. Our focus is now on developing more use cases in areas such as smart cities and gaming, smart agri and as well. You will see a lot of action in these areas this year. Talking of investments, with the Telecom Reforms package, the government has clearly indicated its intention to drive digital economy growth and have a stable market structure of 4 players, 3 government, 3 private and 1 government. What is needed now is a well laid out spectrum policy, which will be key to investments in 5G. As per estimates, there are over 7 lakh 4G base stations in the country that will need to be augmented and upgraded to 5G. Add to that, there is a need for additional few lakh sites due to densification of network over the next few years. All this requires massive investments. In fact, the government's own National Digital Communication Policy estimates investment requirements to the tune of $100 billion. And for this, a financially healthy telecom sector is essential. It is critical that policymakers look at the economic growth that 5G will drive, rather than just the revenue from spectrum sale. The government's key initiatives and programs, whether it's a Make in India, the production-linked incentives, Digital India, Startup India, a $1 trillion digital economy target, all of these will be driven faster by 5G. It will surely have a multiplier effect on economic growth and generate significant employment in the country. Therefore, as India gets ready for 5G rollout and spectrum auctions, it is imperative that policymakers plan an auction process that benefits 1.3 billion population in the country and gives them operator choice, that it stabilizes the industry so that people who are in the sector, the players, the telcos, can invest into 5G networks. And lastly, to drive adoption of 5G by encouraging innovation and delivery of new services over 5G networks. The spectrum auction planning should ensure that all 4 telecom players get adequate spectrum with significantly lower pricing than the present reserve prices. During the TRAI consultation, the industry has proposed no upfront fee and a few years of moratorium to ensure that all the investment goes into network deployment of 5G. It will also be necessary to have spectrum caps to avoid spectrum concentration in 1 or 2 operators, along with the option of E and V band for backhaul spectrum. At an industry level, there is a consensus that valuation of the mid-band 3300 to 3670 megahertz spectrum should be reduced by about 90% or more. The industry also expects easier payment terms provided for so that the financial stress is neither aggravated nor does it nullify the liquidity support provided the government through the reform package in September 21, which was absolutely path-breaking step taken by the government. We are hopeful that the industry's requests will be addressed by the regulator and the government, since there's been intensive consultation that has taken place on the matter recently. Taking these steps will also enable to create the right digital infrastructure for 5G so that it triggers a multiplier effect on the economy and meets the larger national objective. We believe that interventions such as what I have mentioned will also open 5G for more innovation and will enable India to take a leap towards a smarter, safer, and sustainable future. The startup ecosystem is a hotbed of innovation. They have had a significant role to play already in the growth of the economy. And with the government's enabling policy, it will further drive more growth in this vibrant ecosystem with 5G coming in. At Vodafone Idea, we are working with several innovative startups to build our propositions for Industry 4.0, smart cities, and smart citizens. To make Vodafone Idea ready for 5G, we are modernizing our network with 5G-ready technologies such as massive MIMO, dynamic spectrum sharing, etc. We are deploying 5G-ready equipment on both radio and core, and with our early moves in Open RAN adoption, cloudification of core, and with the largest edge cloud deployment in the country, Vodafone Idea network is now ready for 5G rollout in the future. In a nutshell, there is a lot that can be done, but a lot more is required. I would only say I'm hopeful, and I think India is ready for 5G. I believe that Vodafone Idea is ready for 5G, and our consumers and enterprises will get 5G for a better tomorrow in the future. With this, I thank Voice&Data for getting the industry stakeholders together on this platform and wish you success for your event ahead. Thank you and have a great day.
And now I would like to call upon Anand Bhaskar, Managing Director, Global Service Provider Business, Cisco India and SAC, sharing his insights on Internet of Future. Anand Bhaskar is a seasoned business leader in the IT services industry with expertise in leading large business units, strategic partnerships, and transformation programs across India, Asia Pacific, and global clients. At Cisco, Anand is the Managing Director for the Global Service Provider Business for Cisco India and SAC region. He's responsible for business performance across telecom service providers, media, and the entertainment industry. Over to you, Mr. Bhaskar.
What got you here won't get you there. These words of Marshall Goldsmith reminds us constantly on the need to change, evolve, and accelerate the cadence of innovation in order for us to continue to be successful. Hello, my name is Anand Bhaskar from Cisco Systems, and I am excited to deliver this keynote address on the future of the Internet on the occasion of the Telecom Leadership Forum organized by Voice&Data. Prior to the pandemic, thanks to 4G, internet traffic was already growing at a fairly rapid clip. And then we have the new normal and the 2 years in between. We need to acknowledge, commend the stellar role that our service providers across the world, and especially so in India, have done to help us all pivot to some semblance of a new normal. Had it not been for them, the economic impact of not being connected would have been nothing short of catastrophic. This work has not stopped here. In fact, in my opinion, it's just begun. Businesses are facing a completely new set of priorities. First, they have to reimagine how they design, develop, and deploy their applications. That was true before too, but has only got heightened on account of the pandemic. Applications are how services are delivered and consumed by their customers, by their employees, and everyone and their entire ecosystem. It is in fact how companies build a relationship between their brand and their customers. Applications earlier on used to be an adjunct or an extension to the business, but in a lot of cases today they are the business. Hence, it's so critical for CTOs and CIOs to reimagine how they build their applications. In the connected world, the network is the nervous system that allows everything to work together and in a seamless manner. So while on the one hand it has created limitless possibilities, on the other hand it has introduced incredible complexity. So it's very critical for CTOs and CIOs to relook at how they transform their entire infrastructure. Third, security has always been of critical importance to our customers and to our businesses across. And now it has become even more important, even more complex, with the pandemic expanding the attack surface almost exponentially. So securing the data becomes another critical imperative for the CTOs and CIOs. And last, if the pandemic taught us anything, it is that work is not a place you go to. In fact, it is something that you do from anywhere. Given that change in perspective, customers will have more employees than ever working remotely, either permanently or in a hybrid work. So customers must be able to empower their teams irrespective in this entire hybrid work scenario. These 4 priorities that I outlined have a significant impact on the network, and Cisco has been helping service providers transform the entire network economics. We are doing this by helping our customers grow their revenue through new market opportunities, either in the enterprise space or in the consumer space. We help them by reducing their cost, security support, and last but not the least, at a foundational level, also provide financial structuring for the overall proposition. Let's start by taking a hard look at the internet today. Quite frankly, the underbelly of the internet is horrifyingly messy due to the legacy and the issues that rapid growth brings along with it. The biggest problem? IP and optical networks operate in silos and often in conflict. A tradition of using separate networks with multi-layered architectures is now unproductive, complex, and expensive to operate. That needs to end. What's the solution? Routed optical networking allows us to converge IP transport functions with the optical interconnects, simplifying these network layers, which drives huge amount of savings. We must simplify the internet to deliver future experiences and the immense and the significant need for bandwidth going forward. And more importantly, this is an opportunity to with the economics being managed, an opportunity to connect the underserved and to close the digital divide. If you look at these 2 areas, we see a shift happening on 4 broad dimensions. First and foremost is the flattening of the network, which means delayering complex service provider networks that is currently there, ensuring that there is an end-to-end software-defined network, there is end-to-end automation to enable intelligent services, telemetry, IoT, so on and so forth. That is a very important portion if you have to improve the network economics. Second, very importantly, is the data center transformation. As we proliferate mobile broadband networks, data happens at the edge, and the second major transformation is creating is all about creating disaggregated data center architectures to capture the data where it gets produced. That is the most important priority. As we all know, data is perishable. If you delay processing, you lose value. Mobile edge compute, service edge compute, wherein data is analyzed at the edge, processed, security applied, and then value extracted and given back to the consumer. To enable that, operators are resorting to leaf and spine architectures so that they don't have to bring data all the way back to the core. Traditionally, this was being done at the core, but now more and more data gets processed and sort of value extracted at the edge. So this is the second important transformation that we are seeing. Third one is the Uberization of the Oss Bss. Historically, we have built monolithic fault management and field management, ticketing and billing systems. Now we are in an age of digital value creation wherein folks are looking for instant gratification. Consumers should now have the ability to sort of provision their bills, payments online, which they anyway are doing today. This calls for a shift to a very different model, what in my view we call the 2.0 of Oss Bss. And lastly, as data becomes our mainstream business, enabling enterprises and critical structures becomes very much mainstream. And to enable that, we have to take care of data at every stage of the network, right? And hence ensuring security is front and center of every change we make on the network is absolutely key. I began this session by talking about the priorities for CTOs and CIOs. Now let me explain how 5G helps solve these priorities and at the same time opens up new opportunities. Firstly, it will help CTOs and CIOs reimagine their application. With the ability to transmit huge amounts of data at faster speeds, 5G will help bridge the gap between customers, apps, and business technologies. Second, 5G will also help transform the overall network infrastructure. 5G is designed to support almost close to 100x increase in traffic capacity and deliver network efficiency. With 5G, businesses will be able to create multiple virtual networks with just one physical system. And it will also help boost real-time predictive maintenance, smarter automation, and a whole new set of which in turn will enable developing new business models. 5G will also help secure their data. Why? Because 5G encrypts more data, it is more secure and hence less prone to interception. And 5G is also much more software and cloud-based system than the previous wireless networks, which will allow for better monitoring and spot potential threats much in advance. And last but not the least, 5G will also help empower the teams. Because 5G allows millions of devices to connect simultaneously, and in addition, given the fact that by nature it delivers much higher data speeds, much lower latency, higher reliability, it helps provide a much more uniform experience to all users, especially in a hybrid world where some of them will be in the office, some of them will be on the video or on a device or connected to the network. It is so important for all of them to feel connected and sort of have the same experience of a meeting. In summary, as we redefine the future of the internet in the 5G era, it will be marked by a transformation of monumental significance. Long ago, data ran over voice networks, dial-up modems over telephone lines. At higher speeds, the economics inverted and voice over IP ran over data networks. IP services will no longer primarily run over optical networks. Instead, optical services will join the rest of the legacy services and primarily run over IP networks. The advent of 5G opens a new world of possibilities for every industry. The benefits are spread across industries that are on the cusp of their digital journeys, be it manufacturing, be it logistics, be it education, be it financial services, be it smart cities, you name it, and we will be able to transform that there. These networks play a crucial role in providing a competent platform to support the widespread adoption of critical communication services and driving the digitization agenda. We at Cisco are engaging in 360-degree partnerships with all leading service providers to help prepare their networks for 5G by enabling an open, intelligent, and a secure network platform. Secondly, by helping digitize their operations, and last but not the least, enhancing their go-to-market strategies to help build the internet of the future and secure a much better returns on their investments. With that, I would like to thank Voice&Data for having given us this opportunity to present the keynote address on the future of the internet, which we believe is so important as we sort of get into the 5G era and hopefully make the first 5G call in this calendar year itself. Thank you so much and look forward to catching up soon. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for those insights. And now I would like to invite Mr. Hariom Rai, Chairman and MD of Lava, for his keynote session on a key to unlock India's potential. Mr. Rai demonstrated his leadership instincts from the beginning as he became the president of the Students' Union of his college in Delhi University. Lava was founded in 2009 along with hundreds of other Indian companies, but today Lava is the #1 domestic company with more than 60% share amongst the domestic companies in the mobile phone market. Lava operates in more than 20 countries outside of India. The company achieved a turnover of about $1.2 billion with over 15,000 people. For this keynote, over to you, Mr. Rai.
Good morning to all, and thank you, Cyber Media, for giving me this opportunity. When I was told to speak on what is going to happen in electronics manufacturing in India, I thought that let me speak on the subject, holistically, how India is going to progress from poverty to wealth. Because if we understand the fundamentals, things become very simple. And I think whatever has been presented in this presentation, in my mind, if we can deploy that into any other sector, it is going to work similarly. But right now, I'm going to speak in context of electronics. So what is the big picture? Let's understand first. So Bharat, 5,000 years of economic dominance from till 18th century, from 300 BC till about 18th century, for 5,000 years, we were 25% of the global GDP. When the Britishers came, they brought the GDP down, and when they left us in 1947 with 3.9% of the global GDP. What we have done in the last 75 odd years has brought us further down to 3.1% of the global GDP. So first and the most important thing for us is to understand that whatever we have done with the country, it has not served us well. Let us also look at it from the different context. We were really, really left behind when the whole of Asia also kept progressing. We were almost similar in 1960s. In per capita income, look at Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China, and India. Almost similar. Japan was a little ahead, but almost similar. But look at what has happened to us and where we are. So something happened here, because of which we have not been able to progress. Let's try to unlock as to why it has happened. So to unlock that, let's understand the process of growth. Finally, whether it is a family or a company or a country, finally, when you are at a low level of stage, or the issue is in the knowledge and skills, that's all, whether it's an individual or a family or a country. So stage one for a developing country, that it lacks knowledge and skills. So what needs to be done? That you have to deploy your people in the agriculture and in the manufacturing, because it has the most use of limited productive skills. It is also called the volume deployment of workforce. So we know that we have not been able to actually kickstart the manufacturing in a greater manner. And then what we do is, after there is a second stage, which is the value creation stage, that you keep the money targeted for fastest technological learning, which means what you need to do is to radically restructure the agriculture and also, acquire higher level of skills and technology in the manufacturing domain. So, to give you a context, India is 1.6 times India has land than China. Yet China's production is double to that of India. We have 160 million hectares and China has about 104 million hectares, which means that 1.6 times land, but the China production is double. So opportunity for us is to produce more, but why we don't produce more and if we'll produce more, what will happen? I'll take you through that point later. But we have to understand that the opportunity of country and why we were 25%, because God has given us everything, whatever is required to be given. So let's understand the post-nuclearization. Before that, before the world became nuclear, the countries used to make colonies. But after the nuclear situation happens, there is a new world order, how to make colonies and how to ensure that the richer countries are getting richer. The fundamental is the economy, whether, in the colony period also, economy is at the heart of government agenda, because whatever government requires to do, whether it is to build the social and physical infrastructure, so your health, roads, electricity, etc., or you have to build your defense and security, or you have to redistribute the money from the rich to the poor. For all three, you require money. And for that, economy is at the heart. And to do that, what you do is you build businesses to take share from the global pie. That's what the world has done. What is the process? We have to understand that nations are rich only if their companies are rich. That's the only process of growth. How to build the companies? Only large companies can compete on the global scale. So winner takes all is the principle. We know that. So how to build those companies? First is the nurture, that you protect and support the infant industries. Then you enable them to attain scale to compete globally. And this has become the new military system of the developed world for making colonies. So the only process of building a robust economy is champions. Let's understand how the champion companies this is how. So first of all, it's a top down. Champion companies means very, very large companies, because once you have, for example, let's say in China, I've seen factories employing 1 million people in just one factory. If you have 1 million people in just factory, you have, giant companies supporting you, maybe companies employing 500,000 people. And then to support the giant companies, you have large companies, deploying 100,000 people. To support these large companies, you have MSME companies. And to support these MSME companies, you have very small companies to support that. And that's how you create the ecosystem. So let me again touch upon the point which I mentioned at the beginning, that once you have such a large ecosystem, even if, for example, when I go to China, I see hundreds of restaurants in a row, and each restaurant is really, really running well. Why it is running well? Because there's so much of ecosystem, working, and, there are so many people earning a lot of money. They are going to all the restaurants, and and the consumption is at a very, very high level. Whereas in India, I see at certain places there are 5, 10, 20 restaurants, and suddenly you will see restaurants going bad, etc. Because the fundamentals are that we don't have very large economy built on the basis of manufacturing. So what does this ecosystem does is that it becomes globally competitive manufacturing and service ecosystem, employing millions of people. What does it do? It starts doing exports. The whole focus is how can you take share from the global GDP? And to take share from the global GDP is that you focus on exports, whether these are goods or services, you have to export that and get the export surplus, because that export surplus multiplies in the economy as economic multiplier. So when you have a very large ecosystem, then the kind of farm production you consume, whatever the farmers produce, you consume, and the farmers become very wealthy. Today, if we will produce so much, and in sometimes I see farmer produce, they have to leave their, farm production at the farms itself because there's no taker, because we don't have a large economy. So when that happens, when the farmer become very wealthy, they start, creating demand for manufacturing goods and services. So that's how you create the, a virtuous cycle in the economy for that. What is the impact of domestic champions in economy? Let me just take you through the numbers of Fortune 500 companies. What is the revenue of the Fortune 500 companies for the global GDP? Top 500 companies produce 40% of the revenue in the global GDP and their ecosystem. Taiwan, 8 companies are there, produce 73%. Of these 500 companies, in Taiwan, 8 companies are there. They produce 73% of Taiwanese GDP. In France, 26 companies, they produce 69% of French GDP. China, 135 companies, producing 56% of Chinese GDP. Korea, 15 companies, 51% of Korean GDP. Germany, 27 companies, 51% of German GDP. USA, 122 companies, 47% of a giant US GDP of more than $20 trillion. So, and India is just about 7 companies, creating 13% of Indian GDP, out of which 4 are, the government firms, the public sector firms. So we have a very small, piddly economy, and of that economy, only 13% is contributed by the 7 companies. So this is the US versus China. In 1996, China had only 1 company in the Fortune 500 list. Today, China has 135 companies. It has surpassed US, and US has only 121 companies. This is how China has grown, by making the Fortune 500 companies or champion companies. And this is the percentage share. China's share is about 56% of their GDP of these top companies, 135 companies, and US has 44% of these 121 companies. So we have to understand why it has happened, how it has happened. The developed world deploys only 3 inputs for building champions. Number 1, utilizing the domestic market to build champions. This is number 1. Number 2, the banks. The banks followed completely development agenda through the monetary policies. And number 3 was the fiscal inputs through budgetary mechanisms. These are the 3 mechanisms the world has followed. Let me just elaborate that. So every country today advocating free market followed protectionism and champion policies to create world-beating firms. Let me elaborate that further. In 16th century, Britain did the same, taxed export of raw wool and import of clothing to nurture export-oriented wool and textile industry. 17th century, France followed similar policies as Britain. 18th century Prussia from Frederick the Great, all interventionist policies were followed. 19th century USA, the first Treasury Secretary, Alexander Hamilton, was dubbed as, in the USA, mother of all protectionism. Then 19th century unified Germany refined and expanded the policies of Europe. And then 20th century Japan learned from German protectionism, followed by Korea, Taiwan, and China. This is how the world has moved forward on the protection side. On the monetary policy side, what are the monetary policy during the development? The bank follow the development agenda. There is low return for citizens when the development agenda is being followed in the bank. When they keep money, maybe 1%, 2% less return is there, but the entire money is focused towards the development agenda. A rediscounting of loans following the development agenda, and also export is the key criteria. What are the fiscal policies during development? The government build necessary infrastructure to create global scale. They incentivize domestic companies to create R&D, supply chain, and manufacturing skills, and subsidize and incentivize to create global competitiveness. These are the 3 important elements on the fiscal policy also. What are the outcome of the policies? That high employment rate, acquisition of technology and skills, creation of world-beating firms, multifold rise in exports, long-term financial and technological independence, virtuous cycle of demand, and finally, migration from poverty to wealth. So first of all, I think what we need to do is to acknowledge failure first, and then start further. What has happened? Our mistake was that we opened our economy prematurely. We think that in 1991, we have done a great job. But what happened? The money came into the country, but it never made the country people productive. It went into the consumer lending. It went into speculation of secondary market or speculation of land, but it never made the country productive. So this is a huge the economists, they studied the policy which were being followed in the developed world, and they forgot to see what the developed world did when they were in the developing stage. They completely forgot. And that's what is the big problem of the country. Having said that, this is the best time to take a leap. And this is the big picture. Let's understand that. On the electronics IT, this electronics and tech create the most value in the world. This is the value of the global market. So in the total valuation, $15.5 trillion valuation is created by is the market cap of the tech industry, which is about 17-18% of the total market cap, global market cap, of about $85 trillion. So if you see from the GDP perspective also, about similar contribution with the economic multiplier we have from the electronics and tech industries. Because the revenue is $4 trillion, which multiplies at least about 4 times to add value to the remaining GDP. So roughly $16 trillion is what is the value addition of electronics and IT in GDP also. And the electronic industry revenue is about $3 trillion. And therefore, electronics and tech is the most valuable sector in the whole world. And the contribution of this sector is also growing in the rest of the businesses, because whether it is agriculture or you do any business, textile, your machinery, everything, the electronics and tech is now being used everywhere. And today, we are very clear that the world is looking at the alternates to manufacture, the alternates of China, because the population is aging now, the per capita income is rising, the job opportunities are there for people beyond manufacturing. They don't want to work for manufacturing. For example, a guy who's working in the mall, getting about 75,000 rupees equivalent, and he's working in a factory getting 60,000 rupees equivalent or 55,000 rupees equivalent, and it's a cumbersome job. Nobody wants to work for manufacturing in China. Therefore, the wages have risen in the last 10 years, tripled, and the world is thinking that you are over depending on one country. You have to go in and do a different supply chain, and the geopolitical compulsions are there, and therefore the entire world is looking at China plus one. India, there is no doubt, is the best answer because of young, unemployed, large population, second largest English-speaking people in the world. This country is the technology center for most companies. Software is the key, and we are doing software for such a long time. We have low-cost IT services. Again, software is key for electronics, and we are doing it for a very, very long time. Low wages are there in the country because of lower per capita income. And this large population, despite we are a small market, we are not a large market, but this large population is going to become a very large market with the GDP growth. And therefore, it is the best for any company, any world's company, to manufacture in India in the same manner how they have gone and manufactured in China for 30, 35 years. So because the market access you get through local manufacturing. For example, in Vietnam, if you manufacture, it's at 8 to 9% of the Indian market, Indian population. And therefore, once you manufacture in India, you get a very large market eventually to manufacture and supply to the same market. So what is the vision and strategy we have? Let's see this from this perspective, that India population is we are 18% of the global population, yet surviving on a mere 3.1% of the global GDP, which means that we have to take our fair share from the global GDP. And to do that, we have to export our goods and services. And because of that, look at the journey of electronics. In the national policy of electronics, we want to take the electronics from $70 billion, which we manufactured in 2020, to $300 billion by 2026. And this is the target. 70 billion we have produced in the 2020, out of which about 11 billion we have exported, and 59 billion was the domestic market. And we want to go now from 2020 to 2026, $300 billion of total production, out of which 180 billion local consumption and export of about 120 billion. So what are the established economic principles? Is a very fundamental principle that the winner takes all, and because of which business eventually consolidates in the hands of very, very few players due to economies of scale. The same principle is equally valid for countries as well. Only handful of companies are going to supply to the rest. And therefore, what is the goal we have taken in the electronics industry? That India must take 50% share of the global consumption of electronics by 2032. There'll not be, only limited companies are going to supply to the rest of the world. So build 50% globally competitive value chain in India by 2032, at least in the next 10 years. This is what the target we are taking as a industry, and also working with the government on the same target, and ensure that remaining 50% manufacturing in the world cannot be competitive without using India's competitive value chain, which we are producing in India. That's the goal which we are taking. So what are the strategic imperative for that? That the entire strategy is export-oriented strategy. And in the bargain, we'll also supply to our domestic economy. So to do that, what we need is to build globally competitive supply chain and design ecosystem in India. How can it be built? By creating economies of scale. How economies of scale can be created? By attracting global GVCs, global value chains, to create and to manufacture at scale. And in order to attract them, what we need to do is to mitigate disabilities. And for that, the PLI scheme has been created, as you know that. And the most important is to build Indian champions for long-term technological and financial independence of the country. So strategy deployed in the electronic sector. Mobile phone is at the core of electronics, because once you build mobile phones, you can build anything. Why? Because a mobile phone, whether it is electrical design, mechanical design, it is in microns. If you produce mobile phone, you can produce anything, on the industrial mechanical design part, on the hardware part, because every single product of hardware which is used anywhere else, it is used in the mobile phones. Similarly, whether it's in the software also is the equally same. And also, it connects with the rest of the electronics, and also it has highest revenue. So once we are able to build an infrastructure of mobile phones, anything can be built in India. So this is the process of growth and dominance. Once we understand how the mobile phone business is going to happen. So you acquire skills and technology at the beginning. Once you acquire the skills and technology, if you have scale, economies of scale at lower per capita, your output becomes very, very competitive. That's how the entire world has progressed. So at 17% of Chinese per capita, India's output would be most competitive globally once we are able to create economies of scale. This is a fundamental principle. So this is the visionary PLI scheme, as you know, that we have brought, to create economies of scale, global champions and their value chains to start the ecosystem, and Indian champions, a separate scheme, so that we are able to, deepen the skills inside India, deepen the value chain inside India for long-term technological and financial independence. So this is up till now, this is the strategy, whatever we've done here, but it is not good enough, because there are facts leading to challenges. When you see the Chinese companies are consistently gaining the market share, and China holds the largest share of the mobile phone value chain. Let's see how the mobile phone value chain is. 3.5% value chain of the mobile phone is in Europe. 10 to 15% is in US, depending upon which segment you're talking about. Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, about 35 to 45%, and 40 to 50% value chain is in China. So that's the scenario today. And how the market share, this is the fact 3, that the market share movement of foreign versus Indian companies, how it has happened. This is the foreign companies. Today, they occupy 90.8% share of the mobile phone market in India. This is how the Indian companies have gone, 9.2% volume market share. Value market share should be less than 2%. And here, in Indian companies were 44% of the market in 2015. They have come down to about 9.2% market today. And the Chinese companies have grown to become 63% of the volume market of Indian companies. These are the 3 facts which are actually challenges for us to build. And this is the situation. The top segment of India, because Apple is coming and going to manufacture at a very, very large scale. Therefore, this segment is covered through Apple, but they have a very large Chinese supply chain. And we are, unfortunately not giving, Apple, I think, an open this thing to bring their Chinese supply chain and manufacture in India because of some geopolitical issues. So this is the challenge we have. Samsung has also started exporting, but it's on a losing spree. We have seen the last chart. And Chinese companies command the largest market share in the value chain today in the whole world and also in India. And they are sort of not bringing their value chains in India. That's the issue we have. And Indian companies, as we've seen, are being throttled through capital burn and supply chain cartel of the Chinese companies. That's what has happened in the past. So what is the way forward? It is very clear for us that what is the holistic strategy? This is the last slide for India's technological and financial independence, that we need to change the mindset first. And we have to understand that the biggest business of the country is the government. This is the biggest company of the country is the government. And therefore, government has to think that they are fully responsible for building the globally competitive ecosystems and the firms. The firms belong to the government, actually. That's the process. And to do that, you have to change the measurement system, to change the behavior and change the mindset of people working in the government so that they believe that their companies are theirs and they have to build the companies to create finally, to change the country from, to migrate the country from poverty to wealth. Secondly, the Chinese companies and their supply chains, when they're coming, they must follow the development agenda. But once they are following the development agenda, they must be given green carpet for those companies who are bringing skills and fully aligned to follow the development agenda, for example, to exports from here. Because the Taiwanese companies and Japanese companies who were the biggest enemy of China, they went to China because they utilized the low per capita of China and their human resource and exported from China to the world. So that is also, we must follow that, because our per capita is low. Once we'll be able to create skills, we'll be the most competitive. So any company who is utilizing the India's labor and exporting out of India must be supported, whether it is Chinese or any other company. Last, the fiscal policies, we have to create economies of scale through incentives and subsidies. We have to create a roadmap for globally competitive supply chain, for creation of globally competitive supply chain in India. And we have to utilize the domestic market also. That's what the world has done. For Indian companies to build scale, we have to give them exclusive market access of 20%, roughly 20% of the market, to enable scale for creating Indian champions, global Indian champions. This action itself will build the globally competitive supply chain in India in a very, very big way. And the last one is the monetary inputs, as I've already discussed, that banking must follow the development agenda. Banks to have targets to build Indian champions. They should not just go for lending and speculation, etc. They have to follow the development agenda. They have to get targets to build globally competitive financial cost by subsidizing the cost of companies, following the development agenda. So thank you very much. This is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Mr. R.K. Bhatnagar, DG Voice, for sharing his thoughts on Atmanirbhar India manufacturing locally. Ragesh Kumar Bhatnagar has served the telecom sector for over 45 years, including 37 years as ITS Group A official with Advisor Technology, being the last posting. His expertise includes diverse areas and functions such as technical, regulatory, training, research and development, standardization, and planning of telecom models. He supported telecom exports from India as Director General Telecom Equipment and Services Export Promotion Council for 5 years. Presently, he is supporting Atmanirbharta in the telecom sector as Director General Voice, which is Voice of Indian Communication Technology Enterprises, by supporting Indian registered companies with their own R&D, IPR, and designs. Over to you, Mr. Bhatnagar.
Good morning, friends. I welcome all of you to the 21st edition of Telecom Leadership Forum from Cyber Media. It is a pleasure for me to be speaking on the issue of Atmanirbharta. Incidentally, right now I am functioning as Director General of a new association which is working exclusively on Atmanirbharta issue. So we are enrolling the members who are registered in India. They are having the Indian design, Indian IPRs, Indian technology. So in a true sense, we are supporting the Atmanirbharta, which is being pursued very vigorously by the Honorable Prime Minister. Atmanirbharta in telecom sector is very, very important, because right now, as far as the import bill is concerned in telecom sector, is very, very much on the higher side. It is next to the oil sector in terms of the imports. But with Atmanirbharta being fully supported for the government, I'm quite sure that in coming weeks, coming months, we are going to see a game-changing position as far as India is concerned. So already for the government side, there's a policy on public procurement, Make in India policy. So that is announced by the government, covering all sectors, including telecom. So this is an excellent initiative and a single-handed policy that can resurrect the domestic manufacturing industry. It is in a way the mother of all policy framework that is required to be strengthened, that can enable the environment for startups and design houses for the initial deployment of their products. You see, if you are in any other segment other than telecom, say you are there in the consumer electronics, you manufacture televisions and refrigerators. Even if you produce 50,000 pieces, you'll be in a position to sell them, whether it is urban market or rural market. But that is not the case as far as the telecom products are concerned. Here, the people who are going to buy it, they are going to be the licensed service providers, and one has to ensure that they end up buying your products. But unless you get first set of the orders, you'll not have the experience, you'll not having the adequate conditions which are spelled into the tenders, so it becomes very, very difficult. So public procurement policy for domestic industry, at least for the government procurement, it is a very a good initiative coming from the government. But here, the last, based on this policy, the last order which had come out from the Department of Telecom was having 36 items. We have already shared with the government a list of 94 products where there are multiple suppliers are there. The government will be in a position to say that adequate level of competition is there and all the suppliers are Indian suppliers. So at least 94 items are there where the domestic players can give a competition to any supplies that could be coming from outside the country also, in terms of quality, in terms of the prices. So they can be definitely be matching, because as for the public procurement policy is concerned, price matching that definitely is required to be there. The new version of the notification from Department of Telecom based on this this policy is now overdue. It may be coming as early as this month itself. So we have already told the government to insist on the compliance to the TC specifications, because at times it happens that international specifications are prescribed in the tenders and domestic players, they get left out. So when we are procuring for India, so naturally national standards, they are most important as far as the domestic procurement part is concerned. There is in many cases, there are turnkey projects are there for the government, and telecom, it includes the civil works also. If in that case, the telecom product just gets restricted to 15 to 20%. So in that case, many cases, the policy is getting bypassed because they count the overall cost of the project, including the civil works. So items need to be segregated. Similarly, the software component also, it becomes very, very important. So policy for circumvention, this is required to be avoided. Sometimes it could be on the ground of interoperability issues. Some proprietary products, they get introduced. At present, the policy is not restricted for deployment by the state government. So policy needs to be extended to the state governments. It is at present not applicable for the telecom operators. It needs to be extended for the telecom operators also. For World Bank funded projects also, it needs to be extended. And then line of credit and grants in aid also are at times being given by the government to countries, least developed countries in Africa, etc. So there also this can be extended. What government can do is issue a list of frequently asked questions, because the different ministries, they may have a different interpretation of the policies. If the frequently asked questions are available, then it will act as a sort of a guidance to the respective ministries of how the policy is going to work. The policy has a provision for the grievance redressal system, and the nodal ministries can take a lead, so that you see, even before the finalization of the tenders, they can act, and the time delays and litigation, etc., at the later stages, they can be avoided. Then as for the implementation is concerned, there should be more teeth should be available, so that punitive actions also can be taken, because sometimes self certificates are required to be given, and people at times give wrong certifications. So there should be blacklisted. All those who are taking this type of wrong actions, they needs to be barred. Then on security front also, the government has recently initiated on security trusted sources at the ground level itself. So enforcement and surveillance of that also will act as a sort of a very positive step. We have already passed 75 years of independence, and Azadi Mahotsav 75th year we are celebrating. But still there are 25,000 villages in the country which are not covered, because telecom services can be provided only by the licensed service providers. And when the service providers find that it's not attractive enough, they don't go into those areas. So there can be a new policy could be there. The details are there. Right now I can not go into the details, but definitely a private networks can be established with a new private networks with the spectrum and active and passive network elements coming it as a shared resource coming from the existing licensed operators. Then the possibilities of spectrum allocation also, that also we have indicated. There are but 20 kilometers away from the railway line, this is available. So these type of spectrums can be deployed for the private net of the in the least uncovered out on this. On 5G R&D, also capping of the R&D was capped at 15%, and manpower provision was not being allowed. Advantage with the support coming in from the government, all these possibilities are there. Some additional issues, outdoor trials, that also can be indicated, because normally the manufacturers, they don't have the spectrum available with them. Spectrum only you will be able to sell it off in urban or rural areas, but not in the telecom sector. So market access is very, very important. Incentives if they are procuring it from the domestic sources. So for 5G, from the government side, the possibility of making a provision for provision of the incentives for the private procurement from the domestic sources, that can be permitted, and in that virtue of if they do so, there can be incentives can be there. Large scale new technology transfers also can be supported. Then very important thing is, as far the infrastructure is concerned, a common test infrastructure can be created. It could be there at CDOT, or it can be other suitable locations. Anyone can come, plug in and test their equipment. And along with that, you see testing and certification and infrastructure that also can be supported over there. IPR facilitation is another area that can be supported. Another very important aspect is that champion initiative communication, quantum communication, rule communication, network security, optical and networking, supported by the government, not only for the activities within the country, but also for the government side. And I'm quite sure with the industry and government working hand in hand together in the coming weeks, coming months, we are going to see a very, very positive outlook as the domestic manufacturing industry is concerned. We have seen a great change as far as the government is also concerned. Earlier, the government was not interacting with the industry in detail. Even yesterday night, we had almost a 3-hour session in which 50 leading domestic players, they had an interaction with the senior officials of the ministry. Some of the white papers that we have submitted to the government, we have seen that the government is trying to take some action based on the white paper submitted. And I'm quite sure if the government continues to work like that, the day is not far when India should be a global leader, at least in the 5G and new areas of technology for the coming months, coming years. So with that, I would like to thank the organizers for this event, for giving me an opportunity to present my viewpoints. And again, in the end, I will like to remind everyone that the coming issue of voice and data is having many articles supporting the Atmanirbharta in the telecom sector. Definitely have a look at those articles. Go
lives, but also in the corporates and policy making. This eminent speaker who I want to call upon now on the stage is playing an important role in the AI, sharing his thoughts on next-gen telecom scripting growth. Through digital. Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, AVS SM and Bar SM. 2013, he retired as the Signal Officer in Chief, head of the ICT wing of the Indian Army. He was responsible for planning, executing, and operating all strong army strength. He has been on numerous GCs and boards of universities, government bodies, and corporates. Over to you, Dr. Kochar.
It's a pleasure speaking to all of you today on this very important subject, next-gen telecom scripting growth. As the pace of digital adoption increases for many Indians and will radically impact every sector of India's economy and most likely create significant economic value. Today, we stand at the threshold of a digital revolution simulated by 5G. It is the roadmap to the future growth and socio-economic development of a country which aspires to become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. According to a report released by US-India Strategic and Partnership Forum and Crosstower, in the next 11 years, most of the $1.1 trillion in total economic growth will come from ancillary digital asset-related businesses that are yet to be identified. Imagine a world where driverless cars are a reality, a post-pandemic world where doctors monitor your health remotely. Imagine AI-enabled drones monitoring agriculture land, construction sites, defense areas, and generating reports in real time. All this would be enabled through 5G communications. The Civil Aviation Ministry's estimates of India's drone sector to achieve a total turnover of 120 to 150 billion rupees by 2026 from its current turnover of only about 800 million rupees. The impact will be multi-sectoral, positively influencing sectors to improvise changes in order to ride this bandwagon of growth and success. In robotics alone, India will benefit from increased productivity, reliability, and scalability as the robotic process automation and market is expected to reach 135 billion rupees by 2035. That is huge. Autonomous drones could be used to spray fertilizers, scan and identify unwanted weeds through the use of AI, and apply pesticides wherever it is needed to reduce insect infestations. Already in use are high-end sensors to track the flow of Godavari River to optimally distribute water to farmers in agricultural fields and to minimize floods. These technologies will boost the agriculture sector by improving the yield, bringing transparency across the value chain, and ensuring smarter supporting infrastructure while also increasing farm returns. The integration of technology in the classroom is the key to educating and skilling students for success. AR and VR will change the educational landscape by making learning more engrossing and tech-oriented. Next-gen telecom is going to comprise of a new age technologies such as the Internet of Things, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, drone technology coupled with 5G technology. India's augmented reality and virtual reality market stood at $1.83 billion in financial year 2020 and is forecasted to grow at a CGR of 38.29% until financial year 2027. In the post-pandemic world, the integration of technology in the classroom is the key to educating and skilling students for success. AR and VR technology require higher bandwidth, lower latencies, and network resiliency. In other words, they need 5G. Thus, the advent of 5G, coupled with the use of new age technologies like AR and VR, will lead to a far more advanced and tech-centric educational landscape. Further, armed forces across the world already use advanced virtual cockpits to train fighter pilots. With 5G, pilots wouldn't be limited to pre-programmed scenarios and locations. Instead, training data could be captured and sent to the cloud for processing, generating new scenarios and challenges which can be sent back to the simulator as a direct response to pilots. This is something which doesn't happen today. Virtual reality, along with augmented reality, has extensive applications in the medicine and healthcare industry, along with treatment, especially for mental health. AR/VR-based training for doctors can bring down costs and minimize or actually eliminate instances of mishandling of live cases. At the X-Tip lab of Professor M. Manivandan of the Department of Applied Mechanics, IIT Madras, there is equipment that can simulate sense of touch to the user. The equipment has been designed to train doctors in vitro fertilization, laparoscopy, and administering epidural injections. India's health market is expected to boom with the rise in internet penetration, rapid digital transformation due to COVID-19, and increasing government support coupled with rising investor interest. The e-health market in the country is expected to reach $10.6 billion by 2025. India is home to more than 133 funded e-health startups, which raised around $1.5 billion during 2014 to 2020. The Indian IoT market is expected to reach $9.28 billion by 2025 from current $4.98 US billion dollars, driven mostly by changes in enterprise behavior triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and the vertical's focus on automation, which are driving the market. Use cases such as industrial automation, building automation, security and surveillance account for the majority of the market revenue. Telcos may benefit from a share of this revenue depending on their strategic partnerships with hardware providers and their roles in the IoT value chain. India offers multiple opportunities for IoT providers, and the country's IoT ecosystem is expected to continue growing to offer entire new streams of revenue, which have not even been thought of today. The emergence of blockchain technology is expected to boost innovation in many aspects through decentralization and providing India a unique opportunity to take a digital leap. Blockchain has the potential to be a solution provider for any business, especially in securing and decentralizing the data and automating contracts between parties via smart contracts. Blockchain technology is already being used across the world and is the most common use in cryptocurrency. This technology has the potential of creating a value addition of 35,000 crores to the telecom sector alone. In India, the TRAI initiated the project of implementing blockchain for tackling unsolicited commercial communication and is the first of its kind in the world. Similar applications hold immense benefits and potential. With blockchain, forward-looking companies, for even those based out of Tier 2, Tier 3 towns, will be able to build apps and platforms that seamlessly cater to a global user base, thereby boosting the Make in India, Make for the World concept. In light of the above development, data management will also play a critical role in times to come. In the recent past, most of the data was managed in physical form with no effective data security, efficiency, or transparency. Some organizations, especially government departments, still follow this method of data collection and distribution. 5G and these new age technologies like AI, IoT, machine learning, etc., will change the way organizations will implement data management strategies. With 5G-based services in place, automation of data management system will be possible through the hybrid cloud applications like edge computing and network slicing. Referred to as 5G data crush, it will revolutionize the way industries operate. Data flow will not be incapacitated by latency as 5G begins offering much greater speeds than 4G. The big data analytic market in India is currently valued at around $2 billion and is expected to grow at a CAGR of 26%, reaching approximately $16 billion by 2025, making India's share approximately 32% in the overall global market. The telecom and technology companies have been using analytics for years. However, the full potential is yet to be realized by leveraging on the huge amount of data that is generated every day from social networks, search engines, government portals, online businesses, and other applications through real-time predictive analytics. The advanced analytics solutions can provide insights which can help in creating new business models and launch innovative projects and services. By leveraging its own data and combining the data of different sources, telecom operators can gain deeper understanding of the customer interactions, product performance, and churn, and thus improve upon customer experience and value addition. Telecom companies can use these insights to help other industries as agriculture, healthcare, education, to name a few. A 5G enabled environment would help India to run with the pace of the world. By the end of 2025, 5G will account for over a fifth of total mobile connections, and more than 2 in 5 people globally will live within reach of a 5G network by 2027. 5G will represent around 39% of mobile subscriptions in India, with an estimated 500 million subscriptions. That will have a cumulative economic effect of $1 trillion by 2035. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. Along comes 6G, which will bring the human race itself will start evolving into a different avatar. Let's just wait and watch. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thoughts and insights. Now coming to the next one, here I would like to introduce two industry leaders, one who represents India's leading telecom and the other India's leading tech company. I call upon Akhil Gupta, Vice Chairman, Bharti Enterprises, in conversation with Manoranjan Mao Mahapatra, Chief Executive Officer, Comviva. Akhil is the Vice Chairman of Bharti Enterprises and has played a pivotal role in Bharti's phenomenal growth right since inception and has been closely involved from the very beginning in the growth of Bharti in the telecom services sector, both organically and by way of various acquisitions. He has led the formation of various partnerships for Bharti with leading international operators like British Telecom, Telecom Italia, Singapore Telecom, and Vodafone, in addition to induction of leading financial investors like Qatar Foundation Endowment, AIF, and Sikua, among many other private equity funds. He has also been instrumental in raising several $1 billion by way of project finance for the group over the years from global banks and bond markets. On the other hand, Manoranjan Mohapatra, popularly known as Mao, his career has been dedicated to the development and deployment of innovative software communication solutions in rapidly growing markets, transforming high potential businesses into true world-beating organizations. His track record for enabling innovation, his deep knowledge of telecom-related technology, and his wealth of experience in a range of operational and marketing roles provide a strong leadership base from which to enhance Comviva's position as the leading provider of integrated VAS solutions in emerging markets globally. Over to you, Mao.
Very good morning. Happy to have you, Akhilji, in this call, and look forward to learning from you and your vast experience on the 5G challenges that the operators are likely to face and how do they leverage the opportunity that is on their way.
Thank you, Mao. Lovely to be on this fireside chat. I think a very relevant topic. You are, of course, the master in dealing with 5G, so I do not know who learns from whom, but it will be interesting to talk about some of the very important issues around 5G development today.
So for the benefit of the audience, I have learned pretty much everything about telecom from Akhilji in my life. And few things that I'm still learning or experimenting on a daily basis is ability to, as we say, pardon my language, cut the crap and get to the grassroots of the issue. His amazing problem-solving ability and really reach to the root cause of the challenges. And that's why I said it'll be a great opportunity for the next 30 minutes for me.
Thank you.
The first question I have for you is, these are definitely very exciting times, particularly for the telecom industry and the new technologies that are emerging, be it on the digital experience, be it on metaverse, be it on 5G and plus. Clearly, there is both opportunity and challenges galore going forward. How do you see from a prioritization and opportunity monetization point of view, the operators are viewing these opportunities?
So I think if we look at all the technological development of which perhaps metaverse comes right on top, and perhaps the biggest development which will happen in the coming few years, there is one common thread amongst all technological developments, and that is bandwidth. All of them need bandwidth, which a telecom operator provides. Now, if it's something like metaverse, it will need large dollops of bandwidth. There could be other smaller technologies which could be very relevant, but need just a small bandwidth. Perhaps 4G has been meeting a whole lot of that, and that is why the big technological revolutions in the world have been seen in the 4G era. With 5G, there will be technological development which would not work without that kind of bandwidth, and that's where I think telecom operators play the major role. There has been a big debate whether telecom operators should also venture into the field of application and content and so on. And so I guess the battle which telecom companies are facing is that in the name of digital, should they be looking and focusing on networks, or they should also become digital content providers in whatever shape and whatever name you call it. I think those are the two big opportunities, but of course, there's nothing to beat the opportunity on the network side.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Airtel has been in the forefront of customer centricity pretty much from the very beginning. And in these times, customer experience is becoming even more important. How do you see monetizing customer experience, be it leveraging the high bandwidth and low latency of 5G or the metaverse or any other technology that's coming in addition to allowing the operators to pump in more bandwidth to sell more data, but particularly how do they monetize the experience part from a consumer perspective?
So if we look at it from a customer point of view, which is the only way one should always look at it, what does the customer need? Customer is needing more and more content, more fine applications and content and so on, and they want to see it in the best possible manner, right? Mostly video is what is developing. Now, from a operator point of view, the first part I can do to keep the customer very happy is provide him a great network. I think 90% of customer satisfaction is a matter of simply whatever else we may call, 90% is network, network, and network. If your network is good, your customer is happy. And the second piece is some of the complex applications and contents which will come in. There again, an operator can decide whether they want to be part of that big ecosystem in terms of owning some of them. But the best thing they can do, and this is what we plan to do, is partner with the best in class and provide a platform where all the applications, all the content providers, all the developers can come and plug in, and then we seamlessly can distribute that application or content to our customers, whether it is in terms of customer access center, whether it's in terms of billing, etc., etc. I think if as a telecom operator, I can provide a great network and a great platform where all the developers and content providers can come in and plug in and be made available to my customers seamlessly, I think that will really enhance the customer experience.
Thank you. Absolutely, sir. Network is the core, and I think everything else can revolve around it. Sir, what are some of the early use cases that you are envisaging, particularly for Airtel, to go to the market with? And secondly, when do you think the real benefit of 5G will reach the poor farmers and the health workers in the villages and the teachers in remote schools? What we say is our dream in terms of healthcare or agri-tech or other areas. Is that really going to happen or not?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to happen. But a few things will determine. Let me deal with your question about what could be the use cases. Now, very clearly, I think whether it's driverless car or robotic surgeries may not be the right use cases for India immediately. One day, I hope, yes, absolutely, why not? But the immediate big use case, which I can clearly see are two or maybe three. The first is the mobile communication itself. I mean, we all come from the era where we had 2G, then we had 3G, then 3.5G, then GPRS at 3.75G and 4G. Now we will have 5G. Therefore, that speed of communication of data is the first one. And I do hope that this time the operators are actually able to monetize that. It costs a lot. Therefore, on top of whatever is the package for 4G, I really wish that they do actually charge something extra so that the customer can actually get that experience. The second big use case in my mind is again stemming out of the need of this country. And if you see in NDCP, the digital communication policy, the main aim is to bring a broadband internet to everybody in the country. Now that, as you all know, is impossible on wireline, just not possible. Therefore, 5G can fill in that gap. I think wireless broadband can really be a killer app, to my mind, of 5G. And that's what one can work at. Wi-Fi inside the premises, 5G for backhaul. That can be a very good use case.
Thank you, sir. I agree with you that it has a potential, but sir, I have a fear of unknown in my mind. If you look at the G technologies, 2G was of course a hit because it gave mobility to people. 2.5G was partial. I would personally think 3G was not that great a success. 4G again has done well from a market point of view. The other phenomenon that I have observed is every incremental G, the time to recover your investments is short because the next G comes quicker. So is that, and clearly 5G has a lot of investment requirements. So is 5G going to be elusive to benefit the society? Would 6G deliver that, or would 5G be there? Like 3G was a bad example. Not many people recovered their investment.
Well, I'm sure 5G would have a lot of potential in this technology. And there was another part of the question which you posed. Can the benefit reach the hinterland? Yes. And I think that is the key question before the operators, before the government. And that is why I have been advocating that this time around, let us walk the talk. The communication policy says that maximizing revenue is not the aim of the government, providing internet is. If that is the case, the 5G pricing should be such that, one, you can mandate that the rollout has to be very stringent so that it goes to the rural areas and not confined to Delhi's and Bombay's and Kolkata's of the country. And it will also release capital from the operators to actually put into those networks. So it will really depend on the policy as to how 5G benefit can go to the hinterland. And yes, over a period of time, there will be a lot more applications, particularly suited for far-flung areas like health services. Now, if a doctor has to examine virtually, prescribing something is different, but he has to examine virtually, you'll need 5G.
Yes.
So there will be many cases which can benefit the society, provided 5G is taken deep into the country.
Thank you, sir. Changing direction a little bit, there is a trend that is emerging that the communication service providers are aspiring to be platform providers.
Mm.
Rakuten is openly gone to the market talking about it. Jio has, I only can tell you what I've read in the media, that they have said that they have a fully developed 5G stack, and they would be offering it to the others in the marketplace too. I also saw or read about some joint venture, not joint venture, a kind of a joint initiative with Tata's where Airtel is doing something in 5G development too. What is the long-term thought process in being a platform provider? Is that just enriching your network, or do you see a separate line of business altogether?
Well, first of all, let me distinguish from a platform provider versus an equipment provider.
Yes, sir.
I think what many telcos are trying to do is say, we will also be in equipment. Now, yeah. I think every company will have its own philosophy. We believe we can partner with the best, like we have done all throughout. But whether we want to get into production ourselves, maybe not. Maybe we are better off confining ourselves to services. So it will be an individual choice. But the key is, even if you make it yourself, as an operator, you must put a separate hat and buy the best at the most efficient pricing and the most efficient working. Whoever can provide you that, I think it's good. It's good that we are getting into the era of Open RAN, which means the dependence on proprietary technologies is going away. And then it doesn't really matter who is providing the equipment.
Thank you, sir. Actually, my question was leading to pretty much what you just answered, but I'll still go ahead and ask. While the Open RAN technologies and the standardization the idea is to stay away from proprietary technologies, but we are also in a way gradually moving towards another, hopefully not play hostage to the large superscalers like the Microsoft Azure or AWS, or that, end of the day, there'll be only 3 or 4 large superscalers from cloud computing point of view, and they are not as interoperable like an open system as one thinks them to be. And I know Airtel is already, I'm not sure Airtel has not openly said, but with $1 billion investment from Microsoft, there may be alignment either already there or could happen in future. But would you be shifting from one set of critical dependence to another set of critical dependence?
Not at all, not at all. In fact, even in the traditional world, we had always Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei. There was never dependence on only one equipment supplier. Similarly, on the cloud side, we will have Amazon, we'll have Microsoft, we'll have Google. The investment by Google does not provide any kind of exclusivity.
True.
So there will be enough competition to be really worrying about getting trapped by anybody.
Right, sir. There is a thought process of investing into emerging technologies, be it an AI, own kind of technology development arm within the Airtel, a lot of incubation that's happening as we speak. Is it because you don't find competent partners to lean on in the marketplace, or you want to create your differentiation vis-a-vis competition?
Well, definitely there's no dearth of competent partners. I think in every field we see more and more talent and more specialization. Why we have been doing some incubation? Like I said, we want to have a platform which is a middleware where people can just come and plug in without worrying about the APIs being different. And then we can seamlessly give it to our customers. In order to do that, the best is to incubate some, get the real experience of how it is done. What can we do to make it a kind of an open platform? So it's more with that. We have no illusion that we'll be best in AI or any other technology. I think we will definitely partner with the best in class.
My last question is your completely new initiative on OneWeb. the low Earth orbit satellite broadband system. Is that in some way, of course, it is totally complementary, and that's what has been said, but if you look at its possible side effect or impact, other than the metro areas, OneWeb would have a role to play even tier 2 or tier 3 cities, as opposed to just the far-flung areas. In some way, would that be a competition to some of the businesses you are in already?
No, I think no satellite communication, at least in the current form, can be a threat to the terrestrial networks, no question. It is purely complementary. The use cases of LEO satellite services will be to provide the telecom operators with backhaul in places where they don't find it feasible to either get the backhaul, or in some cases, very remote places, even the normal service where the density could be so low that it's not feasible. But that's far and few. The other use cases are enterprise services, government, defense, aviation, marine. Those are the big cases for usage for that. Right. So there's no question of threatening that. Yes, I do envisage and I do wish that one day the devices become common between terrestrial networks and having satellite connectivity, so that the operators can actually bring these satellite services behind them and make sure that their customers will always get a signal come what may. But it is never going to replace terrestrial. It could come behind an operator and give the customer a much better experience.
I'm sure it will happen, sir. I know Thuraya in Middle East has a service where they have a roaming between the GSM network and the satellite networks. And I know a lot of startups are working in that arena, particularly for IoT and data devices, for roaming between GSM and...
But now that won't help, because unless the device becomes common, correct, there will be very limited applications. So the key would be, if possible, if the device, which is a normal mobile phone, can also connect to satellite, I think that is when the benefit of these services can be visible to the telecom operators in a very big way.
Right, sir. My last question, sir, which is very close to your heart. Airtel always has innovated and disrupted the market, and be it completely outsourcing the network operations, saying we are managing customers and brand, and that's what we are good at, to creating a minute factory or a second factory, bringing down the price point of voice and data to far more affordable to the common man on the street. We have seen a lot of such initiatives coming out from the Airtel headquarters. And I know you've been behind most of them yourself personally. What is it that we can expect to see next?
Well, first of all, let me dispel the doubt. Airtel has never been a disruptor. I think everything which we did in terms of innovation has arisen out of two things. Either there is a lot of inefficiency, therefore we tried to correct it, or there were areas where we did not have enough resources or capabilities. And it virtually always stemmed out of our belief that in this world, you must partner and let the specialist in any particular area provide you the services. But this vendor relationship, we try to always overcome and say, let's be partners with them. And we also extended that to our competitors, that we can compete on the front end, but there is no need to uselessly competing at the back end. We can collaborate on the back end. So I think all that we have tried to do is to try and see how all of us can get benefited by sharing the infrastructure, doing things in a manner that where I lack, and Comviva, for instance, is very good at, I'd partner with you. Why would I want another Comviva within my system? So that, I think, has been a philosophy which has been able to guide us. And with that philosophy, as you can imagine, possibilities are always endless. So hopefully we'll continue to do some more efficient things like that.
Thank you, sir. Though I said that was the last question, I completely forgot one thing. You have personally done a lot of pioneering work on passive network sharing across operators, both on the commercial and political side as well as on the technical side. 5G claims that active network sharing is a possibility. But do you really see that happening?
Yeah, I think, again, it is very much in the digital communication policy, wherein IP1s have been mandated to go into some parts of active network also. For instance, the antennas. They can definitely have common antennas, common radios. It will happen. I think some regulatory work is going on. But again, I always believe the infrastructure provider must never compete with the customer. Therefore, in fact, we have been suggesting to TRAI and to DOT, enhance the scope, put a condition that they will not be in a position to offer service to the end customer. They must offer services to licensed operators. And I think that's a win-win for everybody.
Absolutely, sir. It's been a pleasure talking to you as always. Huge amount of learning, and I look forward to getting more and more opportunity to learn from you, sir.
My pleasure, Mao. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such wonderful conversations highlighting various aspects of the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, strategy does not have relevance without technology. Neither does technology hold any relevance without good strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the second phase of the conference. Here the conference will have or take two tracks, Audi 1 for strategy session and Audi 2 for technology sessions. Starting with the strategy session, the first session we have is the fireside chat on network architecture needed for 5G rollout in India. Here, Jagbir Singh, CTO Vodafone Idea Limited, is in conversation with Ibrahim Ahmed, consulting editor, Cyber Media Group. Jagbir is a veteran in the telecom industry with over 32 years of experience in providing technology leadership and strategic vision to all major telcos in India and globally. As a member of the core leadership team of We in India, he plays a critical role in strategic planning of the technology and network infrastructure for the company. A seasoned professional in telecom networks and technologies, he is a strategic thinker and a team builder with in-depth knowledge and experience in managing network lifecycle of planning, engineering, deployment, and operations in both B2C and B2B segments. Over to you, Ibrahim, for this fireside.
A very warm welcome to Jagbir Singh, Chief Technology Officer at Vodafone Idea and the man who has built some of the biggest networks in the world, the person who knows the telecom technologies and the telecom business inside out. It's really a great pleasure to have you with us, Jagbir. We are going to discuss today the network architectures required for the 5G rollouts. The entire country is euphoric about 5G and what all it can do, and the great results that it will have on the economy of the country, and so. Therefore, I would like to start by asking you, Jagbir, that the current network architectures, how ready are those in terms of being forward compatible with the 5G applications and building blocks? Operators have invested huge amounts of money so far in the existing networks. So the current network architectures, how ready they will be for being forward compatible with 5G applications and various other building blocks? Jagbir.
Thanks, Ibrahim. Good to see you after a long time.
Thank you so much.
Let me just, whatever little I know about the telecom, I will just try to give my views. So let's see the architecture side in two parts. So we can divide the architecture in the RAN and the core. So if we take the RAN part, again, the RAN part, maybe we can divide in two parts. One is, obviously, we are all used to deploying the classical RAN, where like DU is basically digital unit. We used to call it BBU. It's integrated, so there's no CU and DU separately. And then there's a radio unit. So we have all deployed the 4G network, which is basically a classical RAN architecture. And whatever at Vodafone Idea we have deployed in last 3-4 years, all those radio equipments are actually capable of supporting 5G in the same band. So actually we can upgrade them anytime just by doing the software upgrade. And we are ensuring going forward, whatever we are deploying, all those radio equipment, they support 5G as long as we deploy the 5G in the same band as the 4G is. Now coming back to the new architecture, which is going to be Open RAN. There's a lot of discussion around the Open RAN happening in the industry. I think that architecture also we are doing the trial of the Open RAN, and we have done the trial in the past. And it is actually getting matured, and the deployment of Open RAN will happen as and when it gets fully matured, number one. Number two, the benefit of this architecture for sure is going to be, actually you can disaggregate the BBU, which is basically the baseband unit for the radio. And this can be disintegrated into the digital unit and the control unit. And again, in fact, if you want to go in the detail, the control unit again can be like centralized and decentralized, which is like a control plane and the user plane. So the user plane will be co-located with the radio unit, and control plane can be centralized. And the architecture of Open RAN is for sure is going to be, it's a very like a good architecture for supporting like machine learning, artificial intelligence based application. Data analytics becomes very easy, and actually it is a much more flexible architecture. Only thing is it should get matured. So today, whatever the 5G networks are deployed, most of them, I would say 90% plus, they are actually the classical architecture based. But as I said, that like classical architecture also can be used for the giving the 5G services, and all the radios are capable. And actually, it's going to be initially we call it as NSA architecture, which is basically non-standalone. That means it's integrated with the 4G and 5G core, whereby you can actually have both, like services being supported. At the same time, in this actually is going to be a dual connectivity. So the 4G will coexist with 5G, whereby the same device can be connected on both the networks simultaneously. So the benefit of the 4G coverage and the, having the seamless coverage, that benefit of 4G will come, and 5G services we can give wherever, whichever the pocket, whichever cities we want to give. So I think from the ORAN or the RAN perspective, we are ready for 5G. In the as I said, in the same frequency band. Coming back to the core side, I think core side in general in the industry, not only Vodafone Idea, we of course, but everyone is actually deploying the cloud-based architecture, which is actually virtual machines, which are supporting all the core VNFs, which are like whether it's IMS or it is PCRF, it is packet core, DRA, like SBCs, everything is actually is the cloud-based. So we have our clouds which are fully ready to actually upgrade for 5G. And this is what we already did when we did the trial in Pune and Gandhinagar. We didn't buy any separate core network. We upgraded the part of the core network for 5G and we conducted the trial. And having this cloud-based, virtual machine-based, actually the core network gave the flexibility and scalability. So I think there also, I would say from core point of view also, we are ready to go for the NSA-based immediately, and in the future, we can go for the SA-based architecture of the 5G services.
I think the way you have described it and you make it all look so easy and doable, I remember it was not very long ago when there was stiff opposition from the operators, many operators saying that we have just finished our investments in 4G and we have really not been able to leverage 4G, and that moving from 4G to 5G will not be very easy. There will be a lot of equipment and hardware, software which will have to be thrown away, etc. So what has happened? How is it that all that you have invested so far, you are saying is that all of that it can be used as we get into the 5G rollout mode?
So Ibrahim, there are three parts to it. Again, I will simplify it. One is
so if you have understood my question, Ranveer, that
yes, I understand.
We were being told that it's going to be very, very difficult. Today you are saying it's all ready and all very easy. So what happened in between?
Yeah, so I think there's a reason I reply in three parts.
Yeah.
Part number one, in terms of the confidence of the operators and the maturity of the technology, understanding of the technology actually have improved over the past 2-3 years. Specifications have become more clear. The maturity of the technology has come in the picture. The trials and pilots have been done by a lot of operators, including us. So that has given actually the understanding of the technology, interworking of the technology, and also the maturity of the technology. So I think that is a shift. In addition to this, I think a lot of network have been deployed around the world. So they are actually the reality and proven that it works. It is matured enough and we understand now how to make it work. So that is a difference in 2 years. The second part of this is I'm not going away from the fact that it's going to be expensive. It's going to be financial, if not a burden, it's a challenge. Paying for the spectrum and then getting the new capex, because initially the 5G spectrum, if we talk about sub 6 gigahertz, then it's going to be 3.5 gigahertz. That means we'll be needing more base stations. That means more fiber connectivity. That means robust transport network. That means more base station. That means more capex. So that is not gone away. So that still remains the challenge in terms of getting the money, and that too, not too much upside of the ARPU is seen in the countries where the 5G has been deployed or have been deployed. So that challenge still remains. So that is the second part of your question. And the third part, in terms of how we are getting ready, since we are understood, at least we understand that 5G core, for example, is going to be all cloud-based. So deploy everything of 4G on the cloud-based. So we are ready, we are not throwing anything, and we can upgrade for 5G anytime. Same thing in the RAN side, whenever we buy the equipment, we ensure that we are buying the equipment which can be upgraded to 5G. So I think that has given us the comfort feeling, and at the same time, the transport network also, we have started upgrading slowly to make it ready for 5G. So I think these are the areas where the operators have worked and we have worked as Vodafone Idea, where we are saying that we are getting ready for 5G, which is cloud point of view, transport point of view, and what are the infrastructure we deploy. We always keep in mind the 5G as service going forward.
Okay, thanks. So maybe we will touch upon this a little later once again. But keeping in mind that a lot of our guests and viewers today are also very keen to know how does it finally going to benefit them. Vodafone Idea has done some very, very interesting use case studies recently
the one that you did in Pune, and then you did one in Gandhinagar. So what were the outcomes of those pilots or those use case tests that you've done, and what are some of the lessons from there, from Pune and from Gandhinagar?
Okay, Abraham. So I think on use case part, so let's see the use case for the B2B and B2C.
Yeah, exactly.
And everyone's saying more around the B2B than the B2C. The 5G is more relevant over there and going to make the difference in the life of business we do, the way the business we do. So before I go to that, I think one thing we have learned is that use cases of the 5G is going to be part of the IMEC. There'd be like people who develop the application and services, provider. So in this case, all the use cases are not going to come from the traditional vendors or the operators. It's actually a development of the partnership ecosystem where you can bring many use cases and the applications which can be supported in 5G and can make the 5G really interesting. So that is one, so whenever we think about the use case of 5G, we have to think about the partnership. Because nowadays, a lot of IT companies and the digital companies who are coming and doing the great job in terms of development of the apps and the services. So this is what we learned, and we did the same thing actually. We did a lot of use case where we did the connected ambulance, we did the remote medicines, we did the remote health, etc. All these applications came from the third parties, not from the either operator or from the telco vendor side. And I think another B2C use case is going to be cloud gaming. So we find that the 5G, since it provides as native, that you can have the low latency, which is very much critical for the gaming. So 5G is actually very well suited for as well as in Pune. And we find that, yes, these applications will be the reality when the 5G comes. Yes, there will be a maturity time. So it's not that from day one it's going to be like a normal, like everywhere. It might take some time. Similarly, when we go for the B2B, I think, as I said, the remote education is one. Remote health is another one. Maybe the good one, you can take the remote monitoring, for example, of the tunnels, infrastructure job, or the factories automation, enterprise offices automation, remote surveillance. Like today we have the good example is we are going to have the remote data centers, mobile edge compute. Having the expertise everywhere in the remote areas is very difficult. So you can have using the 5G AR, VR, or using the surveillance kind of applications, you can train the people that there could be a low skill person at the site. And for example, in mining, for example, in the rural areas, they can be guided and you can get the work done with the low skill people. So I think these are the applications. Yes, they looks very, easy to say. How to make money is a challenge. How to make them popularize is a challenge. But I'm sure, as I said, if the whole ecosystem or the partnership is going to work, then I'm sure one day this will become a reality and hopefully may add to the bottom line.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right, because e-health and e-education were some of those areas which continue to grow and boom actually even during the time of crisis. And we have seen a lot of acceptance and adaptability to these new applications in this time. So I'm sure that these would be the... So you also mentioned about new partners and some, because telecom already has got a very widespread, very diverse, stable ecosystem in place. Now in this journey to make 5G successful, you talked about and the
examples of the case studies that you have done, the use cases that you have done. You've talked about getting new kind of partners in the overall ecosystem. So what kind of partners will they be? And
I think I would not like to name anybody for that matter because it's still too early. But the partners who are coming and who are actually sort of, you can say, developing the applications and the services around the 5G. Like, for example, I said that tunnel monitoring. So there's a work going on in the tunnel. You can put actually surveillance over there. And then there's an application which is guiding the person, whether go inside the tunnel, come out, left, right, all those kind of, guidance, because they are doing the data analytics in the real time. They know better than this labor guy or the guy who's actually inside the tunnel and doing the job. So take care of their health and safety, take care of their productivity and efficiency. There's a remote guidance happening based on a lot of data analytics of that area. Inside the tunnel, what happens? Same thing you can take, as I said, if it's a case of the remote health, you are getting uploaded all the X-rays, MRIs, and CT scan, etc. Guidance happening from the doctor to the very low skill doctor in real time basis. Now this is actually application which is developed by somebody to give it to hospitals, and telcos have no expertise actually in this case. So anybody can do anything, but I think it's better that people who are meant for this job are doing that job. So people are developing, same thing like people are monitoring while football, while the cricket match, seeing the body balance, body strength, weakness, angles, etc., fitting some, sensors in the body. So we showed that actually in Pune. So to train the person to do the better job. So there are many applications because one need to understand that subject as well before you develop the application. So these are the examples. Same thing when we do the factory automation. I think there will be a lot of things which are sensitive to the factory environment for the person who is working in the factory. Same thing, like when we do any surveillance based on a lot of data analytics actually. For example, you want to see somebody doing the, wrong things at the, some areas where too much rush and, too many people. You do the surveillance of, based on the person look, feel, movement, what he's carrying, so a lot of data has to come in the real time basis, which is possible only by having 5G. So these are the some of the examples, and I'm sure many examples are there like this.
Yeah. So what has been, if you can very quickly give us an idea about what has been the feedback from some of your enterprise customers or some of your partners with whom these enterprise test cases are being, use cases being done? Are they, what have they said after the initial tests?
I think in general, people are excited about it, but everybody asks at what cost and the maturity levels and the availability of the devices and the ecosystem. So I think the time will tell, what is kind of the ROI going to be and adoption going to be. But I'm sure people are open for the new ideas, and especially wherever we solve the problem of efficiency, productivity, health and safety, for sure everybody is looking forward to have it.
So again, you are a veteran and an expert in this area. So what kind of timeline do you think is likely for these technologies, these applications to mature?
I think I would say maybe 2 to 3 years.
Okay, 2 to 3 years.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that gives us an idea about how patient we should be, and that this is going to be the future.
Yeah, but somebody has to start now to get it in 2 to 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you mentioned when you were talking in one of the questions earlier was about the spectrum thing. So anything interesting that you are seeing or embracing from the
So now if you see, so it's basically network slicing. The physical network is one, logically you are slicing that network in the multiple slice. So the benefit is going to be that I can dedicate the portion of the network or the network resources for a given service, given SLA, whatever customer needs. To give you the very good example, like you would have heard of that people are talking about the private network for the enterprise. Now, way of actually using the spectrum. The best thing is you give that spectrum to the service provider, telcos. This public network we can slice for a given customer. So we can actually ensure the KPIs and SLA by using the slicing as a feature. And this spectrum, other than that premise, is being used for somebody else. So it's a most efficient way of the using spectrum and also the CapEx. In this case, this CapEx is not fully being used by that customer. It's basically part of the slice is being used. So the CapEx is also being shared. So I think the network slicing is going to be a very good example. And we are hearing now as part of these specifications that type of different services running. For internet, I can have one bandwidth. For the voice, I can have one bandwidth. It's not there today, but it will come over the period. So I think network slicing is a fantastic feature to have it in 5G, which is available only in 5G. And that will help in terms of giving these use cases required latency, required resources of the network to support that service more effectively and efficiently.
Oh, that's very interesting. So you mean that I, as a user, can maybe dedicate this much bandwidth for my internet, this much for voice, this much for some banking application?
Yes.
Okay, that's really very good. Like private networks and so on and so forth. But obviously they have some concerns also. Their concerns are to do with quality of service and SLAs. Their concerns are related to latency or with security. So does slicing bring some of these concerns to the table, and how are they likely to be addressed?
Ibrahim, I think, see, first thing is, let's see the network or the security part. Public network versus the private network of any enterprise. There's no doubt everybody will accept public networks are much more secured, and we have a lot of licensing conditions, regulatory conditions to ensure that we have the full 100% compliance to the security. And you can't have that with the private networks. That is on the security part. Second is, I think network slicing and 5G as a technology itself is highly secured. Third is, how do I ensure the SLAs and KPIs for the customer? I think the SLAs and KPIs, as I said, by having the slicing, I can dedicate the resources for the customer. Now coming to the reliability part, as I said, like if I deploy only for a given enterprise want to deploy, I don't think the enterprise can afford to have, or every enterprise can afford to have that much redundancy the way the public networks have. We have the redundancy for everything. So actually we are the best people in terms of providing the reliability for the enterprise. Why the people go to the public cloud? Because you are getting the reliability. So anything of the public networks are supposed to be highly secured, highly reliable, and supposed to be more efficient in terms of producing the capacity unit. That unit could be voice unit, data unit, GB unit, petabytes, or any service unit. So I see the, like 5G along with the network slicing is the best solution actually for the enterprise market.
That's very reassuring, Jagbir. Thanks. We earlier talked about the cost and the other challenges that we will encounter as we move on the 5G journey. So what kind of costs or challenges as well as benefits do telcos expect when they embrace, you talked about the cloud native networks and open modular infrastructure, instead of those traditional proprietary closed hardware heavy kind of networks and other things?
Yeah, first thing, I think I take out the spectrum from the equation. So a spectrum has to be really, really almost free to promote 5G. Okay, that is our wish. Because I think you may like to see the GSMA data of the network from 8 quarters to the 13 or 14 quarters back. So 8 to like 13 quarters, that means 2 to 3 years. Deployment of the 5G services, what's the impact on the ARPU for those operators in those markets? You can take US, you can take Korea, you can take China, you can take Japan. So there are many networks which have been deployed 8 quarters back to 12 quarters back. Overall improvement in ARPU is 0. So there's no improvement in the ARPU, and there's no actually sign of further improvement in ARPU. So now that is the reason that, a spectrum price, we can't afford to actually have any, big price, and everybody is realizing that. So now if we really want to, and this industry as such, at least in India, financially, we are not doing good. So even to deploy CapEx itself is a big challenge for 5G. So we need to ensure that we have enough money left for the CapEx by not, having the big cost for the spectrum. And also at the same time, our Prime Minister want to, which is the right thing to do it, Make in India initiative. And if we deploy 5G faster, then I think the Make in India growth also will happen faster. So that means we need to have the enough money left for the CapEx deployment. So this is on the, the CapEx side and the spectrum side. Now coming back, I think 5G as a service, see, one of the benefit we will have is going to be like cloud native, which basically is going to be container-based service where I can have any infrastructure. On that infrastructure, I can create the containers for a given service. And the benefit of these containers is going to be actually I can scale in out. So I can increase the capacity anytime, I can decrease the capacity, I don't lose the CapEx part. And I can move the capacity from one service to another service. So you get all the efficiencies of hardware, CapEx, services, and you get fantastic automation, where actually you can apply the AI/ML to see the performance of the services and the containers. And you can deploy the microservices almost on the real-time basis. And in this case, this actually follow the traditional model of, we call it like CI/CD. So continuous improvement, continuous deployment, whereby then you don't have to take any outage for any service upgrade or any software upgrade. It's like it continuously, you can on the fly, a real-time basis, you can keep doing. So I think these are the benefits. Until now, the cloud native was not very popular for the telco. I think 5G is making that popular, and 5G services and the 5G intelligence is actually demanding the cloud native, container-based. Whatever we have deployed cloud native application mostly are in the IT side until now, but telco is going to in big way. And we at Vodafone Idea, whatever the virtual machines we are deployed, the VMs we are deployed, we can easily upgrade to the cloud native.
Yeah, I think you have articulated it very well, Jagdeep, that this 5G and the spectrum for 5G has to be seen in the long-term perspective from the national growth, national economic development perspective, and rather than just a money-making thing by the government. And I hope that under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, that sense comes and we see a lot more realistic pricing of the spectrum for 5G. And other point that regarding cloud, I think the way technology, in the direction in which the technology is growing, one would see much more adoption and usability of cloud. Thank you so much. My next question is about the hybrid model. for telcos. So do you think that the hybrid model for telcos, when they want to explore 5G ready architecture, is that a good thought?
I think answer, Ibrahim, is yes. So again, I will break this hybrid model in two parts. So one is the hybrid model of 4G and 5G as the networks and the technologies. As we know that any technology to become seamless on ground in the field, so even if we start deploying 5G, I think it will take 2, 3, 4 years before it can become seamless coverage everywhere. So until then, you need to have the base coverage layer, which is a 4G, which in general support most of the demand of today. So the 4G will coexist with 5G, and 4G also is efficiently supporting the voice services using VoLTE. So I think the coexistence of the 4G and 5G will continue for at least 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Okay, that is my personal guess. And in addition to this, another coexistence is coexistence of the RAN network of 4G and 5G. In terms of like 2G, 3G, and 4G. Here, in this case, so for the NSA architecture, we will have the device getting connected simultaneously for both. Because as I said, the 5G maturity in terms of the seamless coverage and being available everywhere will take some time. So customers should not have the bad experience, should not suffer. So the dual connectivity concept will continue. That means the 4G and 5G, coexistence will continue.
Yeah, I think that's a very practical answer that you have given, because I think for the customer, quality of service is going to be very critical, and there I think this hybrid model will be the best thing for them to ensure that they get their services quality is not affected. We are talking of hybrid model. Jagmeet, do you get distracted?
Answer is no. I think any technology maturity takes at least 5 years before it is out from the specifications. And it takes another 2, 3, 4 years before it is available in the field. So I would say the total cycle from the day we have the thought to the maturity level, 8 to 10 years.
Okay. So for the next 8 to 10 years, let's not even worry about.
But it is a good initiative by our government, by our telecom minister. At least we should be in the forefront of the technology. So 5G, 6G specifications, if they are coming and being talked in the international forums, we should be in forefront of that. So it's a right time for us that we start participating in those committees, forums, and start working on the specification which are beneficial to the India as a country.
Yeah.
So I think that is the objective, what I hear from the market, that we should start working on that, and that will give us the benefit when we are doing the Make in India 5G equipment. Then we have to ensure the backward compatibility or the roadmap towards the 6G,
yes,
if we understand the 6G specification. So I think this is in that context. So we understand this way, and I see no problem. In fact, it's a welcome, a move that at least now, under this leadership of Mr. Prime Minister Modi, we at least start participating globally and we become the leader in this area.
Yeah. One last question, Jagmeet, and that is about these technologies like all these technologies or these concepts of network functions virtualization or multi-programmable processors or narrowband IoT. When we think of reconfiguring the network infrastructure for 5G, how crucial, how critical will some of these things be?
I think the network function virtualization already happening in 4G. It's essential to have it, as I said, to take the benefit of the cloud.
Cloud, yeah.
And to actually reduce the capex and opex, we should be able to follow the NFV architecture. There's no doubt about it. NB-IoT is actually going to continue for some time. It's not that it's essential for all the, like, whether it's going to be NB-IoT or the IoT as a service. I think there will be a migration from NB to IoT overall basis, but IoT services will continue because now everything is becoming automated and connected, like all the cars. So for the service, for the health of the car, engine, etc., everything, like everything is connected today. All the tracking vehicles, like when they are on the road, everything is like commercial vehicles are getting tracked. All the factory devices and sensors are getting tracked. It's all coming through the IoT. So machine to machine, IoT and NFV architecture. I think all the processes which are coming, the multi-programmable, that's basically that I can use the same CPU or same storage for any purpose, multi-purpose.
Yeah.
Because I don't know today what is the application or service I'm going to run. But as long as I have the resources, I can use this resource. Like human beings, we can be used for physical work, we can use for mental work, we can use for health, we can use for office or at home, or it's like a multi-programmable kind of machine or the storage which can be used, which will be more efficient to actually ensure the efficiencies and the future proof in terms of the investment.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and that's what we will make. I think that this entire investment of money, time, everything is very important so that it is future proof. I think that's very, very important. So one last point, Jagbir, I have been asking all the questions so far. So is there any short message that you would like to give to the Indian telecom, not just industry, but the overall Indian telecom ecosystem, which includes the policy makers also, if we have to really make 5G journey fast and successful? Is there any message that you would like to have? As I said in the beginning, Indian telecom infrastructure really looks up to Jagbir Singh. Whatever Jagbir Singh says, especially from the telecom technology and technology future perspective, it's very, very important. So is there any message that you would like to give to our viewers?
So first thing, Ibrahim, I'm a very small person. Okay, I have the experience in telecom, yes. So keeping that in mind, actually what I think is, if I take 2 or 3 direction of this question, first thing is very most welcome move of the government of India in terms of taking the lead for the Make in India. And we should all support together without any hesitation. Even if we face some problem, doesn't matter, because any technology maturity takes time, and we need to have the patience to ensure that we are supporting all those manufacturers and all the people who are working on these standards. So that's one message, and we as a telco need to be open to support them. Support the manufacturers, support this ecosystem of the application development, support the government policies. And I think overall together, we are the large enough country and we deserve to have our specification lead, our manufacturing capabilities, our software development capability already there to actually harness them towards the telco side. And we have the enough and big market to consume. So with this mindset, if we go together, I think we can develop the 5G ecosystem going forward, 6G ecosystem very fast, and we can be on the right track.
Well, thank you so much, Jagbir, for your time and for some of the great to have you again with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such a lovely session. Coming to the next one, I would like to call Prateek Pashine, President, Enterprise Business Geo, sharing his keynote on Enterprises of Tomorrow in conversation with Gajendra Upadhyay, Editor, Voice and Data. Prateek Pashine is President Enterprise with Reliance Jio, a part of the $100 billion Reliance Industries Group. Mr. Pashine spent over 2 decades with the Tata Group in the Tata Administrative Service, started in 1995, and has worked in diverse industries such as hospitality, software, real estate, and telecom equipment and services. Prior to joining Reliance Jio in the late 2018, he has worked with several companies, namely Tata Teleservices, Tata Communications, Taj Group of Hotels, Speech and Software Technologies, Tata Lucent Technologies, and Tata Industries. Over to you, Gajendra, for this session.
Good afternoon to all, and welcome to this session. Today, we are going to talk about enterprises of tomorrow. We have with us somebody who understands enterprises like very few other people would know in the telecom sector. Prateek Pashine, who is currently the President Enterprise with Reliance Jio for the last 4 years. Prateek is a Fulbright scholar and has attended the Carnegie Mellon Leadership in Management course. Before that, he has spent almost 20 years with the Tata Group in various capacities at senior leadership, including Tata Teleservices and other telecom platforms like Tata Communications. Prateek has also been the chairman of the Wireless Broadband Alliance, a global organization where a lot of telecom operators are members. He was on the board of the WiMAX Forum. WiMAX is the global standard for fixed wireless broadband. And interestingly, Prateek is also an adventure sports enthusiast who is a squash player and an avid cyclist. Welcome, Prateek, with us this afternoon, and thanks for sparing your time.
Thanks, Gajendra, and thanks for inviting me. This is an excellent topic. I think very topical at that as enterprises reopen and create strategies, action plan for how they're going to behave, work, operate for the next decade or so. So I think this is a very, very relevant topic in terms of what challenges and opportunities that enterprises will have in the new decade.
Sure. So, Prateek, I'll start off with, we have all been through these last 2 years of an exceptional, what do you call, a black swan event called the pandemic. And this has really changed lives for both the corporate and individuals in multiple ways. How would you, share your thoughts on what this has done to the enterprise over the last 2 years, and what you have seen personally out of your 4 years in Geo? 2 years have been literally working from home kind of scenario.
I think to start with, this has truly tested the human spirit. It has challenged humans to think out of box and create solutions for continuity of business. And I think I'll start with that first. Every corporate would have what they called as a BCP, a business continuity plan. And before COVID, that pretty much meant two things. You almost did a lip service to that, if you will. What it meant was, one, in terms of your data centers and core data being bagged up in a disaster recovery location. That was one meaning of BCP or one idea of BCP. And the other that some corporates followed was to say, oh, 2 leaders or 3 senior leaders will not travel together on the same plane. And that's where the BCP started and ended. COVID's actually told us how inadequate that BCP was, right? Because it wasn't any longer about the CEO or CFO. But if your employees cannot come to work, if your employees cannot be connected to the resources or the infrastructure that the company provides, that was a BCP issue. And I think that's become truly broad-based. It is no longer about flying on the same plane, but it is about saying, how do I make sure that my factories, be it factories producing goods or factories producing services, software, if you will, the knowledge workers, How do I make sure that each and every employee can work? And that actually completely changed the meaning of a BCP. So that was, I think, the first rude shock for a lot of companies, because they were very ill prepared for what a call center industry. If you take behind one desktop are probably 2 or 3 agents who come in shifts. So the same desktop is used by one agent from 12 to 8, second agent from 8 to 4. Nobody thought about having PCs or desktops in the ratio of the employees. You always had that 1:3, 1:2.5 ratio. So these are examples of how inadequate one was prepared. And I think the blessing has been technology. The companies that have adopted technology faster have actually not only crossed over or the hump that the COVID kind of gave us, but also took it to their advantage to truly make it a seamless, borderless, BCP secure organization. And I think there's some great examples of how companies have been able to immediately use technology to tide over this humongous issue. I'll give you our example in Jio. We employed 6,000 employees who handle 450 million mobile customers of ours, right? So, and like everyone else, they were going to few areas or locations, if you will, call center operation locations. And we overnight moved these 6,000 employees to their homes. We moved that call center operation home without even 1 day blip of service. And that was only possible through technology. So I think technology clearly has been the differentiator between those companies who have done well in this 2 years of pandemic and those companies who have in fact struggled. Another data point that Gajendra, I don't know whether you're aware, but before the pandemic started, the estimate was that there are workers as well. That 75 million businesses shrunk to 65 million post-COVID. So you've seen 10 million businesses shutting. Were the businesses that adopted technology faster, quicker than the businesses who actually did not. So the technology has been a great enabler for this new normal.
Absolutely, Prateek. And I think we have come to the core point of, I think, this discussion where your views will be absolutely valuable. This requirement, like Jio itself, its 4G networks were widely used around the year 2020. There was a proliferation of people using 4G technology. Fiber was getting rolled out. So my question is, do you think luckily or unluckily, this happened at a time when we were just ready with the right kind of broadband services, connectivity, smartphone devices, and other applications that came together with, video calling? You are at the enterprise level, and I think it will be great to hear what you think of all these different elements that came together.
Gajendra, you asked a very interesting question. If this pandemic had happened a decade before, I'm not sure we would have ridden this that well. I think, as you said, it was a great combination of technologies, ubiquitous broadband, 4G broadband, covering pretty much all villages and towns and cities that Jio enabled from 2016 onward. So transformation of networks to ubiquitous 4G connectivity, deep fiber presence, again by operators, but again led by Geo, availability of smartphones. So I think it was a perfect combination, which enabled us to kind of ride this horrible, what should I say, event in our lives much better. And I dread to imagine how it would have been if these enablers were not in place, and if it had happened truly about 5 to 10 years back. So absolutely.
Sure. So that is from the user's perspective. What about from the operator's perspective? What did it do to you as, did that expedite your rollouts and and reach outs? How did that impact you as an enterprise?
See, I think, and I'll talk about the shift that's happening, whether you call it the reverse migration, you call it the enterprise hotspots, right? The enterprise hotspots were always known to be a Nehru Place or a DLF Cyber Hub in Delhi, or a Nariman Point or a BKC. And that's where the enterprises or the enterprise service providers concentrated on in terms of taking their networks, taking in terms of their support staff, sales organizations. Those hotspots are no longer hotspots. Those hotspots have shifted. So it's not Nehru Place, but it's GK2 in Delhi. It's not BKC, but it's Bandra. And this is where somebody like us, who's not only had an enterprise strategy, but a home strategy, where we are kind of rolling out ubiquitous broadband in every nook and corner of the country and starting with 1,600 towns. So those providers who had a very, very coherent home strategy of reaching fiber to home actually have been beneficial, because truly those centers of or those enterprise hotspots are no longer pumping traffic. The traffic is actually originating from home. And even when we go back to a hybrid way of working, the hotspots will come back to the enterprise clusters, but they will significantly remain in residential clusters as well. And I think strategy like ours is saying we are going to do a ubiquitous coverage, and that's what is one of my key elements of, I think, what would be required and what is needed in the new normal is a ubiquitous connectivity. And this shift of hotspot from enterprise clusters to the residential clusters has also meant that all the rules, norms, security, privacy, all of those have now become important, not for the 10 offices that a company worked in, but probably the 2,000 residential homes of their employees, because that's where the data is getting transacted. And how do you ensure now a network or a connectivity or services, applications that an enterprise needs over these 2,000 office premises? Each home is now an office premise. And we are having very interesting conversations with our customers. Earlier, their conversations with their enterprises was about SLA, uptime, redundancy, but was for those office locations, right? Today, the enterprises have started saying, can you give me a SLA on my employee's home connection? Can you give me a redundant connectivity, one fiber, one 4G? Those conversations are, you wouldn't have imagined this happening just probably 2-3 years back. But because the demand, the origin of traffic is now the residential cluster, these conversations have become very relevant. Earlier, people talked of software-defined network, software-defined WAN. And again, that was limited to those 20 offices and 50 offices that a company have. People are talking of saying, can I have the software-defined networks and services extended to even my home or my employee's home? So it's completely going to transform the CIO conversations that they were engaging in. it's also going to lead to not just hybrid way of working, but hybrid networks as well. And I think that's it augurs well for the enterprises, because earlier the enterprises were spending far higher money in creating what you call as VPN networks. Now, with this shift, what are you going to say? You basically want to say, bring your own internet. I will put the security protocols. I will put the traffic prioritization protocols on top of that. And it doesn't matter. In some locations, it's a fiber connectivity. In some locations, 4G. In some locations, it's a home connection. But all of these get federated through one unified security layer, one unified prioritization layer that gets managed by the enterprise. And I think that is a joy for any CIO or any CEO, because you're no longer tethered to that one service provider only. He truly becomes the king. It doesn't matter now connectivity. Connectivity can come from any source. I can apply that layer of control. And that's going to be one big shift.
Absolutely. And so one core point in this, Pratik, in this wonderful explanation that you have shared is it is basically depicting a distributed enterprise is what it's like. You are part of the enterprise team selling connectivity to enterprises and applications, but now it's actually reaching the end user from his home or her home. What have you seen in terms of the technology expertise or requirements of the end user, which may have come up? You see, for example, where I'm coming from is, say, when I go to an office and sit down for the entire day, I have a problem with my email, or my laptop crashes, or I have a problem. I have an entire team. I have the network team. I have somebody to support me. I'm sure these kind of issues may have come up with a lot of employees, especially for large employees like yourself. How has this been, and what are some interesting highlights of these? Would you be able to share?
And I think you bring another very important aspect of what's going to happen. It's the journey had started, but I think it's got clearly accelerated with the pandemic, and that's everything moving as a service. I don't want just a laptop. I want the support as well. I don't want just some software. I want it to be managed and supported. And I think everything as a service, you will clearly see that movement happening. Because as you rightly said, how do I provide that technology support? In one premise, I could have two people, cyber butlers, if you call them or whatever, who could kind of tend to this. But how do you provide remote infrastructure management? And I think we've seen that in the last 2 years, the shift to say, can you manage it also for me? Don't just be a supplier, just manage the whole thing. So that I could focus on my core business. I'm in the core business of banking. I'm in the core business of textile manufacturing. Can you bring all of these together as service? And clearly, one other problem that CIO always worries about is technology obsolescence. Making upfront capex and not knowing whether that's the right bet, or should have bet on something else. And I think everything as a service answers that, solves for that problem, because somebody else is taking the ownership of saying you will get the best of breed technologies, always current and always supported, rather than doing one time upfront decision, which can be very costly and painful. So that is fundamentally the shift that you're saying of device as a service, connectivity as a service, infra as a service. And I think you are going to see the models emerging, which are pretty much transferring or moving from capex-led distance to OPEX-led distance, everything becoming a service that you can call for.
So that brings me, Pratik, to one of the softer sides of this distributed enterprises of tomorrow that we're talking about. And there are two aspects to it. You can touch upon both in your own way. One is, working from home has actually been a boon for many, many employees. People have gone back to their homes. They don't need to commute for 3 to 4 hours in a day. That problem of the large, traffic and everything is all gone. You yourself are a sports enthusiast. How has it impacted people like you and others? How do you think this impacts you to focus more on a little bit on yourself, spend more time?
This work from anywhere has actually opened up avenues for people who hitherto were not in the universe of workforce. I'll give you examples. There are graduate and postgraduate moms who are not able to step out of their house because they have got young kids, but they have time. They have 4 hours to spare. They don't have 8 hours to spare because the kid comes back from school. This has led to that lady who's a postgraduate or a graduate experience, who's left the workforce, to say, I can give 4 hours. Use me. Use my capability and my skills. And that has completely democratized and actually made it far more inclusive, the workforce. So you no longer saying, boss, I need somebody who's coming 5 days a week. There are millions other tap somebody who's experienced, who can devote 4 hours, then 8 hours. So the contract between employee and employer is changing. It's no longer one monolithic, rigid contract. And I'm not saying this in theory. We've deployed about 20,000 such hitherto not in the mainstream workforce, mostly ladies, NGO, who have kind of come back, who've come forward and said, I can give 5 hours, or I can do 3 days. And we've used them for, first trained them through digital technologies, trained them about our products, our services. And they've been managing our customer relationship for those 4 hours, but doing a damn good job of it. And think of it, I mean, we could find 20,000 talented people just like that. And it didn't matter whether you were in Bombay or Bhopal. Because if you had connectivity and you had skills, so talent is truly going to be the king going forward. It's no longer about how much effort or 8 hours I'm putting in. If I can give you outcomes, that's the next measurement that's happening. And it's increasing the workforce pool multiple times. And if you're open, this is a challenge to the HR, CHROs of the companies, saying you have to start thinking about flexible models. But truly, just imagine, would you take a 20-year-old person who's not very experienced versus somebody who's very experienced but can give only 3 hours a day and has had 10 years of experience behind her? You would tend to go for saying somebody with the same who brings in experience. I would rather put them in front of my customer, right? So I think it's unleashed new workforce, and we could truly get to diversity of the workforce, and hope to get to 50-50 in workforce in terms of men, women. And it's not just men, women, it's of various backgrounds, but technology enables them to kind of be included. On the work from home front, I think it's a interesting conundrum for everyone. Clearly, you see productivity going up. Also, especially the big town hassles of commute, spending 2 to 3 to 4 hours a day taking care of the family as well. It's that hours of commute, they put back 2 hours at work. So from an organization perspective, they're been available more, right? They put an hour into their families for themselves. And I think this is one good byproduct of the pandemic. People have become more conscious about me time, family time, health. And I think so there are clearly, especially in the big towns, a Philippine company was talking to, we were in a panel and she was talking about saying, yes, you won deals remotely, especially in a B2B environment. Yes, you can win contracts and transactions. What about relationship? Relationships can't be built remotely. I think that face-to-face interaction is equally important. So yes, business can happen, but I think relationship with customers, you still need to meet them. You may not meet them that often as you did earlier, because they've also customers have also got used to conversing and talking and discussing or a video conference. The second is, I think, the sense of belongingness to the organization. Whether it's the institution, the premise, the office, the canteen, the conversations while waiting in queue in the canteen, while kind of spending just that 2 minutes with the colleague on his desk or her desk, I think that is equally important. So you have to create, when you have to collaborate, when you have to do blue sky thinking, when you want to kind of brainstorm, I think a face-to-face is a lot better than the digital tools that exist. And yes, you can do that as well. But I think it's going to be a hybrid. Work from home has huge benefits for both organization as well as employee. So it would be the hybrid norm. As regards me, yes, I am one of those big city person who stays very far from the office. So I've claimed 3.5 hours of commute back. And I think of that, 2.5 hours have gone back into work. And an hour has gone into cycling. So I think that truly has multiple benefits, both in terms of productivity and any sport, as people say, endorphins and dopamine are your feel-good hormones. And sport, early part of the day, if you do that, it makes sure that the rest of the day is very happy and healthy. So I think I'm what should I say, first-hand experienced person. The days I haven't got a ride, I tend to be more cranky than the days I've got a ride under my belt. So.
That's a message for your juniors, I guess, to understand. Yeah. But so Pratik, coming to the very last quick query from you, you yourself are part of a large enterprise, but you are also providing tools and platforms and solutions to your customers who are also large enterprises, probably. What in your view are the tools and services that will dominate in the future for this kind of a hybrid enterprise of tomorrow?
Yeah, and while you asked me a question about large enterprise, I think this is technology is a great catalyst for reducing the hurdles that the small medium businesses faced earlier. It truly gives them a plank to compete with the large enterprises. So for us, it's not just the large enterprise who have the wherewithal, have probably a 50 people IT department, but it also gives a huge advantage to that proprietor-run, founder-run small business, because these technologies truly enable them to say, I will focus on my business, but I have tools that help me drive productivity, tools that help me connect with my customers better, tools that drive efficiency of operations. So, and just as an example, what does any organization need? You need productivity tools. You need marketing tools to reach your customer, connect with your customers better. You need, because for customers, you need a CRM of sort to kind of keep customer records, data. You need accounting to kind of keep track of your financials. And you need a HR. And I'm saying you start from a smallest organization to the biggest organizations. You can start using words like ERP and so on. But at the core, these are you manage your operations, you manage your HR, you drive productivity tools for your employees, connect with your customers. And if you can bring these solutions to the company in a everything as a service manner and say, I have thought about it so that you don't have to worry about it. And if you can be that glue who brings together all these services in a bite-sized manner to a small, medium business, it could be a salon, it could be a small web development company, it could be a real estate broking firm. If you take those solutions to them, that divide of the digital haves and the digital have-nots would significantly get reduced. And we've seen that companies that have adopted digital tools, especially in the small, medium businesses, have actually grown multifold, even during the pandemic. So I think the emergence of everything as a service, software as a service, clearly cloud, clearly that is the the momentum that the pandemic has given to all these technologies, the mushrooming of various software as a service players. I think it augurs well for the industry, not just for the large enterprise, but for the small, medium business as well. And we at Jio are truly trying to kind of do that, to say, can I be that digital enabler? And see, these are cliched words. But truly, if you can go to the founder and say, I understand your business of pharmacy, or I understand your business of a coaching center, and here is what you need as a coaching center. Here is what you struggle with because you don't have a huge IT team to support you. Let me solve that for you. And if I can give it to you at costs which are easy to manage, give you latest technology so that you move up the curve, you're never left behind, I think you will see huge adoption of these digital tools. And very clearly, adoption of digital tools and growth of a company there's a huge direct correlation between the two. Economy to a 5 trillion economy, you're going to see these digital tools playing a very important role in making that happen. To give you one example to kind of just make my point, China, 65% of its GDP comes from SMB, small, medium business. UK, US, Europe, Western Europe, 50% of the 50% of the GDP comes from SMB. In India, it's 33%. And we believe that that difference of truly SMBs contributing to the GDP of the country, it's not the capital constraint, it's the resource constraint or the technology constraint. And if we can solve for that, it would be very soon that this 33% SMB contribution becomes 50% contribution to the country's GDP.
Absolutely, Prateek. So absolutely wonderful insights into this. I think we are at the threshold of the future of enterprises. And from what you said, we look forward to a hybrid model. That brings us actually to the end of this session. Prateek, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and looking forward to more such sessions with you.
Absolutely, Gajendra. And next time we will do it in person, face to face.
Absolutely.
And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such great insights and such a great conversation. Coming to the next session, I would like to draw your attention towards this session because this is on multilingual internet, Bhasha Internet. Here, I would like to call upon panelists Mahesh Kulkarni, ex-CDAC, Akshat Joshi, founder Think Trans, Nakul Kundra, chairman and founder Devnagari. The session will be moderated by Gajendra Upadhyay, editor, Voice and Data. Over to you, Gajendra.
Good afternoon and welcome to all to this session today in the afternoon. We are going to talk today about a very interesting topic that actually impacts the growth of internet in India over the next 3 to 5 years. And we're talking of reaching the next 500 to 1 billion users as the internet grows in the language of their personal choice. We are talking of both the content side as well as the application side. We have with us three really eminent persons who have worked very closely in the area of language and regional languages. First of all, I would like to introduce Mahesh Kulkarni ji, who has been associated in this sector for more than 35 years. He was formerly Senior Director, Corporate R&D at the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, which is CDAC. And he is currently on a mission to promote AI and ML use in language technologies. Welcome, sir. Second, we have Akshat Joshi, who is also been involved for the last 12 to 14 years in the area of language computing. He currently is the founder of a company called Think Trans, which is working in the area of democratizing internet access points and developing Indian languages. Akshat has done some pioneering work, and he is currently also working with the ICANN. Welcome, Akshat. And finally, we have Nakul Kundra, one of the youngest in our group today, a startup founder of a company called Devnagari, which has created a wholly indigenous language translation engine covering all 12 plus Indian languages. And he's looking at translating all the content on the internet into regional languages such that it becomes accessible to Indian users. Thanks and welcome, Nakul. I will start with a quick question to Mahesh ji to start off this session. So there have been many initiatives by the government in the area of language translations and computing. Can you throw some light on what has been the efforts in the past?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. It is my proud privilege to be here and throw some light on what exactly is happening into the Indian language technology. Actually, it can go way back to 1988, basically, if you really look at a language computing, wherein the first integrated Devnagari terminal was developed. It was basically like a multilingual or rather multi-processing system like Linux was connected to that. And it was first demonstrated in the World Hindi Conference at that point of time. And it was basically at that point of time, it was difficult even to have the encodings and so on and so forth. So the journey started with actually making a keyboard available. The journey started with basically the encoding for the Indian languages. And the journey started with developing the fonts. So these are the three basic fundamental things which any machine is expected to have basically language technology in place, first and foremost things. So if you look at the standards at that point of time, which was the ISKI, which is called the Indian Standard Code for Information Interchange, which was like a ASCII standard, but supporting all Indian languages. Then came the InScript keyboard. So basically, as I said to you, fundamentally, the government actually worked on something called as a standardization. So this is a very, very important task so that everybody basically onto the same page. So standardization started. Over a period of time, if you really look at it, then the Windows, the graphics era started. It was earlier a text-based era. Now the graphics era started. And then the Windows platform came, the Mac came, and so on and so forth. Then basically the whole paradigm has shifted basically from a text processing to something called the graphics processing. And obviously, a lot of companies now started realizing the requirement of Indian languages and started working towards that. So Microsoft, then Apple, and everybody started working towards that. And as you can see, basically government played a very, very vital role in this particular regard. As far as the government research angle goes, basically there is a program of government which is called the TDIL, which is called the Technology Development in Indian Language Program, which parallelly started in the year 1988, and it's the sole mission to promote, create, and make awareness of Indian languages in the whole community, basically. So mission mode projects were initiated. A lot of mission mode projects were initiated in recent past also, as well as in the previous years. Like some of the mission mode projects which are very, very important were basically optical character recognition, handwritten character recognition, machine translation, then cross-lingual information access, and sign languages, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the funded projects which the government initiated along with the best of institutes in India, like the IITs, IIITs, CDAC, and even the engineering students and colleges put together. And I think we have seen some of the fruits of those by way of various technologies which has come up. So this is in a broad sense, which the government has played a very, very vital role. As I said to you, standardization. Secondly, the compliances are very, very important in regards with how you comply with the language technology, because that's also very important. So government has initiated certain things. One more important shift which has happened over that people have shifted over to the mobile. And obviously at that point of time, the mobiles were the basically feature phones were there. Basically, they didn't have a smartphone. So even at that point of time, there were a lot of solutions which were being provided onto the smartphone. So the government thought of all the mission mode projects which are there, like your e-courts, then basically MCA 21 programs, and so on and so forth. So the government realized the need of having an Indian languages into that, and actually had made certain policy changes, as well as funded a huge amount of money into the research activity. So that's over a period of time, I will definitely dwell further on this, but these are some of the initiatives which government had undertook for last several years, basically. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thanks so much, sir. So you have touched upon some core aspects of what we are going to discuss. One of the things that I wanted to check was about the components of a multilingual internet system. I think you have touched on some of them already. I will request Akshat, if you can, if there is some more light you can throw on this, and then a little bit about what you are doing about democratizing the Indian access, Indian internet access points.
I guess Kulkarni sir has already painted a very good broad canvas about what has already gone into in terms of standardization and core development, fundamental development regarding Indian languages. Talking about some basic components that make up the multilingual internet, essentially after the background work comes the content, that the content should be available in more and more terms over the internet. Other one being the availability of various internet-based services into the multilingual fashion. That is another broad area which is definitely one of the prime highlights of a multilingual internet. Other than that, specifically talking about democratizing the internet access points, I would like to highlight one key development that has happened in recent years is the development of internationalized domain names and development of internationalized email. That is something that as a technology has been around since many years. The only thing that has been lacking in that particular area is the adoption of the same. Why that is very important? Because in terms of availability of multilingual content, universal encoding, everything is kind of a solved problem. Even the websites are available in multilingual. If one decides, they can have it. The only the thing that remains is the way to access those websites is through domain names. And till very recent years, it was not easily available because the way internet DNS system is oriented, the domain name system was primarily 8-bit. And multilingual content had started coming onto the internet bandwagon with 16-bit requirement. So there was a via media that was needed to be developed, and ICANN, IETF, all organizations have worked towards developing the standards that make sure that the domain names are also available into the multilingual fashion. And thereby, eventually technology, internet email protocols also evolved to give internationalized emails. So the only problem that these two particular technologies are facing is it's kind of become a chicken and egg problem, because most of the services that people can avail through internet-based portals, you have to use your email ID
as so at times a gateway to create your profile on that. And if most of the systems kind of put barriers onto the internationalized domain names and email IDs, and that becomes a hindrance for a wider adoption of IDNs and internationalized emails. There is a wide movement that has been coined by even by Government of India through National Internet Exchange of India, as well as the nodal organization from internet infrastructure point of view, that is ICANN. The initiative is called Universal Acceptance of Multilingual Domain Names. Universal acceptance is the term that is widely used in this context, wherein you make sure that all the internet-based services are equally treating all the domain names, regardless of whether it is a multilingual domain name or a standard Latin one. And as an extension, the internationalized email ID. So that is something that work is, I would probably eventually further dwell upon once we get into the details of it. But that's what is the meaning of democratizing the internet access points.
Thanks, Akshat. And we'll revisit that point in a little bit about IDNs. I now come to Nakul. Nakul is right in the midst of one of the most exciting times with a startup called Devnagari. Nakul, it'll be nice to hear what was the exact gap in the system that you set out to address, and how is it going so far?
Sure. So if we talk about the opportunity market, or if we actually talk about the Indian internet, so we have to understand the size of India. So there will be about 90% of India which will be coming onto the internet, which is, if we actually talk about the numbers, so more than 100 crore Indians to join Indian internet in next couple of years. However, the content availability in Indian languages is only 0.1%. We have already got the cheap smartphones and then almost free internet. However, the content availability in Indian languages is not there. And I think this is the biggest gap what we as Devnagari is solving. So how we are actually solving is we have created a perpetual translation engine wherein we are providing the contextual results which is actually lacking in online translation engines. So if you talk about any kind of industry, so we are actually dominating the translation industry. So you can get the translated content. However, when you actually talk about the domain specific translated content, this is where the internet is actually lacking. So if you talk about any segment like BFSI or education or publishing, so our system understands the domain specific keywords. Our system understands the glossaries which have to be used and the sentence formations which have to be used for a particular domain. So this is where we are coming from, and we have actually created a complete ecosystem when we talk about the Indian languages, and this is what we are actually delivering to the market. And if we actually talk about the government, so there are number of government mandates also with respect to for almost every industry. So government is also pushing hard to the industries to go vernacular, because there is a die-hard need of getting the things into indigenous languages. So there is a mandate for the BFSI sector, and there is a mandate for the EdTech sector to take all the educations or the BFSI into different vernacular languages, because that is the area which actually helps the businesses to bring next billion onto the internet, and that's where the actual economy will start working. If we actually talk about the current economy, so the businesses are almost getting saturated. So next, or the new business which will come into the market and which may be a gateway to next $5 trillion economy, which our PM always says. So I think this is where the actual business comes from, when businesses will start looking on to those tier 2, tier 3 cities market and get the customers onto the platforms. So I think different languages.
Thanks, Nakul. And I think that's really the core of what we are trying to address. Maheshji, I want to just come back to you. So basis what Nakul is doing and even what Akshat was saying, I think one of the main requirements would be the tools and technologies and the role of, new era platforms like artificial intelligence and machine learning. You have done enormous amount of work in this area. So would you like to share some thoughts on how this will enable this movement going forward?
Yeah, thank you. I think we have kept a good canvas in regards with the language technology. As was been indicated that data is becoming very, very prominent. If you talk about AI or ML type of technology to be used into the natural language processing. So as I said to you earlier, systems were dependent upon rule-based basically. So linguistic rules were supposedly to be there. And based upon the linguistic rules, the systems ID, and you too need to do the name translation, or let us say it's a banking data, the account numbers, and so on and so forth. So these were earlier with as you can see with the advent of data, things have been a lot at a great speed. So the data availability is very, very important. Data is a new economy. Data is a new oil, as has been told worldwide. And the main ingredients to the machine learning is the data. So that's again, as Nakul was also saying, that data becomes a paramount importance. So once the data is available, you have to use the data, prune the data, and infer the data, depending upon in which domain you are or application which you are using. Let us say you are having a text to speech, so you require a voice data basically for that. Or if you require a speech recognition, also you require a voice data. If you look at the optical character recognition, you require a annotated image corpus basically to take care of the machines and see to it that the models are being trained. The important and a very fortunate part, I term these systems as a human inspiring systems basically. So when I use the word human inspiring systems, which necessarily mean that the machine should react or act just like a human being. So that is what we term as the artificial general intelligence. And to make artificial general intelligence, you need to train the system the way the human is being trained, or the human has got that particular knowledge. And it's not that easy basically, because we have got all the different sources of information. Like at a point of time, we see also, we hear also, and we can speak and we can do all the things basically. Or similar way, the coming systems which are there, when we talk about something like a metaverse basically coming up. So here in all these, the data is not now being seen in isolation. The important point is that the data has to be seen together, which necessarily means the audio data, the video data, the text data, everything, the emotions and everything has to be considered as a one set of data, and then the inferencing and everything can happen basically. So AI ML is going to really play a very, very important role into the natural language processing. And as was being told, machine translation is one of the very, very important application toward that. The voice recognition is also a very important application toward that. Because in India, if you really look at it, we have got almost 78% of the people staying in villages. Okay, so this is very, very important. If you want to bring these people into the mainstream, then definitely you require such a human inspiring system. So voice driven applications are going to be on the top, backed up by the something called the machine translation. So which means that S2S, speech to speech technologies are going to be very, very important. So let it be Ola's, or let it be Uber's, or let it be Facebook's, or let it be any social media applications basically. These are going to be catalyze the whole process. It is not all about accessing the internet for basically fun purposes, but it is for educational purposes. It is for all the services like agricultural, health, medicine, and everything put together. So I think if the languages becomes absolutely important in this particular area. Now the important task where it is there. So if you must have seen, most of the banking industries has also put voice-driven assistants. So if you go to the bank site, they do have. So these are, earlier it was not there. Now we have got a visual assistants coming up, and they whatever you query. So it is the systems have gone a very, very long way, and they can understand your intentions of a query, and then they can respond to you. So this is what we are seeing in a new world when you talk about AI ML. So I am going to put light on some basic technologies still which are required to be developed in the later portion of my, suppose if there is a query, and later portion I can cover up that. But as of now, as I said to you, there are a lot of requirements in terms of the basically using AI ML in natural language processing, especially for the voice-driven assistant, natural language search. So searching also is a very, very important task. Today, if you look at the searches, then they are keyword searches. Google searches have become a little bit more advanced now in this case, but they fail to basically to a maximum certain extent. I'm not going to say at all points, but it is not able to understand the linguistic nuances. Means, for example, some of the search engines, we do have a lot of lemmatizers, basically. Means we have got inflectional forms. If you search for ladka, then you should get ladka, ladkao, and so on and so forth. And so some of the fundamental tools, technologies are still required to be developed to have the search engines as powerful as which is happening for English language. We should have those, especially when Akshat touched upon the point of email. We definitely require basically spam filters for Indian languages, which still today not there, basically. So they are all English driven. And that's some of the hindrances when we talk about why people are not adapting. So some of these issues still are existing, but I'm not going to say that they are not been solved. They are been getting solved by the great startups which are there, basically. And I think we are going to see a very good, what is called a development in this particular area for coming, maybe not years, but obviously 1 or 2 years, basically. Thank you.
Thanks. Amazing. I think this is a huge topic. And I think you have given Akshat a chance to, I think I wanted to focus a little bit on the problem areas for universal acceptance, what you mentioned. I think Maheshji has already touched upon that. In your IDN work and work with ICANN, what are the real pain areas that you're facing and how are you seeing it being solved?
Thanks, Gajendra. The thing is, so when we are talking about multilingual internet, we have to kind of differentiate it into 2 different broad areas. One of those is technological enablement, and other one being the policy aspect of it. Because if you see internet, though governed by a set of standards, the services and the people's interaction with the internet is driven by the policies, governing policies adopted by various layers of organizations that deal with the internet-based services. It could be at the nodal level, it could be Internet Engineering Task Force for technical implementation, ICANN for policy implementation. Further down the line, you get registries which delegate the domain names. They control some of the policies, enablement, disablement of certain formations of domain names. And then down the stream there, you have applications, people-facing applications, which directly deal with the people, right? So I would like to just draw upon attention towards that hierarchy and a set of protocols that get developed towards enabling people's requirements from a multilingual internet. And so you asked what are pain points. I would rather turn it a bit into a set of opportunities that exist in that particular space for especially the technocrats like Nakul, the technology evangelists and pioneers like Kulkarni sir, and many young students who could be wanting to take a test of what exactly is a policy formation process like. So I would just like to draw upon that at ICANN and at some of the initiatives of NIXI, there are some phenomenal policy initiatives which are being inclusive in terms of participation by general public at large. They are going on. There are various forums at which these discussions go on. And these are some very exciting opportunities for students, I would say, to start looking towards these issues and see the possible solutions that they can come up with and participate, make your voice felt. One of the things that I would like to touch upon in terms of actual problems that could be there. Internationalized email is something that looks to be a very opportune thing going ahead, wherein people would get multilingual email IDs, right? As a technology, it sounds to be a very good thing. But if you see the implementation and actual interaction side of it, there are some downsides. So for example, suppose we start creating email IDs into Devanagari, Tamil, Telugu, those scripts I'm talking about. People would make their email IDs, services and all. Suppose hypothetically, let's start thinking that they become popular. But if I get an email from, say, because my native is Marathi, Hindi, and Devanagari script is familiar to me. If I get an email from a Tamil person, I have to understand who is the person to understand the contents, right? So for example, to read the content of it, maybe Nakul's Devanagari might solve my problem by doing the machine translation of it. But when it comes to the identifier, the email part of it, I might not be able to make out who is sending because I don't understand the script. Now, this is where the policy aspects come into picture in terms of like, do we need a technological solution to this particular issue or do we need a policy solutions? And those discussions are currently going on.
And so these are some of the exciting opportunities for students to at least start giving an ear to these discussions, and if possible, participate. There is a very good opportunity to create your doctoral thesis and all into these particular things. ThinkTrans particularly, we are, in your introduction, you said that I'm working with ICANN. It's not like in a personal capacity, but my company is working with ICANN on certain projects that directly deal with the universal acceptance through IDNs and email IDs, and making sure that software systems are more open to their adoption. So we are working on some of the projects which are very exciting from that space. We're also working on enabling the student ecosystem from becoming a bit more entrepreneurial and become enthusiastic startups, successful startups like Nakul is currently running. So we are working in that space, and I would rather say that's these are exciting times for those discussions and technological advances.
Sure. Thanks so much, Akshat, for that. And I would then ask Nakul, who is actually implementing some of this real hardcore work in the market, to share what do you think are the problem areas which your tools have solved, and where do you find the bottlenecks actually? Like, the literal translation versus, the actual meaning.
So the main thing what companies or businesses are actually looking is majorly at a colloquial kind of translation, which is not the actual translation, but more of a vocal translation, which we actually the kind of translation which we actually use in day-to-day life. So this is what companies are expecting. The kind of use cases what we are dealing with, the companies are obviously they are not limited to websites and mobile application, but we have to actually get inside into the industry to understand the kind of use cases. So what we have realized is that mobile application websites are only a part of the use case when it comes to the content translation. There are other use cases, like if we talk about government, there are big size of documents which needs a vernacular support. So government actually has a data center rooms wherein all the file systems are there. So their job is to first digitize the content and then take that digitized content into different languages, because this is the mandate from the government. This is number one. Then talk about the content which they are actually publishing on day-to-day basis, be it their reports, be it their regular communication letters or emailers or n number of things. And then talk about the training and learning modules. Then talk which will be soon coming up in India, which is basically the ticketing market. So once the users will start languages, then talk about the voice concept. So everything is actually translated real time on the air. So for example, if your customer you have a one call center and then customer is speaking in Kannada and you are a Punjabi listener, so you can actually reply in Punjabi and then your customer is getting the reply in Kannada. So these kind of cases, which is actually a need of an hour. And once this ecosystem is created for the Indian languages, I think this will actually enable the businesses to cut down their short, and then they can actually think about this concept in a very, very productive way and in a different way is something what we expect.
Thanks, Nakul, for those. And I think we are really, Mahesh Kulkarni ji, sir, and I'd request you to give your final comments, because you are the best placed to address. You are part of some of these large committees that the government has created for Bhasha Internet, and some really high-level discussions are going on. So considering all these aspects and that startups like Nakul's are already working, what do you think are the key policy areas that we could really push on and foresee that this will solve the problem?
I think government has taken a lot of initiatives in terms of the research side, especially looking at the requirements, because we have got I'm not going to say challenge, we have got an opportunity of 22 minimum. So we have got 22 scheduled languages as of now. And basically there are many languages already encoded into the Unicode. So if you really look at it, So we have got actually opportunities of many. This is one part. Secondly, when we say there is an opportunity of many, then it has to work in tandem. This is very, very important. So one, as was been rightly told by Akshat, one, you require technological solutions. Other end, you require something called the policy part of it to implement, basically. And the third part important is that having a policy is not going to be sufficient, but you definitely require the compliance of the policy. This is important part, basically. So somebody has to be there who should be able to comply, verify that it is being complied. At most of the steps, government has taken an appropriate decision in terms of these particular policies. So some of the policies, I'm not going to say they're the policies, but some of them are recommendations, some of them are standards, and some of them are policies. So if you really look at recommendations, then government is already through the e-governance platforms, basically all the NEGP program, what you see, all the mission for projects and everything put together, the government has already made mandatory to use Unicode. This is very, very important step which has been taken. Second step which has been taken is the availability of the Indian language keyboard, basically, because every person may end utilizing 2 or 3 languages, okay, end up in utilizing 2 or 3 languages. And hence there was a suggestion to come with an on-screen keyboard, basically. So these are some of the recommendations, guidelines. Then the type of the font which is to be used, which type of font is to be. So if government has suggested that we should use the open font format so that there is a universality in the data. So there is no data loss. Okay, there are, however, small challenges that still exist, but those are over a period of time, those definitely will go away. This is one part. Secondly, in terms of basically the again mandating portion, if you really see on the mobile platform, the government already come out with the basically standard saying that it has got to have at least a 3 language formula, which necessarily means that the feature phones or a smartphone should at least have 3 languages onto that. One is the English, another is Hindi, and one is the regional language. This is one part. And display should be in all Indian languages, which necessarily means that if you want to sell your mobile into India, then the government has already taken up, and this was being dwelled with all the manufacturers. It is not like that the government takes a decision on their own. It is all about multi-stakeholderism, basically, where all participants are there, basically, who takes the decision on that. Then GIGW guidelines, which are there, which are something called the guidelines for web development, Government of India guidelines for web. And therein also the language components are being fitted into that. So any Government of India website is being designed, developed, then it should follow certain things. Now coming to some of the basically the data part of it, government has already talked about a lot of programs, and if you must have heard about one of the latest program is Bhashini program, basically government's Bhashini program. And the idea of this Bhashini program is to collect as much as data with a crowdsource model, okay, and it's open to all, basically. So the data is not all about text data, but it is something called the parallel corpus, the image data, the speech data, and everything put together. And they're inviting the students community or everybody basically into that to validate, rectify, and so on and so forth. And they are giving some motivational mechanism to you. So this is coming from that angle. On the policy front, I will touch upon the point of universal acceptance, which has been discussed by Akshat in a broad level. Actually, the government is very, very seriously thinking of bringing certain policies onto the universal acceptance. So you will be able to hear some of them in coming weeks, probably in that case, basically, wherein universal acceptance, because we are in an advantageous situation, unlike the other global players, because we do have all as of today, we have got all 22 Indian language domain names. We can have that, basically. So it's not a technological problem at this moment of time. It is more of a policy problem as well as a compliance problem. Then some of the things, as I said to you, that we should have certain things. I'm not going to use the word mandated, because mandated attracts something else, basically. So at least all the Government of India websites should be 3 language formula. You should use 3 language formula. So if it is a central website, then it has to have all 22 languages. But if it is something called a state government website, then it can be in 3 language formula, wherein it can be Hindi, the regional language, and the English language. We worked with something called the Maharashtra government, wherein by default, basically in all their RFPs and everything, the development was supposed to happen or with language support. So which necessarily means that by default language and English optional. So if this type of a strategy has been adopted, basically, then your actual systems are already universally ready They are also already globalized. They are already internationalized. So you don't have to do anything much more onto that. You have to just add the language on top of it. So the idea, if this idea is mooted, that for example, whatever government starts or whatever applications is going to develop, they should be initially developed in their own original language, and English can be optional or added languages can be done. So these are some of the things, right from standardization, then compliance part of it. So STQC is already roped into that. And we are also thinking the government, still in some of the committees basically, and trying to look at how this ecosystem can be totally knitted together, especially because compliance is very, very important. Secondly, the motivational mechanism, because you have to have a business also. It's not like that it's all on an emotional quotient. So finally, at the end of the day, anybody going to have, let us say, a company is there, XYZ company is there, and if we are forcing them to have a 22 Indian language website, why they will do that? I think we need to answer this question basically. Why they will need to do that? If they see a business avenues on top of it, then they will be doing. Similar way applies for the universal acceptance and so on and so forth. We can, maximum possible, the government can make an appeal, or government can suggest, government can recommend it. But then finally, at the end of the day, it's all business deals basically, or business decisions which are being taken. And I think if these business decisions are being looked at from a perspective of basically social cause, probably certain things can be definitely be speeded up in this regard. So this is just some pointers I wanted to provide on this particular subject matter. Some of the areas, like let us say agriculture area is there, you take educational area is there, then you take health side you take. I think these services need to be definitely in the language, because otherwise the meanings are totally different basically. Even you look at the courts, e-courts. So there are various projects going on to translate the content from a lower court to a higher court, because in the lower court the whole proceedings happen in the local language, regional language. While it moves to the higher court, it happens into the English, and hence the translations are to be really, really good. Nakul will support me on this, because sometimes you end up having a funny translation. Okay, like let us say you want to translate curtain raiser event, and I saw some of the translation coming very funnily. Parda uthane wala karyakram. So that is those type of stuff. See, machine translation or the use of ML is also disastrous at point of time basically. Correct. Because it will go on to the existing data, existing knowledge base, and so on and so forth, but it will not capture the essence, it will not capture the meaning. So we don't require a machine translation system per se. We require something called the transcreation system. I generally use machine transcreation system, which means that you understand the meaning of the sentence. Not necessarily you should have word-to-word translation. You can just capture the essence, the meaning, because finally at the end of the day, you are going to convey only the meaning. It is not whether it is written in Chinese or it is Japanese or it is in Marathi or in any language. Correct. It might be a full para, but I can sum up, suppose let us say an exact meaning is being conveyed in 2 lines. What is the harm in that? So we require not a machine translation system, we require a transcreation system. So these are some of the things which are going to be taking time, and government is putting a lot of efforts in the research area. As I said to you, the Bhashini program is there. The secondly, government has already had the NPLT, rather some platform wherein the data is available to the startup companies and so on and so forth, and they can contribute also. So there are various government programs which are been going on. One can visit TDL-DC.in site. One can visit NPLT.in site. One can visit Bhashini site. And there are a lot of organizations like IITs, triple ITs, and everybody. You can see and go to their websites and see their initiatives in this particular area. I think we are really doing a good job. I'm only going to say that since our challenges are 22, multiplier 22. Let us say even if you take a question of machine translation, you require a lot of tools. Basically, the tools which are required are, we are not talking about a grammar checker. We are not talking about a spell checker. We are not talking about something called as name entity recognitions and so on and so forth. So those are some of the basic fundamental research is still yet to be done. And as has been told by Akshat and even Nakul, for example, this can be done by startup very well. Only the question is that we need to provide them the funds. We require to provide them some data, and I think they will do the wonders over there. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And clearly, this is such a vast area, and we are right at the beginning of solving this. I'm sure Nakul will have many more points to add, but unfortunately, we've run out of time, and I would like to call this session to an end. So Mahesh Kulkarni ji, thank you so much for your great input, sir, and thoughts. I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for such an engaging session. Now, I would like to call upon Yugal Kishore Sharma, CEO One Broadband Hinduja Group, to share his keynote on fiber to home, future to the home. Yugal Kishore Sharma is a telecom industry stalwart with 26 years of rich experience in starting and setting up businesses from scratch across high technology consumer and enterprise products, telecom services in retail and enterprise, and into sportainment, developing sports at the grassroots. Yugal Kishore is the CEO for Hinduja Media Group's One OTT Entertainment, India's top 5 privately held companies in serials, entertainment, and tele-shopping channels business. Yugal is also director and CEO of the newly carved entity One Mahanet Entertainment Private Limited, which has a VNO license for Delhi and Mumbai to develop business along with MTNL. Over to you.
Thank you, PG, for having me invited at this prestigious Telecom Leadership Forum, the 21st edition. I think it's gone a long way, and I remember myself being associated right from the beginning, first TLF that we all had coined together during my Polycom days when I was the managing director for Polycom. At the outset, telecom industry once again is at a forefront. This time, just come out fresh of last 2 years of pandemic, and I can clearly foresee that the first wave that gave India its solution for voice and data on wireless, which is the mobility wave. The next wave, having, as I said, coming out of the pandemic, and during the pandemic, the fixed line broadband, the fat pipe coming to your home, bringing internet bandwidth for itself, has come up to the level of conducting this like the other various forums on video conference, and which has brought in continuity for the last over 2 years. Business has been usual in terms of such events being done in such magnificent, similar manner, except that we can't see each other physically and be in one big hall together. Rest all, pretty much, we all have seen how the fixed wireline broadband networks have served the purpose, and the need has been felt even more than before. At One OTT Entertainment Limited, as I always say, yes, we also acronym to OIL, and data being the newfound oil. We are a Hinduja Group enterprise looking into telecom and entertainment. At One OTT, we are all geared up to take the fiber right into the home of every Indian citizen in phases, starting from metros to capital cities, and of course,
also participating and working closely with the government to take that fiber right up to every village, nooks and corner of our country through their ambitious program of BharatNet. So at one OTT, we believe that fiber to the home, as we acronym as the last mile GPON access technology as FTTH, the fiber to the home is actually bringing the future to the home. And I believe the FTTH is nothing but, from the consumer perspective, it's future to the home brought in his home through this connectivity of last mile. So in the coming times, and 5G coming on the other side, as I can foresee, both the last mile technologies, one's trying to serve the purpose wirelessly, and others serving the purpose on the wire, the fiber, is going to work very closely with each other and augment and complement the entire reachability for the home of every customer. As we know, last mile fiber sitting on top of every building and connecting every home is the fiber that will also be utilized by telcos for connecting their last mile microcell sites and bringing it more closer, more deeper, near to the next door neighborhood buildings to give us as a community with internet and more than anything else, internet has proven the lifeline for civilization across the globe at the same time, and countries have adapted to overcome and kind of battle this tough phase, the difficult times, and the fiber connectivity leaves a big support ecosystem like a lifeline for citizens for times to come. With that, I would like to thank PG once again to you and the entire team Cyber Media for having me invited at this very, very historic 21st TLF session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yugal, for those insights on how fiber is going to rule in the future of broadband. Well, now Wi-Fi has become the preferred wireless technology, enabling the explosion of wirelessly connected devices. While there is a global effort to get ubiquitous wireless connectivity for all, even in its current state, it has a great effect on how our society works, plays, and lives. IoT helps people live and work smarter, as well as gain complete control over their lives. Today, every bits and pieces are connected and are smarter, be it our home appliances, retails, medicines, etc. Let us hear from the leaders talking on various aspects at this session on Wi-Fi 6, impact and industry approach, and IoT. I would like to call upon Rakesh Upadhyay, CTO, One OTT Entertainment Limited, Surya Narayan CS, Country Category Manager at Aruba, a Hewlett-Packard enterprise company, Vikas Gupta, VP IoT Strategic and Smart Connectivity Enterprise, Vodafone India Limited. The session will be moderated by Amitabh Singhal, co-founder, former president, ISPAI, and founder, former CEO, Nixie. Over to you, Mr. Singhal.
So good day to you all. It is my pleasure to be present virtually at this Telecom Leadership Forum. And thank you to my friends at Voice&Data for organizing this specific session on the given topic of Wi-Fi 6, impact, industry approach, and Internet of Things. It is my understanding that Wi-Fi 6, which is also called the high efficiency multi-users access Wi-Fi, and is the IEEE's 802.11ax standard, which was finalized as recently as September 2020 only. I think we are already even looking at not just Wi-Fi 6, but also Wi-Fi 6E already. So the protocol standards coming quick, one after the other. And I also suppose that Wi-Fi, along with other technologies, is and will be a significant driver towards mass scale deployment and growth of Internet of Things and industrial IoT as well, where we are eventually looking at very huge opportunities with very big numbers. Consider some of these numbers that I have at hand. The connected devices via IoT are likely to go up from a current 1.9 billion devices, which are connected, to about 27 billion devices in 2025. Then the spending on IoT technology increasing from something like 1.3 billion US dollars, and this was a figure about a year and a half back, going up to something like 9 billion US dollars by 2025 again. And the global IoT revenue itself is estimated to be $1.1 trillion. And I think India is looking at a share of 5 to 7% there. But some estimates from some research houses is something to the tune of $3 trillion by 2025. So that's a huge number of devices connected via IoT, and revenue that it is going to potentially generate is really, really huge. Massive opportunity for the industry. And which is why I think it is very important that we understand what's happening here, in the sense that Wi-Fi is probably, as I said earlier, one of the underlying technologies that will drive IoT. So beginning with Wi-Fi 0 way back in 97, and I had some work that I had done during my ISP association days of discussing with the government to allot ISM bands and freeing of Wi-Fi spectrum. From that time onwards, now having gone through several transitions up to Wi-Fi 5, which is 802.11 AC, and now bracing for the next leap. I think we are hoping to gain some valuable insights from our industry experts, such as you guys here, on how Wi-Fi 6 will be the key in relation to proliferation of IoT. So I think it'll be good to discuss both the imminent adoption of Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 6E as well, and also the impact it'll have on the growth of things. And I think when we dive deeper into the discussions, we'll probably also have some insights onto how the amount of data generation that will proliferate would also probably help in growing the AI artificial intelligence space as well, and other technologies that are coming in. So for that, we have our industry experts, Rakesh Upadhyay is the CTO of One OTT Entertainment Limited. We have Surya Narayan, country category manager at Aruba, which is a Hewlett Packard enterprise. And we have Vikas Gupta, Vice President, IoT Strategic and Smart Connectivity Enterprises, Vodafone India Limited. So welcome you all to this session. And having given the background, I think the first thing that comes to my mind is to ask you all as to how will Wi-Fi 6 be the game changer in terms of its impact on various user segments, and why is it an imperative for enterprises segment specifically to embrace these technologies, including IoT? And do you see any impediments to such a transition? For example, there could be issues about backward compatibility, there could be issues about legacy costs that the industry does bother about. So are we really, really ready to embrace these technologies at the rapid pace that they're coming with? So I will request Rakesh Upadhyay to go first, and then give us some insights.
So it has been 20 years, more than 20 years, we have been using Wi-Fi now. And Wi-Fi, which essentially started as a convenience, matter of convenience, getting rid of the wired connections, is now has become absolutely mandatory now, not only for the office use, for enterprise use, for a lot of other business related uses also. And there has been multiple generations of evolution of Wi-Fi. We started from 8.0 to 0.11b to G to N to AC2 in 2014 to now AX in 2019. And now we are also talking about Wi-Fi 6E. So now if I compare this Wi-Fi AX with its nearest rival, which was Wi-Fi 5, or predecessor, which was Wi-Fi 5, and also called A0 2.11 AC, which is very prevalent now. Mostly all the Wi-Fi chipsets are now that are now deployed are mostly 802.11 AC. Hardly there will be few remnants of 802.11N. So the difference that is there is always speed. Speed is always there, but that is not the main differentiator between Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 5. The main differentiator between Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 5 is its capability, is its efficiency to handle so many devices, right? So there has been an explosion of devices which need to connect to internet today, which need to connect to Wi-Fi today, and Wi-Fi 5 those needs. So I think Wi-Fi 6 has come just at the right time when there is explosion of devices, and the technologies that it uses like multi-user MIMO, OFDMA. OFDMA is something that started with Wi-Fi 6. Multi-user MIMO, though it started with Wi-Fi 5 also, but it worked only in the downstream. Now with Wi-Fi 6, MU MIMO is also working with the downstream as well as upstream, and with more number of special streams, transmissions to multiple devices at the same time. But it has got a different differentiation with MU MIMO in the sense that while OFDMA is suitable for the low power devices, low bandwidth related devices where the consumption of bandwidth is less, but and the speed, internet speed is a concern. I think MU MIMO is used where there is a explosion of, there is a huge need of the data carrying capacity like smartphones or laptops. So they cater to the different segments of the devices that are used on the Wi-Fi. So IoT is one such application where there is a need of multiple devices which require very small amount of bandwidth to talk to internet. So in that sense also Wi-Fi 6 is also a good enablement. Having said that, there are other things also which make a Wi-Fi 6 very useful in the, like battery backup time. It uses some technology, one technology called TWT, target wake time, which removes the unnecessary chatter between the Wi-Fi device and the client devices and the access points. So this helps in saving the battery lifetime, which is so important for small devices like IoT. It also has reduces the interference by using the something called VSS coloring. So it detects the interference from the nearby access point devices and it simply discards them. That makes it much more intelligent and it much more efficient. And compared to Wi-Fi 5, which was using 256 QAM, Wi-Fi 6 uses 1024 QAM, so which helps in increasing the speed to, say, theoretically it can go up to 9.6 Gbps compared to around 6.8 Gbps in Wi-Fi 5. So it's a game changer. That's what I want to say, that Wi-Fi 6 is really a game changer. And with its next successor, which is Wi-Fi 6E, it's another game changer. It says that we are now moving to a different band from 2.4 gigahertz to 5 gigahertz. Now we are moving towards 6 gigahertz. Only problem is that today it is not approved by Indian government.
So, but once it is approved, it is going to be a game changer. So many applications will come out, not only IoT, like AR, VR, so many applications will come out once we have that speed and capability and latency and other things that are made available with these standards being implemented across the ecosystem. So I think Wi-Fi 6, absolutely, it's a game changer.
Okay, so Rakesh, thank you. I think that was good. And you do agree that this is a game changer, but the next part of this same question is, you really do see some impediments in wider adoption of these standards now, or will it take the time to adopt, which which you think happens, because there's a standardization that comes through, and then there's a lag, in terms of adoption and implementation of these technologies in the networks. So you think there are some issues that will come up and which we likely have to look at changing so that the adoption is much more quicker? It could be legacy costs, it could be technical issues, it could be regulatory issue, and like you said, the policy is still not there for 6 gig approval. So there could be such other impediments. So what do you think could be those impediments?
So one of them, I think which impacts the rollout time and the adoption is the readiness of the client devices. I mean, the end client devices have to be capable of supporting Wi-Fi 6. Today, only very high-end laptops and the smartphones, they support Wi-Fi 6. So that is one impediment, I think. Having said that, even if we have Wi-Fi 6, it is backwards compatible to Wi-Fi 802.AC and so it will work, but it will not give the benefits that we are looking out of the AX. And I also think that another impediment maybe is that it would be the kind of we need to develop the applications for these things to work. So IoT devices have to be developed to support 802.11ax things. So normally our intention when we are going for IoT devices is to make them cheap, right? So the cheaper devices and the requirement of 802.11ax support, these may contradict our requirements. So this may be one of the impediment where adoption to 802.11x may be delayed. And because see, 802.11x is mostly it is very, very suitable for IoT for its capability to handle multiple devices at the same time. But if devices are very cheap, they will not support the 802.11ax. So that may be an impediment. So I think as and when the adoption increases, the scale of economy will work out, and at that point of time, the adoption will increase, and 802.11ax will be one of the largest deployed technologies.
Yeah, I think, that's very pertinent, Rakesh, because like you said, the development of applications which would effectively run on Wi-Fi 6 and 6E, that ecosystem needs to develop. Similar to, from a layman's point of view, I would say, the similar situation that we face when we upgrade our computers, 32-bit to 64. A lot of applications which run on 32 will not just run on 64-bit. Okay, so that's the kind of legacy jump that one has to cater to, right? And I think that's a lot of ecosystem challenges that we are talking about. So thank you, Rakesh. I'll come back to you with some more questions later. Surya, may I have your thoughts on this whole issue about, like Rakesh agrees, that Wi-Fi 6 is a game changer and that it is a very important factor that will impact the offtake of IoT. And when we talk of IoT, of course, after you, I would look at Vikas. He is an expert on the IoT side of the game. Before that, Surya, your thoughts on how is it going to be a game changer and what are the likely impediments? How do we overcome that? Your thoughts, Surya.
Sure. First of all, Amitabh, thank you very much. A very good day to my co-panelists and to all those who have joined this platform to listen to us. Before I move forward, Wi-Fi is something which can be equated to the essentials today. When I say essentials, roti,
Kapda, Makka, Anand, Wi-Fi. So you cannot live without it. That's a new mantra of Wi-Fi. Now, having said that strong statement of you cannot live without Wi-Fi, that's a fact. When people used to have optional as Wi-Fi, saying that if my wired port doesn't work, I'll look at wireless. Today is just exactly opposite. Okay, so last year March was eye opener, where everybody started working from home, and whichever segment was never embracing Wi-Fi started connecting to a broadband network and a wireless network. So that's made reality what the technology innovation is. As rightly said by Rakesh, innovation beyond 2 decades, we finally found the reality of what Wi-Fi is. Now, at Aruba, we started the Wi-Fi journey 2 decades back with one single clear motto called "People move, networks must follow." Had it been wired, wherever you go, wired cannot follow. You should, in fact, the discussion on the boardroom was wherever the network is, you go and connect to it. If Amitabh is fixed to a port, you should go to the port and connect. Then only that port used to identify as Amitabh. So the first evolution of bringing in Wi-Fi was you move, I follow you. So that was the journey which started the revolution of Wi-Fi. That followed with, of course, the issues of signal strength, the issues with connectivity, the issues with role-based access, the issues with security. Over a period of time, all this got addressed. Somewhere I always say that Wi-Fi 6, no doubt, is a revolution, or I can say solved many other issues which Wi-Fi had. So I'll name a few which Rakesh already had updated. At the same time, the 3 biggest fears of Wi-Fi in our generation was signal strength. I still remember the corridors of Delhi used to tell me that, "Oh, 5 danda hai kya aapka?" So do you have 5 bars? If you don't have 5 bars, your Wi-Fi is weak. Okay, so the next thing was, you remember those days where if I connect from my laptop or a phone, if I switch on Wi-Fi, my battery power used to just die. Okay, so we used to switch off Wi-Fi and connect to Wi-Fi whenever it was required. Okay, so that was the second fear. Third fear was that I have 5 bar signal, but my browser keeps rotating. Okay, so that was the 3 biggest fear, which actually Wi-Fi 6 to an extent solved it. Okay, so this was how Wi-Fi started. Wi-Fi 6 definitely is going to address that. All the previous standards were focusing on performance. How many lanes in a highway I keep giving. Okay, so it was like a typical example of how you connect Delhi Gurgaon and put a toll, or construct Western and Eastern Express Highway in Mumbai and start constructing a flyover. Okay, so it was predominantly on performance, meaning how do I enhance the performance, speed. 802.11ax or Wi-Fi 6 moved towards efficiency. The reason why it moved to efficiency is the device types are changing. Device type changed from laptop to smartphones. That's when the revolution of Wi-Fi started, because smartphones predominantly didn't have a RJ45 port. So that means your primary connection to the network is Wi-Fi. So moving forward, you will have a lot of sensors, or you can call it as IoT. I call it as sensor. Sensors predominantly, again, as you rightly said, low powered, and then predominantly connect not just on Wi-Fi. There are other technologies like BLE and Zigbee protocols. So effectively, it will focus towards efficiency, which is predominantly making you ready for the world of IoT. Now, having said that, what are the improvements which we had? Okay, so one is as an individual, what is that I'm going to get? That's an individual performance. Here I talk about data rates, where I can get good large data rates, meaning a good efficiency of network speed and throughput, assuming that you have a good ISP backbone. More important, I'm going to save my battery life. That means that today I don't remember when I switched off my Wi-Fi. Okay, so I keep my Wi-Fi on always. Okay, then comes the system performance. That's the second important point. where you can have more number of APs now. We call it as overlapping APs. Earlier, we used to restrict number of APs or shut down the radios because we had limited number of non-overlapping channels. So when I have overlapping APs, that's when I can look at density. Rakesh just touched upon density actually. So that means I can have more number of radios to cater to more number of devices, and I can go as much closer to my device. Then you can have short packets. You remember those days where I keep giving good examples, saying that you have a bullock cart in front of you, and you have a auto rickshaw, and you're traveling on a Mercedes Benz, and you're going behind bullock cart. What is the speed of Mercedes Benz? Okay, so it's actually as the speed of bullock cart. That's how the Wi-Fi was. Okay, so these were the issues which solved as we moved to Wi-Fi 6, giving dedicated lanes to each packet, giving short packets so that the efficiency can be improved. That's where the system performance came into picture. Then it also evolved into a lot of new use cases. What are the new use cases? I'm sure because we'll talk about a lot around IoT. But that IoT in a silo without Wi-Fi or without connectivity is of no use. So supporting IoT was one of the main use case. If you look at industrial automation, which is happening, Industry 4.0, it's all about sensors. How are you going to connect to these sensors? Will Wi-Fi play a role or other protocols will play a role? That's where the next revolution is going to happen. So that's the reason why it's very important to move towards these new age technology. A lot of outdoor scenarios in terms of connectivity or smart city or smart Wi-Fi connectivity, that will become additional use cases. So having said that, just not to dwell too much around what is OFDMA, what is multi-user MIMO, or spatial reuse around BSS color, each gave very critical important outcomes. What were the improvements? I can now say that I can, with OFDMA downlink and uplink, I hope everybody knows that wireless was half duplex, meaning when I am speaking, Amitabh cannot speak. You're in a listening mode only. So, or I can speak to only one user. When I'm speaking to one user, nobody else can speak, like the way today Rakesh or Vikas is. They cannot speak simultaneously. It's like a walkie-talkie technology. So, OFDMA, with OFDMA, you will have more clients, you will have low latency, more efficient for low data rates. Please believe me, this is very important from a country like India. The reason or iPhone 6. You will have users on a Samsung S22. You will connect on a 11N or ABG radio. Maybe ABG may not be there. 11N radio on a 2.4 gigahertz. The other one will be on 5 gigahertz with 11AX. Okay, so that's the reason why it will be like a bullock cart story. Everywhere there will be a bullock cart in your network. So how do I address that issue? Okay, then it will also go into short packets so that I can, we call it as resource units, which will split a 20 megahertz packet into 9 or 8 subs packets to ensure I improve the speed. So with this, I improve 3 times the system capacity from the earlier standards, or I can have many more clients in the same given area. The reason is, there are earlier one device called laptop. Then I changed it, saying that 3 devices per Surya. That is laptop, a tablet, and a mobile phone. Now I say Surya may be equivalent to 10 devices. What am I going to wear? I'm going to use a lot of wearables, which will connect onto my network or to the external network. So that is around what OFDMA, downlink, and uplink can give. Multi-user MIMO, again, multi-user MIMO was a kind of introduction which happened in 802.11 AC. AX actually, as rightly said, bring in the most critical aspect of downlink and uplink for up to 8 clients. It's kind of a switching technology bringing into Wi-Fi. Okay, so where I can simultaneously address near to 8 clients capacity. So that makes it 2 times the capacity over 802.11 AC. That's a previous standard. So it will bring in more efficiency in grouping clients, then reducing sounding and acknowledging overheads. Okay, so the reason why these are critical, Amitabh, is look at our usage pattern. Our usage was earlier predominantly only data, email. Okay, now we are moving towards application specific. We are more into like platforms like Zoom or Teams, where this packet is no more just a data packet. Actually, what am I doing in the network is seen as data, but here I'm doing voice and video. Okay, so this is where Wi-Fi technology evolution will happen, where one is the Wi-Fi will understand the application, what it is hitting it, and how do I treat that application? How do I prioritize that application? What is the device type coming into my network and prioritize into my network? Meaning IoT sensor may require a specific treatment. Smartphone, which is BYOD, may require a separate treatment. My in-house HP laptop requires a separate access and security and all other things. BSS coloring was the one which made 2.4 gigahertz come back into Wi-Fi 6. If you know, 802.11 AC left out 2.4 gigahertz. The reason is it couldn't handle because there were just only 3 non-overlapping channel. Obviously, it was not possible to put it in a high dense location. With BSS coloring, it's like you speaking in a restaurant. A restaurant has 20 tables, each speaking to each other. It's about you will have overlapping signal, but I keep giving different table names so that you can address your table. So that's how within channel 1, channel 6 and channel 11, I'll have different colors so that there'll not be any more issues of non-overlapping channel issue. So that's one critical aspect. Indeed, Rakesh touched upon 1024 QAM, which will give 25% efficiency over 11 AC. He touched upon target wait time. Believe me, this is the one which will make all the users who are listening here or outside will be happy. You take any battery, any smartphone with any battery, I'm going to save your battery power. You know, no more those days will go that my smartphone will work for only half a day or a quarter day when I use Wi-Fi. So that's the important revolution. Variants. There were other basically and also it added to it a bit around security. WPA.
That security, sorry, to cut you, Surya.
Sure.
There'll be a area of expertise, which is IoT, and I think both our speakers, Rakesh and Surya, have technology, both in terms, from performance to efficiency to density of equipment and everything else. Put together gives me the sense that that is what IoT is all about, right? The ability to connect machines much more efficiently, performing better and exchanging data. And I think very recently, DOT has come out with the licensing as well for machine to machine, which is aimed at encouraging IoT business. So, Vikas, I would turn to you and look at your inputs on how this is all geared towards enabling us as a country to adopt IoT on a much more wider scale than we currently have. But I already talked about the global numbers, right? At the same time, we do have a certain dream from a policy perspective as to how much of that market and the revenue the country can take. So give us a sense of what do you think about this?
Thank you, Amitabh, for setting up this panel. It was a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Surya and Rakesh, for sharing your inputs. Well, in terms of IoT, you said very rightly, Amitabh, when we talk about the growth journey of IoT, the adoption of the IoT is going significantly high.
Globally, if you ask me, they are far ahead of India. But if I say last one decade, there is a significant improvement in the IoT adoption in India. And honestly, I have seen the time when we were just starting and in going to the market and talking about the IoT, many people were reluctant. They were not ready to adopt because that time digitization was also at very slow pace. But gradually when they start realizing the cost versus benefit and they realize that there is a smart move that we should go and adopt the IoT. And when we say IoT, IoT is not a standalone job of one particular telco or one particular organization. This is a combination of multiple organization work as one ecosystem. Because IoT, I'm just trying to explain for the benefit of the audience that IoT solution consists of multiple things. It's a hardware, which we talk about the sensors, then it is a connectivity, which is provided by the telcos. Then there are platform and application, which is again managed by the different experts, followed by the cloud, and after that there is a service layer. When it all combined together, then only you can offer a smart IoT solutions. And when we talk about, in continuation of your question, Amitabh, in adoptions, certainly there is a significant adoption. There's a different use cases which is happening in India, and it's increasing day by day. Earlier, we have seen the maximum adoption was happening towards the automotive side. Their organizations are well educated and they understand the benefit, they adopt it. And gradually then it moved to the payment side also, especially in the BFSI sector where point of sales adoption. And now if you talk about, there are many use cases, solar, water management, electric vehicles, you name the solution, agri, water management. There are a number of case studies which are there and which are highly adopted, and they can easily measure the benefit. And there are, I still remember when we go and talk to the customer and we talk about these are the basic investment you have to do it. And there were earlier people were reluctant that why should I invest this much money? If I invest this much money, well, I get the ROI on time. Today they are proactively coming thanks to the new normal. This new normal has already, changed the sequence where, consumers and as well as organizations are now very keen to adopt the new technologies, and they believe that IoT can help them to increase their business, reduce their cost, and get a very better customer experience. That's broadly we have seen in our IoT journey. Overall.
Okay, Vikas, thank you. And I think what you said resonates with me, coming from those times, earlier times when in the mid-80s, when I got involved with the office automation industry by starting to sell computers, personal computers, the antiquated personal computers at those times, and the photocopier business that was there. And I remember from a use case that you talked about, I'll come to the use cases to you guys specifically, but just to recount some of those anecdotes, which something like, okay, photocopier machines, job workers, they paid, by the counter, there are a number of copies made, not the capital capital cost of the equipment, right? So I think things like IoT will also enable, in a sense, using modern technology to do anything which is remote, right? You don't have to, you will basically not sell products probably in many verticals, but you will sell performance, you will sell services.
Absolutely. These are the expensive equipments. You need to see the wear and tear of these equipments. If preventive measurement is taken because of the IoT, definitely their cost of service will reduce significantly. And these are I can share a number of use cases, but considering the time limitation, I will not go deeper into that. But if you ask any particular use cases, we can talk about how we have turned around their journey in terms of cost benefit.
So, okay, so that's interesting because it brings us to the next part of my question, which is about mostly the adoption. So, we're talking about use cases, we're talking about adoption. Now, what, Rakesh, do you think are those verticals? For example, it could be, telecom providers, we are more familiar with, we are part of that ecosystem. But at the same time, there's healthcare, there's automotive industry, there's transportation, there's medical, there's municipal services, so many different verticals to look at. So in your experience, what do you think, or who do you think would be the best place? I mean, there could not be just one vertical, but there could be multiple verticals.
So maybe you can, from your experience, tell us about some use cases where you've seen better rate of adoption and who are better placed to leapfrog.
Yeah, so last 2 years also of IoT in the sector like healthcare and fitness. So in the days when people were avoiding visits to the hospitals, so that they were using the IoT gadgets for the remote monitoring and remote surveillance and also remote consultation with the doctors. So this is one area where IoT is being adopted in quite a good manner by the people, and also the fitness gadgets that many people have started wearing when they are going to the exercise and other things. So I think healthcare and fitness are the early adopters of this, apart from the manufacturing sector also, where manufacturing sectors also need IoT sensors which improves the productivity, which increases the efficiency, which increases the safety also, prevents damages, and it gives a lot of predictive information also, which can be used by the manufacturing sector also. So healthcare, manufacturing and fitness, these are the three sectors which are the early adopters. And I think they have understood the value of IoT in their respective sectors.
Okay, Surya, so what do you think?
See, Amitabh, good points.
Both Wi-Fi and IoT.
IoT, it's like a mother and dad. Without Wi-Fi, no IoT. Without IoT, there was no revolution would have happened on Wi-Fi. I am sure the examples which I gave is very realistic. Okay. Alexa and Google Home, you don't know what you're going to connect. You're going to connect your smart TV. You're going to connect your home security. You're going to connect your washing machine. You're going to connect your roti maker. Roti maker connected on a Wi-Fi, getting a firmware upgrade. Okay, so you're going to connect your CCTV cameras. So this is a revolution which has happened in your home. Now, I cannot accept the fact that IoT will not enter into any segment. Any segment which has to progress needs to embrace IoT. Okay, so that's the reality. Now, when I say that, predominantly India is in the digital era. When I say digital era, we were still in the era of connectivity. We were still in the era of bandwidth. Now, as India moves to smart, that without IoT will not. What do I mean by smart? Okay, so as Vikas enters his office, his lighting system will be IoT enabled. What do I mean by that? Based on his presence, okay, those light switches on. You remember those days where you used to put presence sensors. Now I'll not measure on presence sensors. I'll depend on Vikas' mood also. Vikas is happy to an extent, I change the ambient color to green. So believe me, these are going to happen. Okay, so I may like ambient color. Vikas may like bright color. Okay, so based on my understanding on who is coming into my room, based on my previous setting, the light color changes based on my previous setting. This is IoT. Okay, so take thermostat. I am a Bangalorean, good to go 24 degrees. Okay, so if you are a Kashmiri or a Himachal guy, 24 is still hot. You may require 20 degree. Now, do you think your thermostat understands that? May not be. Your thermostat will be connected to a Wi-Fi or any other medium based on your everywhere. Okay, go to industrial automation. No industry 4.0. Okay, so often people get confused with IoT and Wi-Fi. Okay, the reason why these two get married is when you go to smart city, it has nothing to do with Wi-Fi. Probably a LoRaWAN will come or a 5G, 4G discussion will come. From an Indian context perspective, Wi-Fi is critical. The reason is, as you have seen, Amitabh, you are engulfed with 4 brick walls. My Wi-Fi will not go out of it. Let me tell you. Neither your 5G will come inside. So you have an option of only Wi-Fi.
Okay, so in India, we are heavily brick construction. We also density is high. You go to Mumbai, whatever data they give, 5G gives 1 million connectivity. The moment they go to Mumbai, all that logic will go off because density is high. And it's all skyscrapers. If you see the way the towers are maintained, it's more of an antenna tilted toward downside. If you go stay in 20 or 15 floor and above, it's Bhagwan Jane. Okay, so these are the reality that Wi-Fi is the technology to go. Okay, now along with Wi-Fi, it's no more the access point will be just a wireless radio enabled. It will be IoT gateway. When I say IoT gateway, Wi-Fi access points will be built not just with 2.45 gigahertz. Rakesh touched upon Wi-Fi 6E. I think Rakesh or you, Amitabh, you touched upon Wi-Fi 6E. 6 gigahertz is going to come. That means the AP will be with 3 radios. So sensors, I can probably dedicate sensors to 2.4 or a 5 and go take the data rates into 6 gigahertz. That's a split use cases which will follow as the technology progresses. It also builds in with BLE beacon, Bluetooth low energy beacons. There are a lot of other use cases with BLE beacons. It can give a Google kind of experience within the campus, probably indoor navigation, asset tracking. Asset tracking, when I say, is a use case in a hospital where last week I was meeting one of the leading hospitality hospital, which had a use case of tracking stretchers and wheelchairs. Okay, so because that's a pain, they hardly have a limited number of stretchers and wheelchairs. At any point of time, they don't know where it is. So these use cases will evolve. And if you go to hotels, they used to say we are very much in concept called touch, feeling, right? If you go to a hotel, a smiling face will greet you. That's a touch. With COVID, they say that my hotel is touchless. I don't want humans now. That doesn't mean that a robot will stand in front of the reception to greet you. But the fact is they are making into, I can say, lobbyless hotels, keyless check-in. So that means you go with a wearable. We did it with Assembly, one of the POCs, where it works on a Zigbee protocol. With your presence, the door lock opens up. So use cases are in number. Each vertical have amazing use case. Okay, so you go to retail in one of the big giants who's coming in from online to offline. One of the pain areas which he has is he has almost 55 to 60 livestock. When I say livestock, this is your coriander or kadi patta. Okay, the value of that is 10 rupee per bunch in the morning, and evening 10 o'clock, the value of it is 0. So that means he has to change his price dynamic. How is he going to do? Every day he used to send his price list on an email, and the store manager needs to take a printout and stick to it. And it's human error bound. Now we work with a company called, we work with multiple companies for ESL tax, electronic shelf labeling. Meaning sitting in Bangalore or Delhi or Mumbai, I change my price dynamic. These are the use cases. Let's not talk about IoT, Wi-Fi in a silo. This definitely is going to address many use cases in every industry vertical, be it retail, be it hospitality, be it healthcare, be it manufacturing, or anything to do with smart building. You take smart cities or smart building or smart campuses, everything will move towards that. So hence, if you allow me to speak, I can give you a number of use cases. Multiple things are coming into my brain, but the fact is there are definitely many use cases. As rightly said by Vikas, it's not just about sensor, it's about that ecosystem, building that application, connectivity medium and sensor to come together to address those use cases.
Yeah, thank you, Surya. And I think I agree with you when you say that you can go on and off with the use cases, the possibilities also as well, including agriculture and so many other vehicle management, transportation, everything, everywhere, every business that you talk about, there is a application for IoT.
In fact, so I just will tell you, smart warehouses. Look at smart warehouses. It's like humanless warehouse, bots managing the warehouse. So in a recent POC with one of the leading retail chain, where the entire warehouse was managed by bots. And in fact, I was so surprised. The bots came so near and just moved out. That's the logic behind. So it's like truly a step towards AI/ML. You definitely, it's all about smart.
Right. So I think, yeah, we'll have Vikas telling us a lot more about that as well. Let's leave out something for him to elaborate on in terms of use cases. So he's our...
Yeah. So thank you so much, Amitabh. Thank you, Surya. I'm amazed to see your insights about IoT. And thank you, Rakesh. Also, you talk about consumer IoT, and a little bit, Surya, you talk about consumer industrial. So I also wanted to share some facts that what are the current challenges and how are we addressing those challenges, how the industry is adopting the IoT. It's very important. It's a ground level reality which we wanted to share with you. You may not get those kind of information in anywhere, but reality is that people should aware of. So when we go and talk to any companies where they need any B2B companies where they need any IoTs, if you take the example related to, let's say, automotive. When we started our journey with automotive, there were only one or two companies. They accepted our IoT solutions, and with reluctance, they said, okay, we will go with one variant. We'll use the IoT. Maybe I'm talking about almost 4 or 5 years ago, and at that time it was very difficult to explain that why you should go for that. After implementing that same, they realized the customer experience was much better, and they realized their demand of the product has increased significantly. Moreover, they also got their market share increased. And also they get an edge over competition. After seeing all those benefits, they immediately start increasing the variants. Rather than one variant, they gone for multiple variants. They also reach to the new product line. Likewise, there are many other, automobiles companies. They also approached us because of one or two use cases. And that gives us the confidence that if you can implement one IoT solution successfully, chances are very high that you can adopt it, you can replicate in many other accounts. Today, I can proudly say that line share in automotive is driven by Vodafone Idea. And that's one. Then we move to the another use cases. And what we realized while interacting with the customer who has been using our services more than 3, 4, 5 years, they proactively approach us. They said, we completely trust you. We understand the credibility, understand the kind of interest you take in IoT. We want you to handle this end to end. When I say, as I explained in the past, that this IoT solution cannot be constituted by one organization, you really need multiple, helping hand to run any IoT solution. So they want us to, front end. We internally discuss, debate, and we realize that if you really want to improve and show that IoT really works well, we decided to initiate the new approach. This is the new avatar of IoT, where we call it integrated IoT. And that integrated IoT, our immediate focus was that we can become a one-stop shop to offer all kind of solutions, where we will front end in terms of giving the connectivity, hardware, applications, cloud, and end of the day layer of the services. So that the gentleman who is using, the company which is using the services, they need not to go pillar to post. If there is any problem related to the solutions, they usually struggle. They go to connectivity provider, they say, boss, you check what is the problem. They go to hardware, they go to application companies, and it takes hell of time. And this has happened with many CXOs during my discussion also. They said, you take end to end. You help me out, at least it can help me. And trust me, while interacting with this company, when we built that ecosystem, we did that tie-up with all leading hardware manufacturers, whether it is an Indian or maybe it's an international. We have done that tie-up. We have done that tie-up with all the application companies, whether it's application related to water management, solar management, or we talk about any automotive related applications. Even if they need the customization, we ensure that that capability is available with us. We also work with the cloud companies and also build an entire additional infra which is related to service. Because when there is a problem, we had earlier expertise related to the telcos, which is related to connectivity. Now we build an infra, which is a service infra, where we have a subject matter expert who take care of remote, device diagnosis. There is a team which is taking care of application support. There is a team which is taking care of other related peripheral product which is required in IoT. And that gives a customer confidence that, yes, if you really want to adopt the IoT, you need to go for integrated kind of solutions. The classical use cases I can talk about like EV sector, and I'm just touching a little bit on the new sector, which is really growing well. They are one of the sunrise sector. Recently, there are more than 100 companies, they are entering into the 2V, electric vehicles. And during our interaction, they also want to provide value to their customers.
in their manufacturing time only they wanted to put up the IoTs. And the IoT is not only related to vehicle diagnosing, vehicle monitoring, they are also using it for battery management. Even there are other services related to battery stations, because these are coming very, very quickly. There are many companies, they are setting up the battery stations so that people can swap the batteries, and all those things where IoT plays a very important role. We are integrating with their CRMs, ensure that the data can flow easily. They can take lots of decisions based on the behavior of the consumers. That's one. Then we can talk about any other industries like fleet management, and this is a very very important industry, and which is doing very well, and which is one of the, I can say, leading industry in especially in the IoT sector in India. Especially when you talk about the fleet owners, these fleet owners are like, they have a fleet of like 8-10 trucks. If you see in India, there are close to 10 million trucks which are available. And these fleet owners are earlier they were struggling. They have not visibility about the vehicle, how they can track the vehicle, track and trace the vehicle. They do not know what is happening when the truck goes to particular trip. They cannot estimate the trip time. They have a complete deficit between driver and the owner, because they have a dispute on there is a fuel theft. There are many more problems. And by putting the IoT solution, at least they can improve, they can increase their saving, they can improve their efficiency, they can improve their vehicles overall maintenance. All those benefits with a small investment, which investment is not also very high, is helping to adopt the IoT. The other irony in this entire IoT is about the devices and the connectivity. When I say devices, Indian market price plays a very important role. It's a price sensitivity market. If you ask any fleet owner, or if you ask any organization that you want to take IoT, they will ask that how much money you can reduce in your solution. If you need to reduce the cost, so first and foremost, it comes a hardware plays a very important role. And hardware means still people prefer to take 2G, because in India the 2G penetration is much better. Then they go for 4G, because when they take 4G hardware, automatically the hardware cost increase significantly. There are different kind of customers, they prefer, they want it to be aligned with the market, and they want it to be more future fit, they adopt that. But still majority of the customers, they prefer cost effective solutions. Those are the other challenges where we are working very closely with the manufacturers, sharing the lots of case studies that how they can work towards reducing the cost. We are working with the module companies. We are also seeing that if there is any scope of improving from our side to ensure that our end customers along with the consumer should get that benefit, so that they feel happy and start adopting as early as possible. Currently this
is a good point, because I think what you are saying also gives me an idea. I mean, this already may be true, but not having been totally involved in the IoT side, as I say, apart from the internet sector that I've been involved with, and I saw the evolution of the internet industry itself and held the initial ISPs as a new class of service providers that were not there before. I see very clearly that there is a new class of service providers, IoT service providers, possibly coming up, who will bridge the link between the technology adoption and technology and services and the industry segments. So it will be a separate class of service providers. Do you think that is how it will evolve? Anyone is free to answer. Yeah.
Yes, there are different companies which are there coming to the IT space, and they are also, they do have their domain experts. I can talk about like you take the example like robotic IoT solutions which is coming, or you talk about there are companies which are startups are coming. They are coming with lots of different augmentation kind of solutions which are coming. But again, these different companies are coming as a subject matter expert to the particular solution related to IoTs. But if somebody who wants to come as a stop shop, it could be any strong SIs, the small integrators, the system integrators, they are going to come into this space who can provide end-to-end solutions, or telcos, because they do have that expertise, they do have that understanding of Indian market, they have seen the complete, adoption of the different use cases. They can easily, I can say the success ratio of these two industries will be much higher compared to the startups or the new companies which wanted to increase their footprints. That's my take.
Right. Yeah, and I believe also that there is this whole opportunity of new business models emerging. For example, you were talking about the battery management with the new green vehicles, right? I believe that, for example, Rolls-Royce, when it doesn't sell engines to the airliners anymore.
What it does is basically manages the engines remotely, makes it perform with the use of IoT, and at the same time it charges them on a per mile basis, that kind of thing. Now, similar thing could be happening with the battery operated vehicles as well. So these are the new models that IoT is enabling, these new models. Right. Okay. So I think thank you so much. That was very comprehensive. And I think we have limited time now, about 7-8 minutes left, if I'm not mistaken. So I think one big question that arises from all this discussion that we have had is what Surya had earlier referred to, and I had cut him short at that point of time, was about security concerns, right? Now, wherever we are talking about proliferation of equipment, the ubiquitous connectivity, multiple devices, people being online all the time. We are a nation which generates and consumes data like no other nation. Okay, I think currently at the individual basis we are doing 11 GB per user. That is the kind of data consumption that we have. Expected to go up much more in the coming years. And with all these connectivities that we are talking about, the deep penetration of devices, the data usage will only gather momentum. Now, that is also not only the basis of newer technologies emerging, but at the same time gives rise to concerns, which will also be on a continuing basis, right? It's a chicken and egg situation. The more you connect, and if there's a need for it, the more security concerns that will come up. So it's the same chore police game that we continue to play. So what are your thoughts, Rakesh, to begin with, on the security concerns that we have? I mean, I'm trying to, within a very limited minutes that we have, get a sense of the scope of security concerns that we need to be aware of with all this. So it could be network security point of view, from an enterprise point of view. It could be about privacy concerns, data protection concerns at an individual level or a business level. So how do you being handled? Because that's going to be a crucial factor in determining the adoption rate also. Because sometimes, as earlier it was alluded to by some of you, was adoption is based on a certain understanding, right? So it could be the use case, yes, but then also the fact that am I safe using these devices, connecting to so many devices, putting that data out all over the place in the network. How safe are we going to be? So is that experience going to matter? And how do we look at that? Rakesh?
Yeah, Amitabh. So security, of course, is a very, very critical thing. And we all know that many of us, many of our older generation people were averse to using net banking or credit card because of the security related concerns, and rightly so, because there are a number of ways. These people are very, very innovative. So they keep on finding some way or the other to fool the people or fool the system or fool the process and compromise the security and of the people and the privacy of the people. So security is, of course, a very, very key concern. Having said that, security is also as strong as our weakest link. One weakest link and the complete set of the security is exposed. So we have to be very, very careful. It has to be well planned before even the implementation happens. The security related things have to be discussed, have to be planned, and have to be absolutely made clear what are the things are going to perform where. Most of the times we see that people leave the last 10 devices to the default credentials like admin or something. So these are the loopholes which are there, and the hackers, they use these vulnerabilities in the network, and they start with one device, they are able to go to the other device, and the complete network is compromised. So security, of course, is very, very critical. Wi-Fi 6, of course, implements WPA3 mandatory. It is mandatory to be implemented. So Wi-Fi 6 takes care of that. For other things, network related security has to be taken care by the network service provider, like access control lists, and by using firewalls, using antivirus, regular updates and patch upgrades. So these things combined with the best practices, like we have to use strong passwords, we have to have
we don't have to use repeated usernames and passwords on the multiple devices. That we do it normally during the implementation stage for the speed of the rollout, but then that becomes a very, very big vulnerability in the network. So these are the best practices we have to follow, and security is not an afterthought. It has to be a very, very pre-planned strategy to implement in the networks. So that's my point of view on the security. It is so very, very critical.
So I agree with you. I think the basics are still, you have to remain with the basics, strong passwords and careful usage, not opening up your data to outsiders or to unknown links and that kind of stuff. Okay, without going into too many details here, thank you, Rakesh, for that. So Surya, your thoughts, and again, I think let's try and wind up within 2-3 minutes each. So to do justice to the time frame that we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Amitabh. Security is not a topic to be discussed in 2-3 minutes. Probably I'll cover up the perspective in a very short thing. I started off saying that people move networks must follow which Wi-Fi made it. At the same time, security also needs to follow. Okay, so security, I cannot anymore tell a user, come to my office, sit in my desk, that's where I give you security. It's just reverse. Whether you connect in a hotel or whether you connect in a home or whether you connect in my office, whether you connect in Bangalore, Mumbai or in India or outside India, I need to protect my assets. Now, when I take security, predominantly in India, we saw device security was one of the predominant discussions happen. And second is application security. Now, whether this connects on Wi-Fi, non-Wi-Fi or other, we'll come to that touch point bit later. When I said device security, one of the largest banks when we did, the bank did not know how many devices were there in their network itself. So what's on my network? It's predominantly the great question before UIDA happened, how many citizens are there in India? Because you can have a number of passports and other documents, and hence there was no unique number to actually know that. So it starts with that base, and security also is not a single OEM play. You will have multiple OEMs, multiple solutions. I'll not be the person who says that I'll give you perimeter security, antivirus, but what I will give you is a ClearPass Policy Manager, which is a next generation AAA, which talks about role-based access, all the restrictions possible from a security attack. Having said that, why is the security in context with IoT and Wi-Fi is critical? Okay, so the recent hacks were a CCTV camera was compromised to attack, do a DDoS attack into the network. That means it's IoT platform. A fish tank was used to hack a casino. These are all public available. You can Google it. In one of the leading banks in Bangladesh, open network printer was used to compromise the shift code itself. Because of that, Indian entire banking infrastructure deployed something called as network access control. Having said that, so IoT will become a new vector for attack. So it's important that you need to protect that asset, because these are all headless devices. It will not have a MAC ID to protect the way typical static protection is. Parallelly, as we developed around Wi-Fi was always thought that it's not secure. The reason is it's like a bank strong room. Network used to be. You want to connect, come and put a cable into a laptop, then only you connect. To protect that, I used to use perimeter security, access control, guards, and used to be there. But Wi-Fi signals are outside building. Why you need to even go into a building? So I always used to say Wi-Fi is double secure than your wired network. WPA3 replaced almost a decade-old WPA2 and brought in many other secured parameters. One important thing is there was a bit of discussion around password. Password could be hacked or can be replicated. SAE, that is simultaneous authentication of equals, was brought in WPA3. That took care of your issues with password, especially becoming harder to crack. At the same time, WPA3 brought in something called as WPA3 Enterprise. We used to do something called as Suite B protocol in some of our army and defense installations. That was for secured encrypted communication between two sites.
Okay, some of the leading powerful armies, Navy and Air Force are still using SUBE protocol. This was around 384-bit encryption, and that too on a double encryption, meaning that to decode that encryption, it used to take almost 20 years. Okay, so SUBE, which was enterprise high secure grade, got introduced in WPA3. So that will be the game changer. SUBE 256-bit encryption. That's even though optional from a WPA3, I recommend enterprise and government to make it mandatory for embracing that into their infrastructure. So that means that the discussion which I do, or communication I do on the Wi-Fi will be encrypted to the level where to decrypt it will take time. Having said that, I'm telling about enterprise. I'm talking about simultaneous authentication of equals from a password protection. But at the end of the day, I will go to Coffee Day and connect to Open Network. That's where the guest network or the open network comes into picture. So that was never protected. We used to have the typical PSKs, pre-shared keys, which is not actually secure. Okay, so this is where OWE, that is opportunistic wireless encryption, came into picture. Even in all wireless traffic gets encrypted with OWE. So that means whether Amitabh sits in guest network or open coffee day shop or a Starbucks and connects to a Wi-Fi or in my enterprise building, I'm ensuring that with Wi-Fi 6 or the next standards, we protect you in all angles. So as I said, security is not just about WPA3. It is much beyond a larger topic. I restricted myself with the limitation of IoT and Wi-Fi 6 and restricted towards WPA3 and discussed about what WPA3 brings into from a security perspective.
Thank you, Surya. I think that was pretty specific and great. Vikas, your thoughts on the security concerns?
No, you are absolutely right, Amitabh. If in order to implement any successful IoT solution, it is important that there is a security layer. And what are the few actions we have also taken is one of the action is that we have already put up the IoT lab. That IoT lab's job is only that whatever device is coming, we need to validate those devices, test those devices thoroughly, so that the security plays a very important role. Because when we represent behalf of all other partners and give them a integrated solution, then credibility goes to us, because they have that trust and they automatically ask that you give me the end-to-end. So we need to validate that part thoroughly. Finally, there are 4 or 5 things which are very, very important in terms of security part, which we always keep in mind, and I'm sure everybody is aware of. One is that employ the device discovery for complete visibility. That's one thing which is very, very important. Second, we should also ensure that apply the network segmentation for strong defense. That segmentation in the network is very much required, which can also create a more service layer. Third, which is important, is that we should adopt secure password practices, because many times there is a loose and that can create a problem. So ensure that there is a secure password practices adopted. And then there should be a continuous to patch and update the firmware. Firmware plays a very, very important role in our entire solution part. So the regular patch is required in that part. And last but not least is that actually monitor the IoT devices at all times. If we can't monitor the devices, the chances are high that there is a breach of security. So hence, we believe that it's a very, very important, and because we are working with the B2B companies, they need security part, and that's a privacy, and we don't want any kind of action which can impact the brand and credibility of the organization. It's very important in a nutshell.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vikas. And I think it was a very, very comprehensive, within the limited period of time that we had, an understanding of Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E coming in, and the marriage between Wi-Fi 6 and the IoT, which is already around us. And I think we all kind of agreed that it is, it's not an option, but to adopt these new technologies with the way things are developing. And when you talk about one last remark on the security, and I think that's one thing that we also need to look at is from a policy perspective. Some of the policies that we have around security, for example, for the telecom service providers, there was this directive in 2009, where telecom service providers are liable for up to 50 crores or something. If there's a breach, they fail to rectify that within a certain time. Now, that is some thing that we used to discuss in our industry forums earlier several times. So they still need to keep up with the new challenges on security, with the Wi-Fi 6 and with IoT coming in. I think we still need to do a lot of work there, and I think the industry needs to come together and also parlay with the government quite a bit on this, on the policy front. That also needs to be looked at. Because I remember 2009, Wi-Fi used to be open networks. Surya talked about that earlier. And I was involved at that point of time when DOT called some of us to discuss how to secure the Wi-Fi access. And I remember giving a presentation on all the possible encryption methods and stuff, giving a tutorial almost to the DOT guys in their third floor conference room, from hash and to AES 128 stuff. And finally, they came out with that directive that they had, where you had to have your registration before you could access Wi-Fi. Right. So I think to some extent that is the kind of work that we will all need to do with them, with the government and the policymakers. Law enforcement agencies are another ballgame. In my experience, currently they lag behind in their not only this understanding. Maybe theoretically they do understand a lot, but in practice they are still not geared to meeting the requirements of end users when it comes to being attack victims. And with IoT and of course, the attack vectors are increasing day by day. So there's a lot of work to be done there. So thank you all with that. And I think we've covered a lot of ground and very comprehensive. Thank you, Rakesh, Surya, Vikas.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such an engaging session. Now moving on to the most exciting part of this program. Voice&Data has been recognizing the hard work done by companies and is the voice for the telecom industry for the last 28 years. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the Voice&Data Excellence Awards 2021. This year too, Voice&Data recognizes great industry leaders for their achievements. So a big round of applause for Voice&Data Excellence Award 2021 in Internet Services. And the award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom Limited for empowering homeowners and SMEs with digital connectivity and transformational broadband in India. A big round of applause for Voice&Data Excellence Award 2021 in the Network Infra category. And the award goes to none other than Reliance Jio Infocom Limited for empowering the country with 4G LTE and 5G-led transformation that made an impact on many people through easy digital access, connected enterprise, indigenous technology, and fiber backbone. In the innovation category, let's applaud. The award goes to Vodafone India Limited for spawning the transferable best practices model for continuous excellence in the supply chain area. It resulted in 60 best practices and 1,200 improvement opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice&Data Excellence Award 2021 in the marketing category. And the award goes to Bharti Airtel for heralding disruptions of simplicity and user power in management and experience of services in Indian mobile landscape through the Black Initiative. In the IoT AI category, big round of applause for the winner, and the award goes to Vodafone Idea Limited for introducing a policy compliance portal for injecting more transparency, robust governance for vendors. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Voice Data Excellence Award 2021 in the 5G innovation category. And the award goes to NEC Corporation India Private Limited for innovation in 5G for the world from India. NEC led the world's first 5G commercial implementation for Rakuten in Japan from India, deployed BSS, OSS, 5G, R.U. and 5G core solutions. The next award is in the category of security. A big round of applause for the winner. And the award goes to Vodafone Idea Limited for rolling out the Privacy by Design framework that addressed the challenges of managing personal data and built proactive awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Award 2021 in the innovation category. And the award goes to Tata Tele Business Services for bringing out cloud communication suite that aligns well with pandemic-led work culture and communication needs for big giants in multiple industries in India Inc. In the category Indigenous Technology Innovation, the winner is, let's give them a round of applause. The award goes to CDOT for injecting real self-reliance in the telecom and networking space with boosters on capacity, R&D and automation. Ladies and gentlemen, now a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Award 2021 in the multilingual internet and IDN. And the award goes to Nixie for playing a critical role for the multilingual internet. For the next 500 million non-English internet users in India, Nixie launched the Internationalized Domain Names, which is IDN, in 22 Indian languages, a first for any country, together with emails in regional language. In the next category, which is network software, let's give a big round of applause to the winner. And the award goes to Mavenir for creating the Converged Mobile and Packet Core solution that solves a CSP's core problem for operational efficiency and helps to leap to 5G easily with tremendous scale-up, scale-down flexibility. The next award is in the category of Internet Services, and let's give it a big round of applause to the winner. The award goes to One OTT Entertainment Limited for empowering users during the pandemic with 99% network consistency and fast internet doorstep availability, especially with projects for Dharavi and Delhi free Wi-Fi. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Awards 2021 in the category of Content Services. And the award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom Limited for developing future-ready content for new-age devices with compelling affordability and versatility for users. Let's move on to the next category, which is Innovation. And a big round of applause for the winner. The award goes to Tejas Networks for enabling enterprises with an innovative breakout architecture for dynamic capacity scaling with no extra hardware costs. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's give a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Recognition Award 2021 in the Enterprise Business Service category. And the award goes to Tech Mahindra for empowering a telco operator with automation, COE and RPA that led to a drop in operating costs and a jump in telesales. Moving on to the next category of marketing solutions, and let's give a big round of applause to the winner. The award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom. In the next category of network infra and innovation, the award goes to, drum rolls as they say, integration, network transformation and aggregation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Award 2021 in the Enterprise Business Services category, and the award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom Limited for building an affordable and simple integrated digital service that strengthens small businesses on efficiency and growth with enterprise-grade connectivity and solutions. The next category is business process innovation, and big round of applause for the winner. The award goes to Aris Communications India Private Limited for developing IoT solutions that enabled reduced MTTR, less IoT service downtime, faster response time, and enhanced application monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Award 2021 in the Network Infra category. The award goes to Sham Spectra Private Limited for building network solutions that bolster visibility and enable application performance, manage Wi-Fi, SD-WAN, and security. In the next category, which is the marketing category, the award goes to, come on, let's have a big round of applause for ACT FiberNet for executing a successful 360-degree internet campaign on smart fiber technology during the pandemic that had an impact on 24 million people. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Awards 2021 in the CSR category. And the award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom Limited for building solutions like an indigenous healthcare app, a novel chatbot powered with easy connectivity and data that helped users during the pandemic. In the next category, which is mobile payments category, let's give a big round of applause to the winner. The award goes to Xeron Microsystems Private Limited for a successful solution on massively scalable cards acceptance that manifested 13,700% jump in 12 months and empowered the underserved merchant community in India. Let's put our hands together for the next category, which is the Make in India category. And the award goes to Dixon Technologies for driving local manufacturing in the telecom and networking products like phones, modems, routers, and set-top boxes through capacity expansion, R&D focus, and automation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Awards 2021. App testing on real devices platform for a major multinational bank with a unique developer focus and elevated digital experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Recognition Awards 2021 in the CSR category, and this award goes to Vodafone Idea Limited for deploying a significant intervention for continuous and uniform health, safety and wellness training in logistics area. A big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Recognition Awards 2021 in the highest smartphone exports under PLI scheme iPhone category. The award goes to Apple for Apple's share of iPhone exports from India stands at more than 4.6 million units in 2021, with exports to Europe, Japan, and the Middle East, among others. Over the past 4 years, Apple's share of Make in India iPhones has grown 15 times to reach 75% in 2021. The next award in the Market Leader 5G Smartphone Player segment, and a round of applause for the winner because the award goes to OnePlus for shipping the most 5G-enabled smartphones in CY 2021 and paving the way for a 5G device-ready ecosystem in India. And now a big round of applause for the next category, which is the Market Leader Smartphone Player. And the award goes to Xiaomi for shipping the most smartphones in CY 2021 and furthering smartphone accessibility and availability. Xiaomi enabled Indians everywhere to be connected to the digital economy. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Voice and Data Excellence Recognition Award 2021 in the Market Leader Tablet Player category. And the award goes to Lenovo for shipping the most tablets in CY 2021 and making an array of consumer and enterprise use cases possible amidst the pandemic. Congratulations to all the winners, and what a stellar lineup of awards in the various categories of Voice and Data 21st edition of the Telecom Leadership Forum. Once again, a very big congratulations to all the winners. Moving forward to the next session, we have with us a leader who needs no introduction. He successfully managed and set an example to the world that how effectively and efficiently the plan can be initiated and implemented in a vast country like India to beat COVID. Authority sharing his valuable thoughts on Ayushman and the digital health. Over to you, Dr. Sharma.
Good afternoon, and let me begin by thanking Cyber Media Group for inviting me to this 21st Voice and Data TLF Awards. I have also been associated with Cyber Media in the past, and have also been recipients of some of the sort of their awards, and of course I have spoken in their conferences, webinars, and other things. So I think they have been doing a fabulous job of kind of recording the development in the telecommunication sector, in the information technology sector, and that's something very interesting. I've been, sort of asked to provide some perspective on the building a resilient healthcare system in India. So let me begin by saying that the National Health Authority, of which I am the CEO, is essentially involved in two major tasks, which actually are both aimed at providing a quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare. So the first project is Ayushman Bharat PM Jan Arogya Yojana. The purpose of that project is essentially to provide health assurance to about 40% of the India's vulnerable population. And we provide an assurance of up to 5 lakhs per family per year. And there are a large number of health benefit packages, and almost all the diseases are covered in that. And we recently had celebrated 3 crore hospital admissions, because this scheme is available for only inpatient sort of people, which means the people who get hospitalized in the hospitals. That is the reimbursement which is available. And we are trying to improve the implementation of this scheme. I must share with you that this scheme is a completely paperless scheme, where there is no paper involved in processing of the reimbursement claims or the claims which are paid to the hospitals. So that's one part. We are doing about 1 million hospitalizations per month. So that's a fairly large number which we are covering. And we are also bringing about innovations in the scheme, in the sense that we want to increase the coverage, we want to rationalize the rates, we want to reduce the turnaround time for payment and reimbursement of the hospitals, and we want to ensure that there are no frauds or suspicious claims which pass through us. So these are some of the things, and we are using technology in a big way. The second project which has been approved by the government, and which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister on 15th of August 2020 as a pilot in 6 union territories, is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And the overarching objective of this project is to leverage technology to deliver better healthcare services which are accessible, affordable, and quality services. So this is the broad objective of the project. And this, I believe, that if we can do it well, this will be really transformational project for our country, because we have used technologies and we have done a large number of projects, other projects. Aadhaar is one of them, where we created digital identities for various people, for everybody in the country. And now today we have 1.3 billion identities created. Almost every person has got an Aadhaar number. And this is the only digital identity in the world which can be verified, validated or authenticated in a remote manner, in an online manner. So that's, and then now that identity authentication is plugged in for various service delivery scenarios, like getting mobile SIMs, getting ration, or sort of opening bank account and many other things. So this is one project which we had done. We have also done unified payment interface, which actually clocked about 4.5 billion transactions per month in the last couple of months. So these are some of the large scale projects which we have built. And these projects give us the confidence of building a project like Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, where we are creating an interoperable network of various sort of facilities, which are health facilities, health professionals registry, and we are also creating longitudinal records of each patient on which patient will have the control. So that's another very interesting project. It has all the attributes of a large scale project, and these attributes include, among others, interoperability, the kind of inclusiveness, the frugal nature, the robustness of technology, scalability, all these wonderful attributes which actually make a software successful are all incorporated in this. And most importantly, privacy has been incorporated by design. We have adopted what is called a federated data structure, federated data approach, whereby data does not get consolidated or accumulated at one place. It remains wherever it is, but it is accessible through normal, link basis, and those power of accessing it and also sharing it remains with the patient. So that's the broad architecture. We will use it for delivery of medicines. We will use it for teleconsultations, telemedicine as it is called. We will use it for facilities being discovered. So the whole idea is that using any software at the front end, you should be able to discover facilities, you should be able to book appointment in the facilities, and you should be able to avail the services. So this is the whole kind of picture, broad picture, a very high level picture of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And we have created artifacts like consent, management manager, which will basically create, provide the consent, manage the consent of the patients. We also have the unified health interface, which will basically create a highway or a gateway or a highway for connecting various front-end applications, client applications, with the service providers applications, which are back-end applications. So this is the overall architecture, and we have health facility registry, which is a registry of health facilities vetted by the state government. We have health professional registry, which is a registry of doctors and health service care providers vetted by the corresponding medical councils in the state, or other councils, whether they are belonging to Ayurveda or allopathy. So we are very inclusive in terms of including all kinds of medicine systems, Indian systems of medicines, as also the allopathy and other things, yoga, physiotherapy, and everything. So that's but everything verified. It's not that you include everything and most of it is fake and other things. So that's a very important process which we have undertaken, and we will provide a very, very reliable, verified data to the people of our country. So that's what we are doing. Each person has what is called Ayushman Bharat Health Account Number, which is basically a number, random number, with which he or she can attach all his or her health records. So that's basically the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. Now, let me also share with you that India has created a very, very large scale, scalable public goods, digital public goods. And one of the goods which we created recently during these COVID times is the CoWIN platform. Now, when the Honorable Prime Minister launched the vaccination drive, the world's biggest vaccination drive, on 16th of January, he actually told us that we should create a digital backbone to
track and monitor each and every vaccination which takes place in the country. And that is actually what prompted us to create this digital platform called COVID. Now, obviously, to satisfy, to actually operate in a very, very diverse country like India, it is not an end-to-end digital journey which should be insisted upon. So basically, first of all, we made a software in such a manner that while we insist that every vaccination will be recorded in a digital manner, it is not necessary that everybody should use the digital tools only to get the vaccination. So if somebody wants to register for vaccination, he or she can register, get appointment from the hospitals or vaccination centers and can get vaccinated. On the other hand, if somebody wants to just walk into a vaccination center, then that also can be done and he or she will be registered there and the digital journey will start from there. We also have a system of issuing a verifiable digital credential, digital certificate of vaccination. We also have a lot of facilities like reminding the people about their second dose, about their precautionary dose, number one. Number two, creating a portability because a person can get first dose at place in Delhi, for example, second dose in Patna, there is no problem in that. So all the facilities, then you can link your vaccination certificate to your passport, to your Aadhaar, to your other documents. If you are traveling, you can link it to your passport and then travel. So this is something which has happened. And interestingly, it's an extremely highly scalable platform. At one point of time, we were recording about 1,000 vaccinations per second. That's the extent which you can imagine, more than 1,000. So we were recording billions of hits per day. People were searching, people were booking, people were getting vaccinated, people were downloading certificates. So all these this stuff was happening. And today we have more than 1.75 billion records on our database. Each person's record is there with us. Any person at any point in time can download the entire vaccination history. One telephone number can accommodate 6 people of your family. So it's actually very easy and very inclusive system wherein you just need a telephone number and OTP and you can have access to your entire account of vaccinations, your vaccination history. So I think this is another product which we have made, which have given us confidence, and we will repurpose this product for universal vaccinations, for blood bank ecosystem in the country, and so on and so forth. So essentially, I wanted to sort of share with you that India is leapfrogging in the usage of digital technologies in health sector. We are also, as you are aware, we are leapfrogging, going to leapfrog in the open network for digital commerce. That's another project which is happening over at DC, and I'm sure that will also transform the digital commerce in the country. So I think there are multiple such large-scale efforts going on in the country, which I'm sure will be able to, sort of enable us to leapfrog the leapfrog in the digital space. So I'll end here. Thank you very much for inviting me to deliver this keynote address. I hope I've been able to share with you the developments which have taken place in the health space, the application of digital technologies, and also Ayushman Bharat sort of PMJY scheme. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for those words. It's always been a pleasure to listen to you. Moving forward, I would now like to invite Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala, Institute Professor, IIT Madras, India, President, IITM Research Park, IITM Incubation Cell, and RTBI, to share his views and insights on telecom in India, some turning points. Professor Jhunjhunwala got his BTech degree from IIT Kanpur. He obtained his MS and PhD from University of Maine, USA. Professor is considered a pioneer in nurturing industry-academia interaction in India towards R&D, innovation, and product development. He conceived and built India's first university-affiliated business park, IIT Madras Research Park. He has been developing products for masses, affordable yet technically advanced products in India, like wireless in local loop, remote health monitoring system, ATMs, solar DC to homes, affordable electric vehicles, etc. Over to you, Professor Jhunjhunwala, for your keynote.
Telecom has come indeed a long way in India over the last 40 years. What I will do today is very quickly run through some of the difficulties that we faced and some of the tasks that we had to do in this process. So some turning points. I'll start in 80s. I remember I came to India in 1981, wanted to get a telephone. The wait list was 8 years. And this was not just for me, but pretty much most of the people. Typical wait time was 8 years. I was wondering why this is so. And we were working along with our groups, with whomever we could, and figured out that towards the late 80s, the investment for one telephone line was 40,000 rupees. And at 15% interest rate, 8 years depreciation, and 10% investment as annual maintenance charges, the revenue required if your investment is 40K to break even will be about 1,200 rupees per month. And we were IIT professors, and still our income was barely about 3,000 rupees take home pay around 1990. So it was clear that we could not be provided telephone, because if the provider, my bill is only 200 rupees, the telecom department will not break even. The telephone line will not break even. So basically what happened is that there was a long queue and you could get it, but then it was highly subsidized. And we really realized that this will not change unless this whole subsidy gets removed. There were two steps that started happening in mid-80s, late 80s, I would say. The first, and in fact, we worked with Sam Petroda at that time, the introduction of STD ISD PCO. Very clearly, individual telephone lines were not available, but we sort of said that can we put a telephone in every street corner? Maybe with a panwala, we initially thought of that. And then we came up with this STD ISD PCO booth and make telephony available widely, so that at least within 100 meters of your home, you could get a telephone. And most of us started using telephone in that manner. And then there was evening charges, because the long distance lines are free, and night charges, because long distance lines are really free, being cut down by half, and 1/4 really enabled us to even make long distance calls. This is what happened in 80s. But it was very clear that one has to reduce the investment on telephone line. This 40,000 rupees was not going to get us anywhere. And we, upon ourselves at IIT Madras, took upon that we will somehow get it to 10,000 rupees per line. Now, we did a back calculation that if we did bring to 10,000 rupees per line, then the telephone bill can be around 250, 300 rupees, and then about 100 million people could get it. And we put an aim by 2000, will get there. How do you reduce the investment per line? There were three parts of the network. The first part was the backbone network. Now, backbone network, that's where I was working on. Basically, optical fiber and digital multiplexing was already bringing down the cost significantly. And we just knew that we have to just push this, make sure that our long distance lines all become optical fiber, and even inter-exchange line within cities become optical fiber. And in fact, we did a lot of R&D. We later on founded Tejas Networks, and this kind of went on. So this one part, backbone network, which was high cost, we are able to reduce. The second was switches, digital switch. In fact, it is here Sam Petroda and CDOT played a major. We brought in digital switches, and then pretty much it became fairly easy. In fact, even as student project, we could build small switches. So that's a kind of thing that happened that brought down the cost. Certainly from 10,000 rupees per line for switches, we are seeing a cost of around 1,000 rupees per line. But it was the copper local. And the copper local loop, wired local loop, was by early 90s was starting to cost 25,000 rupees. The cost of copper was going up every year. Cost of digging was going up every year. Maintenance was very difficult. That was the dominant cost. And it is here we sort of say replace copper by wireless. The problem was that the wireless cost was much higher, whereas copper local loop that time around 25,000 rupees, wireless local loop, whatever little bit talked about, it was in form of mobile telephony, was about 100,000 rupees. How are you going to reduce the cost? But we recognize that we are replacing copper and digging by integrated circuits and software. And we knew that we could put a large number of people to come with innovative design of the integrated circuits and the software, and the cost will keep on coming down year after year. So we took upon ourselves that we will make wireless local loop at 10,000 rupees per line. Most people called us fools. We incubated a company, started working with them, and got young engineers, our students who have been working elsewhere, got them to come in and design, develop, and productionize. We are lucky that we got help of Analog Devices, whose chairman had visited us and saw our enthusiasm and say, they will design ICs for us as per our requirement without any costs. And then we are able to go together with Analog Devices and sign up with 4 companies who gave us in 1994 75 lakhs rupees per company to develop this. This will be the advanced license fee. They will then manufacture. This is what we did, and rest happened. In fact, Codec wireless in local loop was first sold at 10,000 rupees per line. It included the exchange. It did not include the backbone network, but it was a complete system. What happened the next? Next, we added internet. We are already doing codec. DEC was already a digital line, digital wireless we are doing. So we are very easily able to first add 35 kilobit per second on one voice channel, and then we could combine 2 channels, and we are able to provide 70 kilobit per second internet. This we are doing in 96, 97. And we then sort of said, well, we will take the telephony to the village and also internet to the village. We use this STD PCO kind of concept and sort of say we'll set up an entrepreneur in every village to set up this kiosk. And communications will be telephony and 35 to 70 kilobit per second internet. But then we will drive all kinds of services. We focus on what can be done to transform village. Education. Can we prepare children to do better in class 10 exam? We started providing these kind of services. Can we provide telemedicines? Doctors, local doctors are very excited. We sort of say, we'll connect you to people in the village. We had already a video of 70 kilobit per second, even at 35 kilobit per second. We could do a small video and between the doctors and the patient. And we then developed a remote diagnostic kit, which took the blood pressure, took the temperature and heartbeats, and we started to do telemedicines. The next step came that we were able to invite veterinary doctors to come and treat animals. Initially small animals, cats and dogs and goats, and later on even cows. We then started working with different departments, government departments, say what kind of support services can we provide to agriculture? Can we give them the advisory? Can we help them figure out what they should do? Where should they get fertilizers? Where should they get pesticide, crop disease? Can we kind of help that? And then we started working with government to provide all kinds of citizen services. You don't have to come to the towns for the services. And we also started trying to drive financial inclusion. It is in this process we actually even sort of say, can we set up an ATM in the village? The cost of ATM was also very high. And we also took upon ourselves to again create entrepreneurs who actually brought down the cost of ATM. Connectivity was already provided by us. The cost of ATM from around 10 lakhs to around 2 lakhs or even less. And that's brought in the some amount of financial services on internet in the villages. And we did achieve 100 million telephones, fortunately 2001, because we showed that the cost will go down, and then the things just kept on going. But one of the big concern around 2000s, we had that we were importing everything. Handset, base stations, switches. And are we going to continue to do that? The codec went on for certain stage, didn't go further. And 2G mobile telephony, 3G was knocking at the door, everything were importing. And at that time, 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, we realized that this is a standardization game. You can do whatever you want technology development unless you get into the standard and drive down the costs and the patents into the standard, you are not going to win. Everything will come from outside. And that's a time, sometime around 2005 or 6, we started first setting of Center of Excellence in Wireless Technology at IIT Madras, and then TSDSI much later. But what we did is that we got all the IITs and ISC together, and we had several hundred young faculty and PhD people to start working together. Our objective was, can we come up with new techniques and get into the standards? 3G was too late, 4G is where we went in. We started getting into patents. Soon to realize, we started attending the standardization meeting internationally. We soon realized that breaking into standards play is very difficult, even though our technology and our patents were better. But it is large corporates, international corporates, which controlled what went into standard, and they would not allow nobodies from India, all these professors from India, to get inside. But we didn't give up. We took support from the government. We kept on talking about it. TSDSI, I'm talking about India. I'm not talking about us or IIT Madras. We played a role. We played a leadership role, but we were all part of it. 5G, finally, we have got into the standards. We have now a few of our patents into the standards, and we need to accelerate. Same time, what is happening to handset manufacturing? Fortunately, the handset manufacturing from around 2013 onwards got pushed by focusing on manufacturing in India. And we were able to invite companies like Foxconn or others to come in and start manufacturing. Initially, the value add was very small, but then the value add can keep on improving. And our target should be in the next 5, 7, 8 years. Can we reach 40, 50% and start not just manufacturing for us, also exporting? At the same time, what happened to the infrastructure? Fortunately, with 5G emerging, we realized that all the base station controller and the switches that we used to have, and which was a proprietary items of some of the large companies, actually could be server farms. Server farms which are used for all kinds of servers. And software. It became primarily a software game. Hardware, there was nothing much to do. It was we could get servers and we could load the software. And this is what started making India a player. And of course, CIVIT did a lot of work. All the groups at IITs, different IITs got together and developed a lot of software. CDOT got into the act. And we are now starting to have our software in 5G. Some of the players are still reluctant, large players are still reluctant. I think it's a matter of time. Already TCS and Mahindra are getting into this, Tech Mahindra is getting into this, and they will get in there. That's the next thing. The other parallel thing that we started looking at is mobile payment and digital banking. I was fortunate to be on the board of State Bank of India and started looking at transaction cost. I started asking questions. How much does that transaction cost takes place? I was the chairman of the at State Bank of India, the committee of IT for driving technology into banking. And we started computerization of banking, leveraging the telecom network. We went for centralized banking, internet-based banking, rather than each branch doing things separately. And initially there was a lot of doubt, but finally telecom was developing and this was becoming possible. And then we started asking questions, cost of transaction. How much does a branch banking cost? How much does an ATM cost? And how much does a digital transaction, let's say credit card or on internet, how much does it cost? We found that branch banking was almost 7 to 8 times more expensive to ATM, and ATM cost was 8 to 10 times more expensive than transaction cost than the digital transaction. And we started sort of saying, why not therefore drive the digital transaction? That time credit card was the only thing. And we say, why can't we drive the credit card? I pushed it at State Bank of India. But I was told, well, the credit cards world over has 4% fraud. And in India, it's going to be even larger. We cannot afford that. That's the time we came up with the concept of OTP, one-time password via SMS. Saying, well, if we sort of link all payment with OTP, card payment, then frauds could be significantly brought down. We are told, well, SMS cost is going to be high and SMS is not real time. What we did is that I was fortunate to also be in the boards of some telecom companies. I started working with them. How do you bring the SMS, make it real time and bring down the cost? Bulk SMS. And we were able to do there. And that's basically brought in the starting digital banking and mobile payment. I became the chairman of Mobile Payment Forum of India 2007. And we wrote down the specs. How do the mobile payments were going to take place? Still when 2G was predominant, 3G was just coming in. We started working on how do you provide it SMS. GPRS was not very strong. Touch phones were not there. We still started developing application and doing that. And we also went on for, can we use USSD payment? Because USSD channel is real time. Can we make payments using that? Well, it went on. There was a lot of resistance from some telecom player, but finally the whole thing started moving. Mobile payments started moving. And then we played the role in unified payment interface. I'm still on the board of State Bank of India, also on the IDRPT, and we, as chairman of Mobile Payment Forum of India, we could push. And today, the unified payment interface, we have close to rupees 10 lakh crore transaction per month. I don't think anybody else in the world can beat this. This is where we have got there. Sometimes people ask, where is Indian technology? All this was Indian technology. The whole mobile payment and all this was Indian technology. Well, what's happening today? Very quickly, digital media, social networking, voice, video communication, everything looks positive, but there are downsides. Trolls, fake news, cyber attacks. This is something very, very serious and hurting the telecom and the society. But on the other hand, mobile-enabled merchants are enabling on-demand consumer services, transport, Uber, Ola, food delivery, Zomatos and Swiggy, medicine delivery, goods delivery. And recently I found that I wanted to send some food, home-cooked food to somebody else, and one could do so. All this is happening. Of course, it's happening in the world, but it's all based on mobile. Without mobile and telecom, none of these things will work. And then when we are hit by COVID, the whole situation, the way it went, almost looks like within a month or two, we're able to do remote working. And today, I'm even recording this remotely. And we are able to do this. What can one say? Just this is all telecom and internet and IT. Finally, what are the unfinished tasks? One concern is digital divide is very strong in India still. One will not believe it, but we did participate in some surveys. What happened during COVID times for schools, for poor people, and schools in villages in particular? Most of the children could not get educated. Low-income children have not attended schools for last 2 years. Very often this is not brought out. This is not talked about. But they're just not attended. And in spite of all this connectivity, they don't have mobile phones that can provide the kind of connectivity. And They don't have people who can guide them. So this is another thing that fintech, we started focusing on fintech. Fintech has become very large, all mobile based, but it is still focused on 15% of population. 85% of the population of India, which earns less than 25,000 rupees per month, they do not get good fintech service. There are companies now working on it. Even at our IIT Madras Research Park, there are a lot of companies. But this is something that we have to break. And finally, the Internet of Things. This will play a huge role going forward. Everything will be on internet, and our telecom network will be driving it. Best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Junjunwala. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to draw your attention towards the most important part of the conference of the 21st edition Telecom Leadership Awards, popularly known as the Voice and Data Jury Awards. For any process to succeed or for any policy to be implemented, there is always a disciplined and rigorous hard work that is behind all this from the leaders. Each year, Voice and Data organizes a jury meet to choose leaders in 3 categories. The categories are Lifetime Achievement Award, Pathbreaker of the Year, and Telecom Person of the Year. This year, the jury meet took place on 27th January 2022, where the industry leaders met and discussed on the award nominations. The jury members were Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy, former director, IIT Madras. He was the jury chair. Anand Bhaskar, MD, Service Providers Business, Cisco. Bharat B. Bhatia, President, ITU APT Foundation. Hariom Rai, CMD, Lava International. Jagbir Singh, CTO, Vodafone Idea. K.S. Rao, Group Chief Corporate Officer, STL. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, ED and Chairman, CDOT. Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, DG, COAI. Som Satsangi, Senior VP and MD, Hewlett Packard Enterprise. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group, who was the jury co-chair. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, I would now like to announce the Voice and Data Lifetime Achievement Award, which is being awarded to Professor Ashok Junjunwala, Institute Professor, IIT Madras, India, President, IITM Research Park, IITM Incubation Cell, and RTBI. Let's give him a big round of applause. Professor Ashok Junjunwala is a pioneer. For the last 45 years, he has been a force multiplier for technology R&D in India, creating solutions for Bharat and transferring this to other developing countries, ideally suited for local conditions. Dr. Junjunwala is most widely known for his inspirational work in the development of CoreDect, a wireless in local loop WLL technology, together with a private partner, Midas Communications Technologies. CoreDect solved one of the biggest problems in the 1990s, that of bringing voice and data connectivity to remote and rural areas on wireless networks. It was not only one of the lowest cost wireless systems in the late 90s, its exchange and base station could work at 55 degrees centigrade, required less than 10% of power compared to other systems at that time, and provided seamless integration of both voice and internet. CoreDect technology has now been deployed in Argentina, Brazil, Tunisia, Madagascar, Kenya, Angola, Nigeria, Yemen, Fiji, and Iran. Dr. Junjunwala completed his BTech in Electrical Engineering from IIT Kanpur and later his PhD from University of Maine in US. He then joined IIT Madras in 1981 as a faculty and later went on to head the Department of Electric Engineering. It is at IITM that he really started some of his path-breaking research work. He was one of the very first movers to bring industry and academia together to create practical solutions. After core DECT, he helped start Banyan Networks that focused on providing data on digital subscriber line DSL networks at that time. He helped set up another company called Tejas, which is today part of the Tata Group. Tejas developed software-based converged networking solutions for telecom operators. It developed hardware that aggregated and distributed bandwidth for internet users and helped build intelligent networks in the early and the mid-2000s. Tejas has been ahead of the curve in Indian telecom technology and has built strategic presence in over 100 countries. The Telecommunications and Computer Networks Group at IIT Madras was also set up by Dr. Junjunwala. TNet has developed a range of products well suited for Indian conditions, among them a low-cost ATM, a remote medical diagnostic kit, a low bitrate video conferencing software, a multi-language office suite, and many others. The Center for Excellence in Wireless Technology, a public-private platform, was also the brainchild of Dr. Junjunwala. Its objective is of making India one of the leaders in wireless technology globally and to ensure that international standards bodies incorporate Indian requirements and solutions. Dr. Junjunwala is chairman of the Rural Technology and Business Incubator at IITM, a technology incubator focusing on innovative initiatives for the rural segment. He is the holder of numerous patents in the field of wireless and broadband communications. He was a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister in 2005. Dr. Junjunwala was conferred with the Padma Shri Award in 2002. For these humongous and unparalleled efforts in helping bring Indian R&D to international levels, playing a key role in enabling the telecommunications revolution in the late 90s in India, and for inspiring generations of new entrepreneurs, leading, mentoring over 100 startups in the tech sector, Voice&Data is truly honored to recognize the work of Professor Ashok Junjunwala and award him with this Lifetime Achievement Award on behalf of cyber media and the entire telecommunications sector in India. A very warm congratulations to you, Professor Ashok Junjunwala.
Thank you, the jury of Voice&Data Telecom Leadership Forum, for choosing me this year for the award, Lifetime Achievement Award in Telecom. Telecom was a passion, not because my background was as much in telecom. My PhD was not exactly in telecom. I worked on surface acoustical devices related to telecom, used in telecom, but telecom was really not my area. Yet, when I came to India in 1981, and I joined IIT Madras, whereas my home was, my parents were in Calcutta, I wanted to get a telephone at my home so that I could connect with my parents, with my sisters, with my other rest of the family. Only to be told that there is a waiting list and the waiting list extends 8 years. I couldn't understand that as a young faculty, could not understand why this happened, why this is so, and how does one go about changing this. So telecom became a passion. Lifelong, initially to get the telephone to everyone, we realized the telephone has to be made affordable to get there, and we worked on wireless telephony, on optical fiber optics telephony, on switches, everything to try to make the telecom affordable. And once the telecom became affordable, we sort of say, how can we take it to the villages? And once we took it to the villages, we started talking about how do we provide services, and we brought in not just the telephone, but internet to the villages. And from there onwards, we just went on. We sort of said, but we are still importing everything. So how can we strengthen our R&D, get into standards game, get patents, and strengthen India? We simultaneously started looking at digital banking, how do you connect banks using telecom, how do you introduce digital payments, and what do you do for mobiles. So we started working on mobile payments, and then all kinds of applications. On the one hand, internet is available, and other hand, mobile payments are available. Now everything could be done. Internet-based commerce, internet-based delivery of services, transport, and IoT. It has been a passion, and therefore I have been continuously doing some work or other. Though in recent times, my work has more moved towards renewable energy and net zero. This happened about 8 to 10 years back, when we realized that in India we have huge power shortage 10 years back. And we started sort of saying, why can someone not do the kind of work that we did in telecom? Why can it not be done in power? And we started working on solar and the batteries and wind energy and so on and on. But telecom remains a passion. We are even looking at how can IoT be leveraged to do this. Our problem of power was also first noticed when we went to villages to connect internet kiosks, and there used to be no power. So the two are related, and this is what we have been trying to drive. Thank you once again for this honor. Yes, it tells me that I am getting old. Yes, it tells me that I'm getting towards retirement. Well, I still have energy. So next few years at least, I'll keep on working, because life is all about doing whatever you can for the society. This is our dharma, your karma. That's what your dharma is, to work for the social good society. This is what we did. We did through telecom. We were doing it through other means, including energy, net zero, everything, and will continue. Thank you again for the jury. Thank all the audience. Thank the organizers. Thank Voice&Data magazine. Thank all of you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next important award in this segment, the Voice&Data Pathbreaker Award for 2021, goes to the CoWIN platform under the leadership of Dr. Ram Sevak Sharma, CEO, National Health Authority. In the history books of Black Swan events, the catastrophic vaccination process for citizens by creating a facility that enabled hassle-free vaccinations for citizens, providing vaccination centers and availability, information quickly, accurately, and within reach, providing online vaccination booking slots without difficulty, simply using a mobile phone number, and finally issued a universally verified digital certificate. After the registration and appointment, the platform would track the progress and send reminders or confirmations. But enabling all this for a population of 1.4 billion people is actually what is mind-boggling in a matter of just months, anticipating the enormous volumes and scaling up in real time to accommodate this wave. This was a Herculean task. Only one person in the entire country was experienced enough to lead this project. The task was handed over to Dr. Ram Sevak Sharma, R.S. Sharma, we fondly call him, the founding Director General of the Unique Identification Authority of India, which had delivered the Aadhaar Identity Project for every Indian. Dr. Sharma, as the CEO of the National Health Authority under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, was already managing several Ayushman Bharat programs, including the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. It wasn't long before CoWIN was registering 20 million requests daily and enabling appointments for 4 to 5 million vaccinations. At one point of time, CoWIN delivered 2.78 crore SMSs in a single day. That is 30 million messages a day, unheard of for one platform. The CoWIN website was receiving 55,000 hits per second. Only a highly robust and resilient architecture would be able to endure this without crashing. Simultaneously, CoWIN created many user-friendly features like a dashboard for transparent data sharing with citizens, linking it to passports for easy international travel documentation, easy to download certificates anytime, and availability in all major Indian languages. It has enabled 1.6 billion vaccinations as of today, the highest in the world. COVID served as the backbone of India's vaccination drive. It has helped save millions of lives. For this unparalleled feat of delivering an essential service to citizens at a time of unprecedented crisis, we are truly honored to acknowledge the vision of Dr. R.S. Sharma, under whose leadership the COVID portal came to life in record time. Voice&Data confers the Pathbreaker of the Year 2021 award to the COVID platform and all its partners and stakeholders who enabled this marvel of technology. Dr. R.S. Sharma, truly an honor to award you with this award.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank Voice&Data for conferring this Pathbreaker of the Year award on me. So that's one. But at the same time, let me also add here that I am not the person who should be really conferred this award, because this is not a personal achievement of R.S. Sharma. It is actually a teamwork, like everything else which happens in the government. It's a whole team of people, a very, very dedicated set of people who have built and continue to, sort of in a very agile manner, continue to modify the software as and when new rules came, as and when new requirements came, and as and when we got, grievances or other kinds of things. So I think that team is the one which deserves award, and I would like to name a few of them. First one is, of course, my friend, Additional Secretary of the Department of Health, Mr. Vikasi, who has been actually hands-on on this software. Then, of course, my colleague from yesteryears, from the Aadhaar days, from my Jharkhand days, Devrat Nayak, who has been heading the team. Then, of course, there are other couple of people, Uzair Ahmad, Sabbu Singh, who have contributed to this, and most importantly, the Trident team, which actually was working on this, and they are the ones who were converting the ideas into code. So they are also very, very important part of the team. So I would like to dedicate, or I would like to include all my team who has worked together in this journey and actually made such a wonderful piece of platform, which is interoperable, which is based on API, which is based on open standards, and above all, it is based on open source. And our Prime Minister had desired that we should make it open source for the world, which we have done. And there are many countries in the world who are going to use this software of ours. So I think we are truly proud of what India has achieved and what this team has achieved. Once again, I want to thank you all for sort of honoring me. Thank you.
And coming to the third award, the third jury award, ladies and gentlemen, the Voice&Data Telecom Person of the Year for 2021 goes to Shri Anshu Prakash, former Chairman DCC and former Secretary Department of Telecommunications. Anshuji holds an exemplary record as a civil servant, as a career bureaucrat, and as one of the ablest administrators in the country, cutting across industry sectors. He has served the government of India in various capacities for over 35 long years. On 18th November 2018, Mr. Anshu Prakash took over as Secretary Telecom and Chairman of the Digital Communications Commission, just as the Cabinet approved the National Digital Communication Policy of 2018. Thereafter, he unrolled a series of policy reforms that will change India's telecom in the near future. Mr. Prakash is a BA in Economics from St. Stephen's College and has a management degree from the Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, Delhi University. He joined the IAS as an officer of the Arunachal Pradesh, Goa, Mizoram Union Territories cadre. In 2018, Mr. Prakash had an unenviable task as the mobile sector was grappling with a range of licensing and financial issues. Following the grand vision of NDCP to support India's transition into a digitally empowered economy and society, Mr. Prakash focused on creating an enabling environment that would establish resilient and affordable digital communications infrastructure. This framework would rely on advanced technologies such as 5G, IoT, M2M, AI, and other emerging technologies. Mobile, broadband, and internet sectors are the foundations of our $1 trillion digital economy. Mr. Anshu Prakash initiated a series of policy measures that brought a breath of fresh air into the sector and served to resolve the thorniest of problems. Some of them amongst them were easing the rules for foreign direct investment in the sector, improving the spectrum sharing framework among telecom operators, facilitating a solution to the acute issue of pending license fee dues to the government based on adjusted gross revenues. The accumulated burden on the sector was enormous and threatening to derail the sector entirely. Mr. Prakash helped develop a framework that would finally result in the landmark policy decision. The AGR policy has given operators breathing room to continue investing and growing. It is probably one of the biggest and most far-reaching policy decisions taken by the government under his leadership and has set the sector back on track. Mr. Anshu Prakash also spent enormous time and efforts to create other path-breaking and supporting policy frameworks that gave India's local manufacturing ecosystem a renewed focus. His guidance to refine the production-linked incentive and Atmanirbhar Bharat policies of the government are yielding spectacular results and now being replicated across other sectors. These initial decisions would facilitate transforming India into a manufacturing hub in the coming months. For these untiring and very sensitive balancing acts in policy making, and for his tremendous efforts in reviving the telecom sector, Voice&Data is honored and privileged to confer on Mr. Anshu Prakash the Telecom Person of the Year 2021 award. A big round of applause for you, sir.
Thank you, Voice&Data, for this award. I feel very honored, at the same time very humbled to receive such an important recognition. Without doubt, this reflects the teamwork of Department of Telecommunications, all of us together, who have undertaken the reform process, and the able leadership of our minister, whose constant guidance and encouragement enabled the department to achieve and now implement these bold, path-breaking reforms. Telecommunication sector will become even more vital and critical for all aspects of our life. It touches not only the industry, and telecom is the backbone of modern industry. It touches and influences the community, the habitations, how we live, talk, eat, play, and even think. It is very important that India has a robust telecom infrastructure based on latest technology, with huge capacities to meet all our information, digital communication needs in the future. In the last 2.5 years, where we, like the rest of the globe, battled COVID, telecom sector has exhibited how robust it is. When the entire country was under lockdown, no air connection, no train connection, no road connection, people confined in their house, in their homes, it was only telecommunications which connected the entire country, which connected each one of us. And I am proud that the entire industry, all players, all network providers, their workforce, their field force, and all organs of DoT and connected ministries work together to make this happen. In the future, with the policies of the government of adding local production for the entire value chain, the contribution of telecommunications to our economy will become even more. Today, 20% of the non-tax revenue of the country comes from telecom. And then we have tax revenue which comes from GST, which is about 18%. As telecom grows, it will not only contribute immensely to the growth of the economy, it will also contribute to the revenue of the government, and most important, it will contribute in the lives of each one of us for ease of living, to make our day-to-day work, pleasure, all activities more pleasurable. So thank you once again, and I hope the good work in telecom will grow in leaps and bounds to achieve new heights in the future. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, all our esteemed panelists, speakers, and hosts, this brings us to the end of the 21st Telecom Leadership Forum, Era of Convergence from 5G to Gen Z event. We are extremely thankful to all the speakers, panelists, and partners who have been part of this journey. We would also like to thank all our sponsors, without whom the 21st TLF would not have been possible. Our presenting partners, HPE and AMD, our co-presenting partner, Cisco, our gold partner, Comviva and Sienna, digital transformation partner, Accenture, connectivity partner, AT&T, telecom partner, Vodafone Idea Limited, internet partner, One Broadband, academia partner, APJ Education. Thank you to all. We also thank our supporting industry bodies who have been part of this event, COAI, TIMA, the Satcom Industry Association, ITU APT, the Indian Electronics and Semiconductor Association, IESA, the Indian Cellular and Electronics Association, ICEA, Indian Space Association, ISPA, and CMAI. All the proceedings and intellectual discussions that you have had in these sessions and the outcomes will be available in our April edition of Voice and Data for you to read and share your suggestions with us. The interviews of the winners of the TLF Jury Awards and their backgrounders will also be published in our April edition. On behalf of Voice and Data team, we once again thank you. Thanks to all the participants for being part of this 21st edition of TLF. We look forward to welcoming you again with another event next year. If this had been a physical event, we would have ended this by inviting you for a round of cocktails and a sumptuous dinner. But since it's a virtual event, I want to wish you a great evening ahead. Thank you and take care.
A very hearty congratulations to all the winners and to the winners of the coveted jury awards. Now, ladies and gentlemen, every end has a new beginning, and the 21st edition of the Telecom Leadership Forum is now coming to an end. Or we can say that we're all geared up to bring to you the 22nd edition of the Telecom Leadership Forum in the year 2023 in a bigger and a better avatar, with a more stellar lineup of speakers, a more rigorous award process for the Voice and Data Jury Awards and the Voice and Data Awards for Excellence. I would now like to thank our partners for their support for making this 21st edition a stellar success. Our presenting partner, HPE AMD, co-presenting partner, Cisco, gold partner, Comviva and Sienna, digital transformation partner, Accenture, connectivity partner, AT&T, telecom partner, Vodafone Idea Limited, internet partner, One Broadband, and academia partner, APJ Education, supported by CMAI, COAI, TIMA, SIA India, ITU APT, IESA, ICEA, India Space Association. Thank you, delegates, for taking out the time from your busy schedules to be a part of the Telecom Leadership Forum. I hope this year there were many learnings for all of us, which could actually pave the future for our voice and data industry. Thank you all. See you next year. A very good evening.